You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? No, it's not like that. I don't know why I greeted you guys like a DJ, but hey, I did. What's going on, everybody? We survived another week. Time for the Vodka stream. I think my screen is like in my shot for a little bit there, and it'll be okay. Okay, making sure that's good. We're all good. Let's see the brightness. It's all good. As long as the sign's there, we're all great. What's happening, everybody? All right. Let's have a good one tonight. Hopefully, people piling in right now. Doing the bourbon today. Felt like a bourbon kind of day, after this week of just like, so yeah, pouring some bourbon, so some good old bullet bourbon today. So no vodka, but yeah, cheers, guys. It's good stuff. Although I will say, I like the orange label better than the green label. I'm not even sure what the difference is, but I know this one has a little bit more of a drier kick. Like, a little more bite to it. Nothing wrong with that, but hey. All right, we got Mr. Eric Z. What's going on, sir? Good to see you. All right, we got Nate. Why so serious? Okay, good to see you. All right, we got Mama Film Junkies here. Hey, well, hi, Mom, and hi, Teresa. Cheers. Drink that champagne. Champagne. Cheers. All right. Yes, we got the guest tonight. Damian will be showing up. Well, he's already backstage, actually, so we'll get him on in a little bit after I talk to you guys. We'll have a good conversation. Good conversation with a fellow DC nerd. And yeah, we'll talk some shop. We got Miss Nighthawk Steph. Happy Vodka stream. Good to see you, as always. All right. We also got Mr. Eric Patterson. What's happening? Jason McKenzie. Cheers, sir. Good to see you back. Yes, Jason, who is a moderator, he, got a little bit of that sickness that's going around. So, hits hard, but you're doing good. You know what kills? You know what helps though? Bourbon. It's good medicine. Just kidding. That's no, don't take me out of context with that, please. What's going on, Jason? Good to see you. We got Jacob right there. Happy Friday. And we got Scott right here. Is she on me? Oh, Scott. Just wait till you see Damian's background. You're going to be like, you're going to have to, show him. You're going to have to turn your camera around, Just saying. His collection rivals yours. I'm just saying. Cortez, what's happening, buddy? We got Saggy. You made it. Good to see you. Molly, what is up? Real friend Molly. Real life Molly friend. Good to see you, Molly. Hopefully everybody's good. I still got to meet your little one. But of course, she's cute as hell. All right. Who else we got here? Oh, you're drinking space dust. Drinking a space dust? I don't know what that is, but hopefully it's good. I'm pretty sure it is. So. All right, we got Paul right here. Doing okay? Truly, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate the kind words. I'm doing good. Like I said, just today was like an up and down, like, what the heck, work and then online stuff. It was like, come on, man. But always look forward to the vodka stream, Exactly. So, yeah, yes, I have friends. I have real life friends. How dare you? Oh, it's a beer. Okay, I was like, whatever that mixed drink is, cool. Alakazoo, what is happening? We got Mr. Dane B right here. All right. Yep, there you go. Okay, so apparently, yeah, I thought it was some kind of mixed drink or something like that. So shows how much I don't know my beers. That's for sure. It's because I'm always drinking the hard stuff, you pussies. Come on. We drink the hard stuff. Put that hair on your chest. Good stuff. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a good week, good couple of days and everything. And I think it's the calm before the storm, guys. Calm before the storm, or the weekend before the storm. Monday gonna be the day. Might be the day. Good old Jimmy Guns. Jimmy Guns gonna be revealing his first wave of the new DC universe. That could be what's happening. Who knows? Obviously, he said January, and we got 2 more days of January. I'm saying, I was like, it's got to be Monday, right? It's got to be Monday. Probably is. But yeah, we'll discuss some of that tonight, of course, with Damian, and the panel will be coming on too. But yeah, I think it's definitely going to be happening. It's going to be interesting to see what that first wave is. Obviously, the Superman movie is going to be one of them that's going to be talked about. I just wonder if are they going to announce like the director? Are they going to announce that he's directing, which I would not surprise me now. I don't want him to direct it, but who knows? When it comes to Warner Brothers Discovery and everything. So just saying. So it might be the weekend before the storm. So just next weekend's going to be crazy. It's definitely going to be crazy for sure. So we got Miss Rhea right here. Thank you for always joining. And yep, the glimmering harpy hope. Yes, love it. All right, okay. Let me go ahead and set my tweet, and we'll get Damian in here. Which Eric, thank you for connecting us. I always saw the site, but always loving the fact of meeting new people and getting to know them on here. So this should be a good conversation. Let's see, has joined the stream. All right, do my thing here. All right, let's go ahead and get my guest in here. Let me get all my settings going and good. Bubble, got to get the bubble. Background, got everything good. All right, let's bring in my guest, Mr. Damon. How are you, sir?
G'day, how's it going?
It's going good. DCComicsNews.com, everybody. Make sure you're following. Make sure you're checking it out. Make sure you're visiting it daily. You got the DC Comics News podcast, all that stuff. And he brought a drink. What are you drinking, sir?
I'm drinking some vodka actually with a bit of blood orange twist. So it's a bit of a different one, but it's in my Batman whiskey glass.
I like it.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me.
No problem, man. No, I'm glad we got connected. And because I've seen your site throughout the thing, throughout Twitter, people retweeting and everything like that. And then of course Eric kind of connected, and it was like, and then I just went, hey, one of those things. Hey, let's have a chat. So thank you for joining. And like I said, your background's great because Scott, which he'll probably join in a little bit. He's a bit of a collector himself, but man, I told him like, hey, I was watching some of the podcast or their podcasts or that they did on YouTube, and I'm like, his background, let's just say, he's got things.
I've got things. I've been collecting things for about 15 years. So
yeah.
This is only part of it. There's a whole collection to my left, so it's probably right of the screen. I've been an avid DC/Batman collector for a while now. I amazingly had all this stuff inside, and then COVID hit, and I needed an office to work from, so I moved it all into the garage and surrounded by all the things that I love.
Of course. You got to do that. You got to surround yourself. I mean, anytime, obviously, I got my wall right here that has Batman, and then Batman, and then Deadpool and the mask and whatever the hell. But yeah, all my stuff's mainly over on that side, and then I got another wall. But I was trying to do it from that side at one point just to have that background, but it was just too much of a pain because I do my normal show right here with the green screen. So, and then of course you have a punching bag too when you, really feel like Batman and you just want to punch somebody in the face, right?
Exactly. That's what we need to fight crimes, right? We buy Batman and then we try and be the Batman as well. So
exactly.
Treadmill back there with the boxing bag, and it's good to keep fit and have the Batman movies going on in the background there as well. But yeah, no, I love it. It's great. It's awesome.
Yeah, looks cozy. So let's get to know you a little bit. Let's get your origin story. Obviously you come from the land down under, which of course it's like afternoon for you right now. So don't tell us what happens on Saturday. Yeah, but yeah, give us a backstory. Give us the origin story. Let us know about when it comes to the website and all that stuff. Let's hear.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, sure. So Yeah, I've grown up in Melbourne, Australia. So from down under, mate. Put another shrimp on the barbie. Yeah, so grown up in Melbourne, Australia. I've been an avid Batman fan my entire life from as early as I can remember. I always loved Batman. I was inspired by Michael Keaton's Batman in '89. I was only 8 at the time. I think it was 8 or 9. So you get a sense of how old I am now. But always loved Batman.
I'm around the same age as you, so don't worry.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Exactly. Yeah. Not just a baby face, my friend.
No, we're still young. It's just a number. That's
still young. I think we have a familiar taste in eyewear too, by the way. Anyways, go ahead.
We do. Yeah. I saw, actually, when I saw it, I thought he's got the same glasses. He's got the shadow going.
Yeah. I was thinking that when I was setting up the thumbnail. I'm like, you know what? People might think we're long lost brothers. Hey, look at that.
We're each other's double ganger from a different universe. Hey, I'm from the future because I'm in Australia.
Yes.
There you go.
It works, and we both love Batman. Hey, jeez, look at this.
Exactly. Thanks, Barry Allen. That's right. But yeah, but no, I've been a lifelong Batman fan, and as I got a little bit older, I kind of branched out into the DC universe a little bit more. I love Green Arrow. He's my second favorite DC character. And always loved film, always loved comic books. And it was probably around 2012, 2013. I actually wanted to start writing and reporting on news. And I was looking around on the internet, looking for pop culture websites that I could put an application and write for. And I came across a news site, darknightnews.com, and I were looking for writers, and I applied for a position with them to write news, and had no idea what I was doing at the time. I gave them a couple of sample articles and bits and pieces that they wanted, and about 3 or 4 days later, they came back to me and said, "You've got a job as a news writer. You're going to write on Friday nights, which are Thursdays in the US." And I was stoked. I started writing a couple of articles a week for darknightnews.com and started speaking with the owner of that website, and then found out that there was a partner site called dccomicsnews.com. I went back to the owner and said, "Hey, I want to write for dccomicsnews.com," and started writing for DCN. And then about a year later, I got asked to be an editor. So grew the teams, started to do a bit on social media with the websites, and then wanted to branch out from writing comic book reviews and reporting on film and TV. I thought, well, let's try and get interviews. Let's try and speak to people in the industry, whether they're artists or whether they're actors or even people trying to break into the industry. And Eric, who connected us, he was really critical in the early stages. Eric was connecting me with agents of celebrities and other people, and we started to kind of find our way into doing exclusive interviews. So our my first interview was with Mark Guggenheim, the showrunner for Arrow, and this was back in 2013, 2014, when the show was really picking up steam, and
right
I think at that stage. Well, right in the thick of it. So we started to interview a couple of actors from Arrow, from the Gotham series. We were accepted as press for San Diego Comic-Con, and bloody hell, it's an expensive trip, but I was getting on a plane once a year coming over to San Diego.
I could literally drive there 2 hours. It's 2 hours away from me, and I still haven't been.
So jealous, man. I'm so jealous. It's a 13-hour flight to LA.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to get another plane to San Diego. By the time I get there, I'm stuffed. But
yeah, I'm sure. I know. Meanwhile, I'm just like, okay, let's just get in the car. I don't need to pack anything. You know?
Yeah. I'm there with my backpack and my luggage. I'm coming for a week. To get there for Wednesday night for preview night,
it's a whole thing for you. Wow.
Yeah, and we were lucky enough to get accepted as press, and that was amazing. And we started covering the event from 2015, and we've gone from there, and we've met some amazing people, and rubbed shoulders with there's some really great artists and actors from DC and from some of the TV shows, and we in 2016, one of the highlights for DC Comics News, there was Oz Comic Con here in Melbourne, and John Barrowman came down for the event. And at the last minute, I contacted his agent because I wanted to get a video interview with him, and it was all last minute. It was one of the best interviews we had done. We had so much fun with him. We talked about the Flash. We talked about the DCTV universe, and he was just one of the most down-to-earth celebrities that we connected with. And we've been back to Comic-Con quite a few times, and we've got a great crew at DC Comics News, and we're doing our best to cover news, to do comic book reviews on, with DC, and we also try and put the spotlight on artists that are fans themselves, but don't have an official role at DC. And I'm loving it. Most of the crew is all in the US. I'm the lonely Aussie out in the outback here in Melbourne, but I love it, man. It's great.
That's good. No, that's cool. It's crazy how how much this stuff, like you said, you just reached out, you wanted to write for it was Dark Knight. It's what's that website called again?
darkknightnews.com.
Dark Knight News. Yeah. And then all of a sudden it just got, it grew into something else when it came to DC Comics News. And I mean, that's one of those things where it's like, and I've thought about doing that too, but then I was like, I'll just start my own thing. It's like, it's just, but at the same time, you made something your own, or helped make something your own thing. And then of course you guys have a podcast that you guys do as well. And I noticed that you guys were, you have mainly the audio stuff, but you guys just recently started what is like a new thing where you guys are going to actually be on the screen and have it on your YouTube channel now.
Yeah, exactly right. So with the podcast now, we've got them on Apple and I think on Spotify as well. But yeah, we've just recently doing the video version of that too. So we're dropping them onto our website and on our YouTube channel. So we do them on it's a Sunday morning for me, so it's a Saturday late at night in the US, and we've got a couple of people from our Dark Knight News team and DC Comics News. So we're kind of coming together for the DCN podcast. But we thought the video would be a good idea as well. Yeah. We're covering off a couple of different mediums, but that's great that we're doing that. So we're doing everything. We're doing TV, we're doing film, we're doing comic books across that podcast, which is about an hour per episode.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, it all kind of started like podcast, and then all of a sudden everybody's just kind of going, well, stick a video in your face, stick a camera in your face. People want to see you talk. I remember before the Vodka stream came to be, it was just recorded just as a podcast. I think I called it the Film Junket podcast at first. And it was mainly just me, just rambling into the microphone, talking all kinds of shit and just going off. And I was sipping vodka. And so, but then it just eventually I was like, well, let's do the live stream thing. And yes, Scott, I see you in the chat. Respect the podcast. That's a DC Squadcast. You guys subscribe to the channel. Take a drink. Oh, by the way, when everybody comes on, you take a drink anytime you plug something. So we always take a drink. That's just our little drinking game. But yeah, I know. That's usually what we do. So when we get the guys in here, anytime we plug our stuff, we'll take a drink. But yeah, and then it just kind of like went to this whole thing of live streaming, and it's fun, and I think it kind of, well, I mean, I'm sure like when you guys would record the podcast, you probably were looking at each other through like Zoom or something, right?
Yeah, we were. I think we're doing it on Skype. So we're already doing the video. We're just doing the audio component, and then the guys said, well, let's do the video recording, and Joshua, who's our chief editor for DC Comics News, he then edits it overnight, and we've now got the audio and the video. And I think you're right. People want to see, they want to see who's talking as well. It probably builds a little bit more of a connection between you and the people that you're listening to. What inspired you? What inspired you to kick this off?
I think it was just because, well, I mean, I just love movies, love movies so much. And, one of the things that I always, and I still have a knack for, which is, it's just the fact that anytime somebody was like, hey, what's that movie, blah, blah, blah. And I could easily probably just go, it's that starring so-and-so. And it would just be that. Even if I hadn't seen the movie, I just I'm aware. And for some reason, I'm like, oh yeah, so-and-so starred in there. I mean, I'm not perfect with it. Sometimes my brain, there's a brain fart that happens. I'm like, I can't remember, but So, but it's just like, yeah, but it's just like one of those things where it's like, all right, I love movies. So when I was seeing, like, like about a decade ago, when I was seeing YouTubers talk news and doing like the whole jump cutting thing and kind of being quick about it, I was like, I could do that when it comes to movie news, right? So that's where it kind of started. And then, it's just doing videos. And then I was working for an Android website for a little bit because they saw my stuff. And then when that ended, I just went back and just started hitting this a little harder. And yeah, it was just kind of started from there. And then as soon as I loved Man of Steel, and then when BVS was announced, and I was like, all right, I'm going to cover the shit out of this movie. I'm just so excited because they're going to bring Batman into this. Batman and Superman. What? So it's just like one of those where I was like, yeah. When they announced it at Comic-Con perfectly, by the way, with Harry Lennox reading that line from Dark Knight Returns, it was just like, all right, this is going to be something magical. So then I just started covering like crazy. And then, it just like kind of just grew from there where, obviously I was going to cover Justice League. And then, of course, all the craziness that happened with that. And then the Snyder Cut movement. It was just like kind of one of those things. And then I just decided, hey, let's just, during the pandemic, let's just do a live stream thing. Everybody's sitting at home. Why not? So that's basically my origin story a little bit when it comes to it.
I like it.
Yeah.
Man of Steel was a great film. I think some people have got short memories. We forget about how good that film was.
Every time I watch it, I go, God damn it. Like obviously when it came to Warner Brothers and the Dark Knight trilogy and Christopher Nolan, that's great. I love the Dark Knight trilogy. And obviously they wanted to do that with Superman, and they asked Nolan, hey, can you do that with Superman? And he goes, no, but I know a guy. And of course he recommended Zack Snyder, which was great because they really wanted to like have something that's like a grounded-esque Superman. You can only ground Superman so much. I mean, obviously it's an alien that flies, and it's very difficult, but I think he just did such a great job of. And I remember just sitting in the theater when you're seeing the opening, first off, of Krypton, and it's just, you haven't seen Krypton like this, and you're seeing like a whole opening act. That. Yeah. And it's just like a whole sequence that's happening. We know that it's blowing up, like it's going to blow up, but man, you're just like, all right, we're going to make this crazy epic scene before we send Clark to Earth. And then you're kind of going like, okay, so we're going to do the thing where he crashes down and we're going to see baby Clark and then him growing up and all that stuff. No, they're like, boop, nope, here we are. We're present day. He's on a boat and he's trying to figure his life out. I'm like, whoa, it's just awesome. Love it.
They did such a great job at kind of humanizing what I call a really hard character to put in a live action movie. I just think Superman's really he's a very special character, and it's difficult to bring to life. And Henry Cavill did such a phenomenal job at giving us both sides of the equation with Clark Kent and then with Superman, and they're both he's trying to figure things out, right? And I loved Russell Crowe. I loved his casting. I loved the power that he brought to that film and the storytelling. But on the topic of you loving films, one of my most, and I'm the same. Any chance I get, I'll go to the cinema to watch films that are made for the big screen. But I distinctly remember it was a year before The Dark Knight was due to come out, and there was so much PR and advertising around that film coming out. My uncle and I went to IMAX to go see I Am Legend with Will Smith. Yeah. And the cinema was packed. We walked into the cinema, and they normally play the previews before the film, but we got the however long it is. We got the 7-minute opening scene of The Dark Knight where the Joker raids the bank.
Yeah.
There were no credits. There was nothing. It just opened with that scene. And this was a year before The Dark Knight was due to come out. So we got that whole scene, and then it cut, and then I Am Legend started. And I'll never forget, everyone forgot they were there to see I Am Legend. Like,
I'm sure.
It was incredible. And then we get to the end of that, and we're like, Jesus, man, we've got to wait 12 months.
See, that's what's so weird when they do stuff like that. When I remember when they were talking about that, I didn't see I Am Legend in IMAX, so I didn't get that. But it is kind of like it could be jarring for people, especially that opening scene in Dark Knight. That is what pulls you into that movie. So now you're like, huh, wait, now I gotta watch Will Smith like deal with zombies and shit. What the? It's like what?
Yeah, I want to see zombies.
Yeah, it's like I want to see the rest of that. What the hell? That was amazing. Yeah, jeez.
Shit.
And then it's funny too because that movie predicted Batman versus Superman. And, you know, that shot of Times Square. It had the Batman poster. Yeah. I mean, that's what. Yeah, that we just basically predicted that was actually going to be a thing. But yeah, it's very interesting when they do that because I remember what was it when I saw Nope for the first time? I think it was. Yeah, Nope. I think was it both times? I saw it twice. I think it was the first time. They had like an opening, like a very longer opening for Oppenheimer, another Nolan flick, and it kind of threw me off because it was actually like the way it showed. I'm like, wait, this is not Nope. This is not how I was just thinking about it. I was like, what the hell's going? Oh, it's Oppenheimer, like little whatever. It wasn't 7 minutes long, but it still kind of threw me off. But it was really cool. And then I was like, of course, I'm like thinking, wow, that movie's gonna be great. And I'm like, oh wait, I gotta watch this crazy alien movie. Hello, you know, it's like, wait, don't think about that movie. So it is interesting when they do that. I think even when I saw Avatar 2 in IMAX, it did that whole featurette for the next Mission Impossible and that crazy jump that Tom Cruise does.
Oh, I saw that on Facebook.
Yeah, I saw it on the big IMAX screen, and it was the whole featurette. So that thing was like 5-6 minutes, and yeah, it's just like one of those things where you're kind of going like, yeah, I was like, what am I seeing again? Oh yeah, I got to put on these glasses and watch blue people fight for 3 hours, which was great. I still loved Avatar, but it was just it is a little like wow. Now I'm like jazzed for Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1, and now but I'm like, okay, but now I got to shift back to, I'm here for the Na'vi, you know. It's like, so it is kind of throw you off, but I mean, I get why they do it, I guess. Or selling another movie while you're watching a movie, so I guess it's interesting.
Absolutely. And they did the same thing, and I can't remember what movie we were seeing, but they did the same thing with Dark Knight Rises. We got the opening scene from Dark Knight Rises where Bane takes over and his goons take over the plane. But I didn't think that was as impactful. I came out of that and I thought it looks all right, but it's not.
Yeah,
I was nowhere as excited.
When it comes to Dark Knight Rises, it's the weaker one of the bunch. Let's all just face it. I mean, I know it's all subjective, but a lot of there's a lot of people that would say it's objective. That Dark Knight Rises, it's not as strong as. I mean, there's sometimes where I feel like Batman Begins is even better than Dark Knight, just because. I don't know. There's just when I watched Batman Begins, I'm like, it's such a good origin story. It did such a great job and everything. But then, of course, you watch Dark Knight and you get that Heath Ledger performance, and it brings you kind of back. I mean, but yeah, and then Dark Knight Rises, it was like, yeah, it's good, but at the same time, there's sometimes where I'm just like, yeah, it's definitely the weaker one of the bunch of the trilogy.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I mean, I don't care what anyone says. I'll fight anyone over this. Batman Begins is one of the best origin movies, even outside of the superhero genre. It's such it is. Yeah. It's a piece. It's just a masterstroke on how they put that together in the story. Loved it.
No, I'll always say that. I'll always say like, even though I might, depending on what the day is like, what day it is, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it is better than Dark Knight, but I'll always say that is my favorite origin superhero movie is Batman Begins, because Nolan he did such a fantastic job with that. And I mean, we didn't really have like a full-on Batman origin. I mean, when it came to Batman 89, it's like we somewhat, but he was already Batman, and then you got glimpses, flashbacks, and that's and don't get me wrong, love Batman 89 and loved Keaton and my favorite I mean, to be honest, my favorite Batman emblem is the 89 one with the extra.
I love that emblem.
Whatever. Right. I don't know. It's so unique. It's so unique, and I love the fact that Tim Burton was like, we're gonna make it like that. And then of course, when it came to selling the movie, they had the original Batman logo because they're like, hey, people have to recognize the logo. But I just love the fact, ever since I saw it as a kid, I'm like, wow, that's so cool and different. I always thought it was like a three spiked tail, but I had Mr. Reeves FX, who does costume design.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
you know who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
He does
we follow him on Instagram.
Yeah, he's great. I've had him on a couple of times, but he told me that's feet. It's feet. I went, what? It's feet? I thought it was like a spiky tail or something like that. But he's like, no, it's actually
feet. Oh, I didn't know that.
Right? Yeah, I know.
Oh, wow.
You want to look at it right now, don't you? Yeah. No, but yeah, I know. So that was just something I was like, oh, okay, I thought it was a tail, but apparently it's feet. So, and he would know. He's got that costume in his garage. That guy.
He's the man.
It's crazy. He's great.
His costumes are amazing.
Very. And he's a character himself, and talked to him a couple times. I'm actually going to have him on again, hopefully soon. I know he wants to come back on after the Flash trailer comes out next month, because he's looking forward to that, because he loves Keaton. That's his favorite Batman. So obviously with Keaton coming back, how you feeling about that, by the way? Keaton coming back?
I love it. I think I'm separate from what Ezra Miller's getting up to in his personal life. I am excited for that film. I love the Flash as a character, and I love the idea of bringing Keaton back. He's such a good Batman, such a good Bruce Wayne, and I loved Flashpoint as a book. Such a great story. The animated DC film was fantastic as well. So getting both him and Batfleck, as we call him, or Ben Affleck's Batman as well, I think that's going to be phenomenal. Like crossing over universes and seeing them both. But I think we all want to see Barry Allen get into the Batcave and then be faced with an aged Keaton as Batman, because it sends shivers down my spine, man. Just thinking about it. And I
just watching that the footage that we got already too. I was like, and you hear him talking, and it's like, oh boy, Yeah.
And even though I think it was the first teaser trailer where we see the back of Keaton as Batman in the cave with the cow, and he kind of makes a couple of steps, and you can hear the boots, like you can hear him walking, and it's like, holy shit, man! Like this is unreal. So we're going from the Snyder universe and everything they're doing there and have done there, and I loved Snyder's Justice League, the extended Justice League that we got. So we're going to go from that, and then we've got James Gunn that's going to unveil phase 1 or whatever it is.
It's all very interesting. What's all okay? I mean, especially being a Batman fan, I know, like, it's funny because like you said, seeing Batman. I remember me and my dad and my brother going to see Batman, the first Batman '89, in the theaters back in '89. I even remember the marquee on the theater back in good old Alabama. I think it was, or maybe it was Washington. I can't remember. I think it was Washington, actually, because I was an Army brat, so we moved around. But I remember, seeing that and being mesmerized by it, and then of course watching it like crazy when it came out on video. I mean, my first introduction to Batman was the '66 series, obviously, because reruns like crazy. The movie was always great to watch too. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb, But so yeah. Pretty much, right? Yes, exactly. It's so cheesy, so great. I'll still watch it. It's great. But so where was I going with this? I don't remember. Oh yeah, so just the fact that it's like, all right, then we went to Kilmer, which I love Kilmer as Batman. I loved his Bruce Wayne more than I loved his Batman. Yeah, did you not like Kilmer's Batman?
No, he actually, if I look back on it, he's not bad. I'll give him a
okay, but his Bruce Wayne was really good. I think his Bruce Wayne was better than his Batman, to be honest.
His Bruce Wayne was quite good.
Yeah.
His Bruce Wayne was good. Not sure, but not Batman.
You didn't like the nip? What's going on? I mean,
man, I was like 15 years old in the cinema with my friends seeing that. I got real sad I'm like, what is happening here? This is not. I didn't expect to see the nips. Not in here. Not now.
Wasn't ready for the nips. I don't even think I really noticed it at first. I remember waiting outside. I remember waiting outside with my friend, and we were in the rain at this old shitty theater over the hill right over here. And I loved it. I did. I loved it. It was obviously a drastic change from what we got. But I will say, and I will always say this, I actually like it better than Batman Returns.
What?
Takes a
That's
sip.
the first.
You never heard that,
man.
You never heard that, huh?
No. I have never heard that.
Okay. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, ask.
I've got to get my popcorn to listen to this explanation. I'm eager to understand. I'm seeking to understand here.
Okay, sorry. I got to refresh my thing here. No, so basically, okay. The reason why I like it, well, first off, I've always, like, when it comes to Batman's Rogues Gallery, obviously, when it comes to his Rogues Gallery, the main players, Joker, obviously, arch nemesis, but I just always love the Riddler. That's the thing. It's like, I've always loved the Riddler. And at the time, Jim Carrey was at the height of his powers, was loving Jim Carrey. And then, so that's part of it. Yes, I know there's a lot of cheese ball. I don't know what Tommy Lee Jones is doing in there half the time. I'm like, what? You need to tone it down, dude. This is not Two-Face, man. What? But I don't know. There's just something about it. I think it's just because, like, when it came to Batman 89, love Batman 89. I would say that's up there in my top 3 of when I'm ranking Batman films. But Batman, I think, like, what happened, and I always say this, is like Warner Brothers was like, all right, we have Tim Burton. We want you to make something dark. Obviously he wants to make something dark, and he did a great job. But then I think with the success of that, they're like, all right, do whatever you want, Tim Burton. And he did. When you watch Batman Returns, it is very, very Tim Burton. I mean, it's like it takes place in a snow globe. It's just so Tim Burton. And I like Tim Burton, don't get me wrong, but it was a little too Tim Burton for me. I mean, I remember I did a live watch probably a couple years ago, like for Christmas. And it's just like, there's times where I was going like, Catwoman is literally taking a bath. She's licking her leather glove and rub. I'm like, he went a little too far when it came to that kind of stuff. That was just,
it wasn't really a kid's movie, was it? Like, I remember watching that movie. I think I was watching it with my mum and dad, and I think my dad said something like, "Why is Batman killing people? Like, what's happening?" Or I think he blew some guy up, some big fat clown, and then you got the that strapped the C4 on his chest, and he blows up. My dad was mortified. My dad's like, "What's happening? Cover your eyes." Yeah. And then I think it was the same scene in the Batmobile where the paddle comes out to collect the oncoming clown. And it's like, you don't think about it at the time. And then you look back on scenes like that, and it's like, what, he would have busted his rib cage and everything inside. Like, that clown, he's dead. Like,
yeah. Oh yeah, there's like
there's
even a part too where like he turns the Batmobile around and then just ignites the fire breathing clown dude on fire. That too. Yeah, I know. I mean, if you really think about it, Michael Keaton's Batman showed no mercy. He showed no mercy when it came to that. He really, but I don't have a problem with that whole thing. I really don't have a problem with that. But yeah, I think it was just the fact that I don't have a problem with it. Yeah. I mean, nobody has a problem. If you're a Batman fan, I mean, I know, like, that's his rule. Sure, we get it. But then at the same time, it's like, who the hell cares? And I hate it when I see that argument like every 6 weeks on my Twitter. It's like the whole Batman killing thing. But somebody else is joining right now. Somebody that you guys talked about on your website, Mr. Aaron Bailey. Oh, if this thing works, Aaron Bailey's here.
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
How's it going, man? How's it going, Damian?
Hey, Aaron, how are you? This is a lovely
Doing good.
surprise.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I
This
I
is
know.
figured. I was
great.
like, oh yeah, you guys just like showcased the Night of the Batman on there. I was like, hey man, want to join in?
Yeah, Dave told me you were
Damian.
coming on. I was like, dude, that's awesome, man. If you get a chance to actually like talk, you know.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Well, I wanted to use the opportunity to say thank you for the interview and
Yeah.
the image you gave us of Batman. It was we've had some great we've had some great publicity off the back of the interview. So you're a busy man.
That's
Thank you
awesome.
so much for that. We deeply appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, dude. I appreciate you having me on there.
And your
talk about it.
project. No worries. And your project
So good.
is I think I said like all corners of the internet are abuzz with your project, and it's amazing like how much power the fans have when they want something, and
Oh yeah.
It's so authentic. So for someone like you with the capabilities you have to then pick that up and bring it to life for everyone, I hope people are truly appreciative of the work that's going into it, the amount of coordination in the background, like that. There's so much to it.
Thank you, man.
So
Yeah,
you're
I
doing
appreciate
something
that.
amazing, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
awesome.
I mean that that's what it was. That's what it was born of. Is just I wanted to do something that I wanted to see. You know, I wanted to see that happen, and I wanted that story. So I was like, you know what? I'll do it myself.
Screw it. Do it myself. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's cool.
Do it
I've been
myself,
following.
man.
I've been following your DC news page forever, man. Like, and when you reached out and
thanks,
said you wanted
man.
to do an interview, I was like, that's sick, dude. Like, I'm glad that it's a page that I follow. Like, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That means
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
We Aaron came on 2 weeks ago. He's been on a few times before too, but he came on to talk about the project because obviously I was seeing it, he was teasing it, and then he announced it, and I was like, dude, we gotta talk about this. Come on, let's talk about this. And I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, I'm just like, oh, please, yeah. I mean, and that's what's great too. Like you said, I mean, it's just the fact that obviously, we're being part of the Snyder community and everything like that, and just the fact that we might not be getting more of that, so I appreciate it when fans actually go like, well, let's do something, and especially people that have talent. If I had the talent, I would try to do it, but I just talk for days. That's my talent. It's just not shutting the fuck up. But but I'm like, I always like to, and Aaron and I have been friends for a bit. So, and then anytime like he's got art, I'm always just like retweeting it. But yeah, when I saw that he was doing a Batman project, I was like, yes, please, yes, please. So awesome.
That's some
You
serious,
guys are talking about
shit
the
right there. It's
the Flash trailer.
Oh yeah.
And I noticed. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I'm sure. Like I saw a lot of people talking about it, but when Keaton shows up in the trailer and you see the back of his cowl, it's weird because the music that plays in that moment sounds like the Dark Knight music.
I have to go back and listen to
it.
Oh yes, I thought that as well. Actually,
it's literally the Zimmer like doom doom thing that he does in the Dark Knight.
Yes,
and at first I was like, are they? And what's weird is the Batcave in that trailer looks like the Nolan Batcave, where it's got the waterfall thing.
Oh yeah, it does have a waterfall.
Right. Yeah,
drives the tumbler through it. And that music combined with seeing the waterfall, I was like, are they teasing like Bale in this movie? Like, is he going to show up and be like,
Bale comes out of nowhere.
Yeah. Who's the Flash?
Swear to me! No!
Sorry, had to do that drop.
I mean, hey, I'll be I would be happy if he shows up.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing is like, when it comes to this Flash movie, that just intrigues me the most is the fact is like, what are we going to see? And yes, I've heard things, and there's things I've heard that I won't reiterate, and then there's things that I'm just kind of speculating. And I mean, one of the things is just like, okay, we have two Batman in there, and that you already sold me on that, because it's just like, it's amazing that we're gonna have old and new, the return of Keaton, and then of course still some Batfleck in there. But then I'm just kind of going like, all right, so what else are we gonna see? And I mean, you bring up I didn't really even think about that. I'm gonna have to go back and check that. I think as he's walking up, there's like a Zimmer-esque. There's like a Zimmer-esque, and then I know the Batcave has the waterfall effect because
which is weird because I don't know if they're going to explain that as like this Batman. Like there were people that thought when No Way Home came out that like Andrew and Toby and the villains were like the same actors, but a slight like variation of that universe. Like it wasn't the exact movies.
Right.
And I'm wondering if they're going to go that route with Keaton, where it's like not literally 89 and Returns Keaton. It's like a slight different multiverse version or something. Because he never had that. As far as I remember, he never had like a waterfall in his cave like that.
No, he didn't. No.
You know, that was like a very dark night.
With the timeline again,
yeah.
Man. Barry's got to stop doing that shit.
Thanks, Barry.
Damn it, Barry. Damn it, Barry.
He's doing Batcave renovations now. Damn.
I know.
It's kind of like.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you go. Sorry.
No. Go ahead. Sorry. I was going to say no.
When we saw Ezra Miller's Flash meet with Grant Gustin's Flash.
On the Crisis episode, right?
On the Crisis of Infinite Earths. Like they hid that pretty well. Like a lot of people didn't know that was coming. And that was a great moment because I thought, oh wow, they're connecting Snyder's DC movie universe with the DCTV universe. Oh, we're going to get some continuity now, but no, it's not happening. But anyway,
that moment got people so excited though. I mean,
it did. Yeah, that was.
We're talking about that for like 2 weeks after that. Like
that blew up the internet.
Yeah,
that blew up the internet pretty good because it was just kind of going like, "Hey guys," and it was funny too because this was all before Marvel started dipping their toe into the
DC beat them.
Yeah. So it was just like, hey, let's do something. And it was a cool freaking scene. Like it was just
and it didn't get leaked. It didn't get scooped.
No, nothing got leaked.
Nothing.
Yeah, and that was the thing. Nobody was like, hey guys, like Ezra's gonna pop up in the Flash, like because they shot it like so secretive. Like I mean, it was so secret. They described how they filmed that. And they had Ezra walking in with like things over his head, like
you had like thing covering his whole body, so no one knew that he was in the studio.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was cool, man.
Yeah, and it's hard not to see. Yeah, see, like when it came to DC's like TV stuff, I watched the first 4 seasons of Arrow and enjoyed them, but then I fell off. And then I watched the first 3 seasons of Flash, fell off. Watched a little bit of the Legends of Tomorrow, but yeah, it was just kind of like I don't know, CW. You know, it just kind of got to a point where I was like, it was cool at first, and then it just kind of all right. I think I'm okay now, you know. But I mean, that first season of Arrow though. That was
Arrow season 1 was so good. Yeah. Almost had like a Daredevil tone. The first
it did have it,
like it did,
super serious.
I remember I was in New York for a family holiday, and I think it was the start of 2012. And I remember I went for a run one morning, and I was running through Times Square, and I remember a massive, huge banner of Stephen Amell with his top off, and it just said Arrow, and he's got those eyes just glazing with the poster. And I stopped. I'm running, and I stopped. And I was going like, "What the hell is that?
Look at the abs on that guy!
Look at that dude!
What's the show about?
I gotta be like him. The show is about abs.
I know, especially when you're going. Yeah, I remember those. I remember those too because it was just. Didn't he also have his whatchamacallit?
Yeah, the quiver.
The bow. There you go. Bow.
Yeah. He had that on, and he was shirtless. And I was like, okay, they're like trying to appeal with like, guys, he's gonna be badass. Ladies, look at his abs.
Yeah, look at him. Yeah. Well, it's one of those situations with Arrow where like it's kind of like the first couple MCU movies are for me, where like I go back and watch Arrow, the season 1 of it or episodes of it, and I'm like, I can't imagine any of this stuff existing that exists later in the Arrowverse in that first season of Arrow. Like if you told me like Gorilla Grodd and like the time travel and like all that stuff. That was such a grounded first season that you can't see all that stuff existing. And it's the same with like watching Iron Man 1 now. And you're like, oh yeah, later in this same universe, there's gonna be like a talking tree and raccoon and like it's so like you want
you have to. I mean, you have to have that base. You have to establish that base.
It's gotta. And
then as soon as like everybody's going, oh, we like this, then you're kind of going like, Well, it's gonna get weird now, guys.
Well, see, I think that was part of Flash and Arrow's like downfall a little bit was they tried to go above like what the budget could like actually do and look good. So then you end up with stuff like how Martian Manhunter looks in Supergirl, where he looks like Play-Doh, and his face is like, you know, it's like you guys don't have the budget to do this. Just have it be prosthetics, you know. Like why they didn't go the prosthetics route, I'll never understand. Like they were like, no, he's gonna be CG.
Yeah, I remember at the time, like, and you're right, season 1, even season 2 of Arrow, it was very, very grounding, very realistic take on this character. It reminded me very much of Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. But I remember fickle DC fans complaining that Green Arrow was like a Batman ripoff. Oh, they're trying to be Batman. He's trying to be Bruce Wayne.
They just wanted to make a Batman show.
It's like, wait a minute.
What more do you want, man?
I know.
Like, this is fantastic. Like,
it's like, well, pick up a comic book and realize where Oliver Queen comes from, and kind of, there's some parallels.
I get the criticism of his like personality a little bit, whereas he's not like he is in the comics, where he's like got little arrow jokes and like he's got boxing glove arrows and like, you know, he's not like that, but you know, and he doesn't have the little mustache and
they had a like that whole thing. But we got somebody else joining right now.
Scott!
Mr. Scott McMillan here.
Took too long enough. I mean, Steph had to come and like be like, jump in there.
I'm the host. I was slowly bringing people in.
Right, you're the host.
Yes, I am.
Like it's your show or something.
I could
I know what you're talking about here.
I can pick you up. And by the way, look behind Damian. Okay, Damian.
It's cute. It's cute.
It's cute. This is the collector.
This is
right
cute.
Here.
No, but can he?
I was about to compliment that. Yeah.
But can he pull stuff from his ankles? I mean, that's the question.
That's true, Damian.
Sorry.
No, it's funny because when we start talking about things, all of a sudden Scott will just like grab something and be like, "Oh yeah, check."
See, I'm a fan of the Blu-ray grabs, when you'll pull out your 4K copies, Scott, and you're like, "Actually, I have it on 4K." And I have the variant cover, and
it's like a magic trick. It's like a magic trick.
Yeah,
but I mean, Scott does. I mean, look.
No, that is gorgeous. I love. Okay, Damian, I got to ask you.
Yes,
that is an underappreciated Capullo design.
It is
that bat suit.
Love it.
I love that suit. I did not like it when they got like. I loved when that happened at the end of Snyder and Capullo's run, when after Endgame and Bruce came back. I loved that design. I really dug it.
Also, the bat design with the yellow on the outside.
With the outline, yes.
It's like the fat bat, but it's got the yellow. Yeah. So I just
the gold's like an homage to the old school gold.
Oh, look at that. The logo, the Dark Knight and the horse.
Oh, okay. Now you're speaking. Now you're speaking my language. Now,
yes,
Damian, you've missed out on this conversation, but you've got to understand that it's insane how many different editions of The Dark Knight Returns I own.
Oh, really?
It's unhealthy. It's unhealthy how many different editions of that book I own. I read it for the first time when I was 7.
Oh, really?
Wow.
It's a pretty dark story to read as a 7-year-old.
Oh no, I think Dave and I.
Yeah, you told me this story.
Yeah. The story is I read it when I was 7. It gave me nightmares when I made it to the Joker scene at the end of book 3. And Damian, I shit you not, I literally did not touch the book again until the year I turned 30.
Oh wow.
You locked it in a case and put it in the drawer. Can't deal with that right now.
Yeah. Oh no, it sat on the like I looked at that book. I had the Longmeadow Press leather edition of the complete Frank Miller Batman, which at the time was just year 1, Santa Claus Dead or Alive, and Dark Knight Returns. And I would look at that book on my dresser with fear. Like the book scared me after I read the Dead Boy Scouts and the Batarang sticking out of Joker's eye socket.
Like Joker's face.
Yes.
Oh my God.
That's
Batman's
for
like,
that
I
age,
should have killed you years ago.
Yeah. So it was, but then I read it when I was 30, and then I went, because I was getting ready for when Jay Oliva's animated adaptation was coming out. and I read it again, and I went, "This book is fucking amazing."
It's so
and
good.
then it became like an annual read. And then literally every edition that came out since then, I have the single issues. I have every like variation of a collected edition. So when you showed me the horse, I was just like,
I need to finally buy Dark Knight Returns physically, because that is something I've always wanted to own, but I don't know which version.
Oh, Aaron. Okay, Aaron. We'll chat. I will show you the gallery of choices, and we'll discuss what's your needs.
Yeah.
You know, it's
here's what you need.
Because well, speaking of the the ankle grab, here's the one. Like, if you want to go like serious, Aaron.
Okay.
Like if you want to be, if you want to be a real boy, I'm just saying. No, I'm a boy. If you want to be a man,
I'm ready.
There we go.
Okay.
That's the goal.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
Oh, I know. I'm wondering what's this gonna be?
The
what
tomes
is
on the shelf. Just
I know, right?
Okay, there we go.
Oh my
god!
God!
Look at that!
Oh.
Still, look at that!
It's still in the
Okay.
plastic as well.
This is for men.
Okay.
I'm just
That's
saying.
an investment right there. That is
okay.
Intense.
Look at that.
This is the Graphite
That's
Designs
God.
Gallery Edition.
Jeez, looks heavy.
Wow.
Oh my God, that is a big book.
That is a big. Holy
That is
crap.
huge.
That's ones you read to the kids at night. You pull that bad boy
Yeah.
out. Just,
Yeah,
Yeah.
kids.
Yeah.
that
Bang.
is huge.
Gallery
That is
Edition.
massive.
Yeah, this is because this is the idea that like this is the one, like this is the original size of what like the boards that Frank Miller would have actually have
Wow.
Yeah.
drawn
So
the
that's
art
like
on.
legit side. Wow.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
So as an
Dude.
artist, if you want to, go big or go home.
Yeah.
That's going big. That's going pretty big.
Just
Like,
just
is that still available for order, or was that like an exclusive thing?
Oh no. Like, just to give you an idea how long ago this was,
Oh boy.
look at the DC logo on the back.
Oh, it's got that. It's got,
yeah,
the,
man.
That's
it's got that DC logo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
plus
that's
years
been a
ago.
little while. That wasn't yesterday.
No,
No,
that was
no, it was
last
not.
decade. That was 2 decades ago, probably. That was the 2000s. Wow.
So
Jeez.
yeah, this is
Yeah.
but I am shitting you not, Aaron. I can go over to my my Dark Knight Returns collection, which, by the way, if you actually go back around the Snyder cut, during the release of Snyder Cut, when there was the Thanks Backfleck campaign that went on, I did I did one of the videos for Thanks Backfleck, and I did it in front of my Dark Knight Returns collection.
Oh my
So
God.
if you ever,
I think I remember that because yes. Oh my God. That's fantastic.
yeah, look over my shoulder, and you will literally
just,
see all my collected editions, because I got my long box in the office where I unboxed Darkseid.
Yeah.
That's my long box of like all my single issues of every Frank Miller Batman comic ever.
Oh my,
including
dude, I'm so jealous, man.
Including the CG Seed copy of the holiday special with Santa Claus Wanted Dead or Alive, which Denny O'Neil wrote, but it was the first time Frank Miller drew Batman, was in that book.
And I love the way Frank Miller draws Batman. That is like, I love the shapes, the oh God.
Yeah.
That's something actually. One of the things that I'm doing with Night of the Batman is I've actually been going back and looking at Frank Miller panels, and I'm actually modeling Batfleck shots based on Frank Miller panels. So some of the shots may look a little familiar, the poses.
Oh yeah, no, trust me, I will. I'll spot them, and I'll be like, oh, I saw what you. I'll be like,
I know what
Chris
issue
Evans
that is.
I know exactly. It's like, let me just find the page. There it is.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm still here. I just don't know what happened with my camera right now. It just kind of, but yeah, continue talking. I'm trying to figure.
Damien, what were you gonna say?
I don't know. My camera. Can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
I don't know. My camera just went out for some reason. So, keep talking. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yes. Go ahead. Keep talking, Batman.
On the topic of what I think is to be fantastic Batman comic book story, All-Star Batman and Robin.
Thank you. I rarely find people who appreciate that book.
I can't find anyone that appreciates that book. Everyone fucking hates it. And I'm like, this is one of the best stories of all time. It's great.
I don't think I've read
I'm
All-Star
sorry.
yet.
Oh, the moment. Okay, Aaron, I'm sorry. I'm gonna spoil a moment because Damien and I need to
Go
geek
ahead.
out right now.
Go ahead.
Okay. But the moment we wake up in the yellow room with Green Lantern,
Yes.
I lost my shit. Love
yes.
it.
I'm
He's
intrigued.
just such an angry Bruce Wayne. Is just
Bastard.
broken and fucking. He's a bart. The way he treats fucking Robin at the start.
Oh, it's
In the
terrible.
back- He
It's
I'm
awful.
just gonna spoiler alert if you haven't read it, but I'm just gonna this one little
No, go
thing.
for it.
You're good. Go
No,
for it.
it's been out
Throws
forever.
him
Yeah.
into the Batcave. I can't for how long, but he makes him fend for himself. I think he was eating bats. Like he had to.
He was eating
kill and
rats.
eat
He was
rats. So he was eating
a rat.
rats.
Yes.
El
Like, if he
Ratatalata.
didn't- Like, and he's this little boy, like thrown into the darkness in the Batcave. Bruce Wayne fucking left. He's locked the door, and he's like, you gotta go kill something and eat it, otherwise you're fucking dead. Like, and I'm
my
like,
God.
whoa, this is dark. This is so.
Well, now I've
good.
got to read it. You're now I'm like,
Oh, and
intrigued.
It's
Aaron,
good.
It's good, and
It's
okay.
good.
Here's the deal. It only it doesn't actually end because it was supposed to keep on going, and it just never
and they, like,
did.
canceled it or something weird.
Well, you hear different stories because Frank wrote it, Jim Lee drew it,
Yeah.
and
Oh, it's a Jim Lee. Oh, I'm gonna like it. Okay, cool.
oh no, the
Yeah.
art is gorgeous.
Jim Lee Batman.
I'm gonna
But
get it. I'm gonna get it.
yeah, please go. Because I have when you used to buy the collected edition only the trade paperback only went to issue 9. If you only read to
Okay.
issue 9, it kind of like you could feel concluded in a way. If you go and you read to issue 10,
It kind of.
you feel like what Damian showed that.
Yeah,
That
so it's there.
ends
Oh.
that ends at issue 9, and there's actually 10 issues. That's why I got the absolute edition,
Yeah.
the giant slipcover
The giant one.
hardcovers.
Yep.
Because it actually has issue 10 in it. And 10 has Batgirl.
Ooh,
And it's
okay.
famous because Batgirl cursed in it, and
Mm.
they went back and they blacked out, like redacted all the foul language.
Did they
but
really?
But it's famous because the first editions that went out of the book, the redaction wasn't dark enough, and you could still read the words.
Oh man.
And then they had to pull the books and then reissue them with darker redactions. I have both copies.
I was about to say, I
have-
wonder how much that's.
Of course
worth
you
now.
do.
Yeah.
Of course I do. I
Yeah.
Of
mean,
course you do.
It's like a $10,000 book now.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna show us
In the
center.
center,
Yeah.
there's a centerpiece in this book that
Yes, there
spans
is.
out of the Batcave.
Yeah.
Like I can't.
Oh
I'm
my
scared it's
God.
gonna tear, but it's like
Dude,
It's like-
what?
it's like a
Yeah.
panoramic view.
Uh-oh. It was
Oh.
so
It
it was so
froze.
large. It was so large. Oh, there we go.
It broke the.
Yeah.
His
Oh, man.
Batcave.
Yeah.
Like
That's pretty
Dude.
sweet.
you got it. This is a great book. This is. I love you, Scott, because you're the only other person I know that loves it.
yes. Okay, I like you now, Damien. It's fine. We're cool. You're getting
Yeah.
a follow. You've
Yeah,
earned my
exactly,
respect
see?
now. You've
There you
earned my
go.
respect.
Let me
now.
ask you guys this,
Bring
since
it
you've read
together.
it. Would you be happy if that was the direction of a future like DCEU, like Batman story?
Oh,
100%
people would lose their
make it
fucking
up.
shit. I
Yeah,
would watch
yes.
it.
You got, yeah.
I
Well,
would
if-
watch it, but people, you think the arguments now about Batfleck were bad?
God.
Oh, it'd be
Oh, they
worse.
would lose their fucking minds.
I'd
Yeah,
love to
yeah,
see the
yeah.
discourse about that. That'd be
Oh
cool.
no, you would not. No, that would be
From the
that would-
sidelines.
Oh no, you'd be sitting on the sidelines going, "Everything's fine."
It's like
It's
everything's
fine, yeah.
burning, and I'm just like, it's fine.
I mean,
no.
so-
The
But-
discourse
oh.
over the book itself was a dumpster fire.
Mm.
You actually turn that into some sort of adaptation.
And they're gonna like. mm.
Oh, there'll be riots in the streets. Like,
I gotta read it now.
oh, you have to.
It's
I gotta read
such
it.
good. It's so good. It is just so.
Yeah.
I'm going
now
to the
do you
comic
think-
shop and getting it.
Now, do you think okay, so maybe if Matt Reeves is going to be introducing a Robin into the Batman his Batman universe, you think he would maybe pull from that a little bit?
No, I would see him going more like with Dark Victory, since he's
You
really
think that
kind of
would be more of a Dark Victory because it's a sequel to
Long Halloween, right?
The question is, would he do Dick Grayson or would he do a different Robin? Because Matt Reeves, to me, I can see him. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to do Damian.
No,
no,
absolutely not. Pattinson's too young.
No.
Yeah. But I think Dick Grayson in the Reeves universe would actually be pretty cool.
Well, especially if they would take care of doing what I want to happen, which is actually introduce the Court of Owls.
Oh yeah.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
It's already been teased. It's already been
right.
Teased.
It's been teased, but and I'm one of those people where, and Damien, just to give you a little bit of history that you don't know, it's like I'm 40, so I'm about like a year or two off from you, and I left comic book collecting in the mid '90s, like around. I can always tell you, like, it was like Onslaught and Heroes Reborn in the Marvel era. Like, that's when I once Onslaught finished off, I kind of went, I'm going into high school. I'm done with comic books. And the new 52 brought me back. As much as people want to give the new 52 shit, the new 52 is what brought me back. So I actually have, good, bad, and ugly, every issue of every book that was part of the new 52.
Oh wow!
So that means that when it comes to like the Snyder Capullo run, I have every issue and every variant of that series.
Wow. That's some serious investment there, Scott. That's impressive, man.
Oh no, I love watching what I spend. I don't buy as many comic books now. I buy in a year. I spend in like a year what I used to spend in like, a week at my comic book store.
Yeah.
So the Court of Owls is special to me because Scott Snyder's and Capullo's run is so heralded. It was so cool for once in my life to have been on the bottom floor. Like I was there, like issue 1, collecting something before it became a big deal.
Yeah, a big deal. Yeah. I brought a lot of my comics digitally. I loved interacting with the DC app, particularly when they launched Rebirth, and I picked what books I was going to buy, and just buying them digitally, it was so convenient for me. I got thousands and thousands, and then DC goes and gets rid of their app, they get rid of everything, and then Amazon buys
Comicsology.
And that just died too.
No, it's still around. It's just
they had to
try buy a book through Amazon now through the app,
hard.
And then it's got a sync, and it's there's so many barriers to entry, and I'm like, I'm not buying digital books anymore, man. This is fucking too hard.
Well, this is why DC Universe Infinite, at least for those of us in the US, I'm not sure what it's like for you in Australia. I've plopped down the money to do the Ultra subscription, and it is
great.
I mean,
is that an app, Scott?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I've been trying to find a way to read comics on my phone, but.
Well, no, with the DC Universe Ultra, the Ultra was what they just launched in the fall. It's $100 a year, and books. I think it's 3 months. I can't remember if it was 6 months. I remember Ultra really shrunk the window of, and sometimes the print books are like, if it's special, it's like immediately available. Like it's not great for print. But it's great for people who just are kind of done collecting and they just want to read a book. And then the Ultra subscription also unlocks a ton of Vertigo books.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
Right. Okay. So do you buy? So with that subscription, do you own the books, or is
you don't own? It's like a streaming service.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
I can download the books. But, if I ever canceled my subscription, the books would disappear. But it's basically a Netflix of comic books. I pay a yearly subscription, and I have access to pretty much everything. And if you pay the Ultra subscription, they really shrunk the window of a book gets printed. And you're within a month or two, and it's like you just wait, and then it's digitally there, so you don't have to.
Okay.
So it's money wise, it's a no brainer.
For me though, it's like, I hope that like we can still for years and years get physical comics, because like getting a long box, man, like filling up your long boxes of comics is just such a good feeling. And I don't want like kids in the future to not be able to do that, man. Like that used to be my favorite thing ever.
There's something about it. I mean, like when I was a few years ago when I was living over that way, there was a comic book shop right around the corner, and I got to know the owner. He's a great guy, and this is when Rebirth came out. So I was collecting Rebirth. It was just like, what do you got, Rebirth? What's the new issues? Just give it to me. But then we'd sit and talk for like 2 hours about everything when it comes to what's happening in the movies, what's happening in the shows. It was just great. I mean, I would just literally just be sitting there leaned up against, the counter, and we'd be talking as people are just like checking out. And then of course we talk to those people for a little bit and then like that. But I was like, man, I might as well just freaking work here. Let me just go behind the freaking counter here.
and
I'm just leaned up right here. Hey, how's it going?
And I did that too until my comic book store died. Like that, like that was basically
same thing happened to him. I was so sad.
Yeah, but it was kind of nice because they told me I was their #1 DC customer. Like if there was a variant, if there was something special, literally they would call me or message me on Facebook and was like, "You get."
They didn't sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger though, right?
What'd you
say?
My
#1 customer.
You're my
#1.
Yeah. But they literally meant it, because I would find things in my pull that they were like they gifted me. And no, it's not as big of a deal now after what all happened with the debacle, but I have a Jeff Johns signed copy of Doomsday Clock #1 that they were sent like 3 copies, and they were like, do with what you want. And there was one stuck in my box with a note that said, "Thank you for being a customer." And it was
that's awesome, man. That's pretty epic. That is pretty epic.
So I mean, it kind of it doesn't mean as much to me now, but the thought behind someone going,
oh, of course, that's
the shop seeing you that way. That's cool,
right? Or like the 1 in 100 black and white variant for metal. That was like the Capullo Batman with 2 axes,
so cool.
But it's in black and white. They were like, "Oh no, you get it." Like, no, they get 1, and then they were also like, "Oh, and since you're a customer, have us a pull list," and then we knock like 20% off the price, and it was like they would do all these things because it was like, you're dropping so much money on a weekly basis. We got to give you.
Yeah, they were like, "We want to keep you as a customer. We have this.
Come back.
Take it.
You're keeping us in business." Yeah, it was just like one of those. I know it was the same thing. Like and there's just something about walking into a comic book shop that you just go, and then you just want to get to know the people. You want to talk.
It's a community thing, man.
It is
like
a
hanging out.
Thing.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
And they put me on panels. Like the local library would do a sci-fi fantasy. And literally every year until I just said, guys, I'm not keeping up with the comic books anymore. Like I hit my wall where I was just like, I'm not reading them. Like I'm not reading the monthlies anymore. But until then, like I was on the DC panel every year. They would just, once again, they Facebook message me and say, "Hey, you want to be a panelist again for the what's going on in DC?" And believe me, they put me on the movie one. And as soon as the Snyder smack talk would start, I would be like, "Do I need to leave the room? Because I'm about to choose violence right now."
Choose that violence. We got somebody else joining right now. Let's get him in here.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
It's Casey.
Looking guy in the panel, Casey. How's
it going?
It's going pretty good. How you doing, man?
Good.
Yes. Here,
hey.
Let's get a little
get our 4x3.
Let's get a little closer right here. Yeah.
Snyder cut. Woo.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
Get those dimensions. Yeah, Damian's like, better adjust a little bit. Yeah, no. Exactly. Gotta fit in your box. Gotta fit in the box pretty good. Now we get a little closer, especially since Casey has that, you know.
Yeah, see, Casey, whenever you come in, it just makes my webcam look even worse. Okay, like it's already bad, and then you come in with the cinematography over here, and I'm just like, yeah.
Wait till Steven's here.
Yeah, you and Steven have like a film, like a director going driven.
They just got that. They just got that camera, and I mean, I got a good camera too, but I'm just like, I just put it right there.
No, my camera's crap. I have to rely on like my production design, like around me. You know,
I know.
Victor's poster right here.
Yeah,
you know,
that's awesome.
Yeah. The thing is I'm a photographer. Like I have the camera, I just don't know how to do the thing with like hooking it up.
The thing.
That's where you got. That's where you got to hit me up, Aaron.
Okay. I have the
camera.
camera.
There's a special.
You just need a
cable
cam
for
link. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
you
that really?
have a cam link. It's just a cam link. That's it. That's all I got. Yeah.
Nice.
That's how I do this stuff. But thank you for joining, Casey. Of course, you know we're just talking some comic books. You know, Damian, Casey, Damian.
Lovely to meet you, Casey.
Hello.
Yeah, man.
Nice to meet you.
Casey's in India.
This is the first time I'm seeing you.
Yes, exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah. Casey.
Where are you based, Casey? Sorry, India. Did you say?
Yes, India.
All corners of the globe here. This is fantastic.
Oh yeah, dude. Try to get everybody around here, man.
I love it.
Our time zones are so screwed up when we get on
this is the craziest time zone thing.
I know,
So
especially
what
because I'm in California, so it's like 8 o'clock. That's when I started doing this. So I feel bad because like when I try to get guests, I'm like, what time is it over there? Just I know we discussed that. We went back and forth, but I was like, no, because I've had people from Australia on here before, and I was like, oh, it should be Saturday afternoon for you, I'm pretty sure. So, but yeah, it worked out. But yeah,
That's
sometimes
awesome where you're at, man, in the afternoon. God.
Yeah, it's like a quarter after 11 where I am.
It's 12 o'clock here. I'm in the South, man. I'm down here in hit country.
Yeah.
What are you talking about hit country? Aaron, wait a minute. Where are you again?
I know he's more.
North
I was
Carolina.
about to say he's more south than you are.
You're more south than I'm in North Carolina.
He's in
I'm Alabama, boy.
Okay, well.
Okay, wait. Okay, so Aaron, I have to ask this just because I have family property in North Carolina. Where in North Carolina?
I'm right outside of Greensboro.
Okay, because I vacation right outside of Bryson City.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've been to Bryson City a few times.
Yeah, nice place. We need to hook up.
Yeah, man. We've been Dawson and I've been talking about. I found out Dawson lives in Virginia when we went out on the trip, and we've all been planning like a get together, like a hangout kind of thing. Just go out and like see a movie or like get some drinks.
Yeah.
I'll
Dave,
meet you there. I'll be there in 2 days.
Yeah. It'll take a little while.
Yeah, takes Damian a little bit.
Yeah, Dave. Yeah, it's like I'm deep south. He's Appalachia. We're that's two completely different cultures.
I'll give you that. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah.
It's funny too because people in the chat want Casey to do an Australian accent. Can you do an Australian accent? Casey,
can't.
no.
Yeah.
Oh no,
give it a go. Give it a go.
If you guys don't know, in some early episodes of when we were the Suicide Squad cast, I attempted to do an Australian accent that was so awful. We actually had show feedback that said, "Don't let Scott ever do that again."
Do that again.
For Boomerang?
Just watch Crocodile Dundee.
I have tried. I can do
an
an English accent. I can do an Irish accent. I can do a Scottish accent. Of course, that's my heritage, so it's a little bit easier. Dear God, I've tried the Australian and I suck so bad.
See, there's where we're different too, Scott. Is that you have Scottish heritage? Mine is all Irish.
Okay.
It's all Irish.
Well, Aaron, what are you talking about, me laddie?
Yeah.
You sound like you need a little bit of home there.
Just normal chat. Let's just have some normal chat.
Don't be an idiot.
Let's just have a bit of a drink tonight, huh?
You think I'm
Over a
dying?
pint. Let's get there over a pint.
A sip of the old brandy.
Put another shrimp on the barbie, mate. That's what
I know, right?
You know what? I mean, I will say though, Australian accent is the stronger of the accents. I'm just saying. I've always
it's pretty strong.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, when I was
like it.
when I was in England, I had the pleasure of rooming with some.
And speaking of that, Draga is from Australia too. Like he's also
I do not want to insult an entire.
Draga's from
continent.
Australia.
Yeah, he's also from Australia. Yeah.
Whereabouts is he from in Australia?
Yeah, where are you from? His name. Yeah, where are you from, Draga?
Draga?
Yeah, Draga. Well, that's his name. Yeah.
Don't say Sydney.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. There's always like a 10-second delay, so we'll get that response. But you don't want to do that. You don't want to do it, Scott. You want to try?
Oh no! I don't want to insult an entire continent with the god awful, accent that I have. I mean,
there it is.
Yeah, he's from Sydney.
Oh, he said no, not Sydney. No. I'm only joking.
You predicted it.
Hey, okay, guys. I'm sorry, Damian. I have a question I need to ask you because earlier you talked about talking to John Barrowman from Arrow, but did you do any Doctor Who talk?
We did a little bit of Doctor Who talk, not a great deal. I'm not a massive Doctor Who fan, but it was more so based on his character in Arrow, which is why we were there. Yeah. But there was a little bit of Doctor Who talk. I'll drop you the YouTube link to the.
Please do.
The interview.
Are you a Doctor Who fan, Scott?
Are you kidding me?
We've never
okay. Now I really do have to turn the camera around, Dave. Like this is.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm about to say. I'm like,
okay.
We're about okay. Damian, prepare yourself.
You're
You're about
to
see
here.
Scott's collection and all this stuff.
Okay,
I'm bracing myself.
Well,
that's cool.
Okay, this is a moment I have to have.
Yeah.
Okay,
hold on.
My buddy is ready.
Okay.
As Stephen Amell used to say.
Okay, I'm gonna take my. Unfortunately, I left the AirPods upstairs, so hold on one second.
Okay.
Good. We don't have to hear him.
Look at there it is.
Oh my holy god,
dude!
Stacks and stacks.
Oh, he's got stuff on the floor, man. That's like
he doesn't even have enough shelving.
Yeah, the room is the shelving. Not enough shelving.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I love that.
That was every extant Doctor Who episode from William Hartnell to Capaldi on DVD and or Blu-ray.
We have never talked about this, Scott, and I'm a huge Doctor Who fan.
Yes, that's also why. Remember when Cole did like Snyder cut personalities in pop form?
Yeah.
My pop is me on my head on a Peter Capaldi body.
Okay, do you agree he is the best Doctor?
No, he's not my favorite Doctor.
Okay,
he's my
favorite.
Well, he's Scottish. He's got the attack eyebrows.
Yeah.
He took a bottle caps with those. Yeah. No, my Doctor, not my first Doctor.
Isn't David Tennant the best one?
No,
that's what.
Isn't that the consensus?
My Doctor
he sent for another drink, and that was awesome. I love that.
My Doctor's Matt Smith. Matt Smith is my Doctor. Here's why.
Good choice.
Okay, no, but let me explain. I was in Liverpool in March of 2005 when the new series relaunched with Eccleston. I watched it live on BBC One.
Oh wow!
On Saturday night in Liverpool in a hostel, not knowing what the hell I was watching.
And you saw attack mannequins. And
I saw attack mannequins, and I saw Mickey get swallowed by a trash can.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the hell am I watching? Cut to 4 years later, my mentor teacher, when I was finishing up my master's degree, was a huge Whovian. And he shows me Stolen Earth, the finale of season 4, which is the giant crossover with Tennant and Torchwood and the Sarah Jane adventures. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And how did that turn into
what is going on?
What is going on? And then he shows me Waters of Mars. And I went, okay. So I spent that Christmas break, and Barnes & Noble would do a buy two, get one free DVD, and you could do that on box sets too. So I bought all 4 seasons, and I watched Eccleston through Tennant so that I could watch The End of Time Part 1 and Part 2 live as it aired on the Sci-Fi Channel. So the reason I say Matt Smith is my Doctor is because immediately after that was when BBC America started airing Doctor Who Saturday nights, same day as they were showing in England.
Yeah.
So Matt Smith became my doctor because Matt Smith became the doctor that I was literally watching week to week every Saturday night on BBC America.
We started at the exact same time. Actually, well, I was a little bit later to it, but because I'd known of Doctor Who, but I didn't know I'd always seen the goofiest parts of it. Like when people showed me stuff from Doctor Who, I was like, they showed me like Cassandra like stretched out over that like thing, and I was like, what am I looking at? And then eventually like I started watching some of the more serious episodes, and I was like, wow, this has got a lot of like emotion and heart in it, and it's kind of endearing and stuff. And then I loved Tennant. I absolutely loved Matt Smith. He's just terrific. The Rings of Akaten speech is my favorite moment with him. And then Capaldi just came in, and the way he's just like grumpy and he's bitter and he's just like, I love it. And his war speech was like, my God, that whole scene.
So I'm a doctor. I mean, I just love science fiction. That's the thing. I just love.
I know. Meanwhile, the three of us are like, what? Oh yeah, sure.
I didn't know Scott and I have this in common, so I'm very happy that.
Doctor what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never got into it either. I know I should. I will eventually.
The thing, Dave, is that it is cheesy as hell.
That's what I know. That's
especially classic Who.
Especially classic Who.
Yeah.
And you just have to roll with it.
I went back and watched classic Who after I got into modern stuff, and my friend that got me into it was like, okay, dude, I'm glad you started with the new stuff, because if you had started with this old stuff, you've never. No. And I got in and I watched. It's one with Tom Baker, so classic Doctor.
And Fourth Doctor, yeah.
Fourth Doctor, yeah, and he's on a ship, and these aliens are attacking, and they spread through these like things you get on your arms. It's like spores or something.
Yes, I know exactly.
Ark in space.
Yes,
that's what it is. Ark in space.
Space. Yes.
They pan down and show this thing on this guy's arm, and I immediately like busted out laughing, because it is literally green painted bubble wrap wrapped around his hand. They just literally opened a package and got bubble wrap out, and we're like, we have like $3 for budget for this episode, so there you go. And I was like, dude, oh my God, I'm so glad I did not see this first. This would have just.
You have to be invested before you go back and watch the old stuff. For some people, it would be like me growing up on Next Generation Star Trek and then Deep Space Nine, and then going back and watching like Shatner and Nimoy, like the original.
Now
series.
you're speaking my language.
Are you a Trekkie?
No.
I'm not a full in-depth Trekkie, but I grew up with Star Trek and I've absolutely loved it. So Next
I
Generation,
love Star Trek. Yes.
Well,
I couldn't get into Deep Space Nine.
Oh, you couldn't get into Deep Space Nine? Really?
Hey, well, you know what? We got Star Trek. We gotta.
Oh, is Ray?
Of course, it's Ray.
Ray.
Yeah.
You rang.
And then also, just to add to the party, we got somebody from the land down under that's also joining. And if you want to talk about good camera shots, we got Tony.
I was going to say, where's Tony?
Hey.
I mean, come on.
Hey.
Just to even out Star Trek fans, because I'm definitely not one. So.
I know that accent from somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
What's up? How are we doing?
Oh, we're doing good. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. I just sat down and I'm about to dive deep into another painting session. So look
at that. That's pretty
wow,
awesome.
that's amazing.
Nice.
And by the end of the stream, we'll see how much further in I entered down here.
Boy's got skills.
Oh no, Tony! You should see Tony's the Wonder Woman he's been doing has been gorgeous.
Back there now.
Sorry,
it's
Scott,
like
my face is in your
Thank
face.
you. I was like, Dave.
I know. I was like, oh, my little icons in your face right there. So I'll turn that off.
Get out of my face, man. Get out of my
face, man.
We've never been in a stream together, Tony. It's nice to meet you, man.
Oh, that's
Nice to
right.
meet you.
Artist and
It's
artist.
always been like different times in the show,
It's
so
like-
that's cool.
finally everybody's in the same virtual room. This is
Yeah,
cool.
I follow your stuff though, dude. You do awesome work.
Hell yeah, man! Likewise. I watched the stream last week, and super pumped for the
Thanks, man.
Batman.
You do something I'm envious of because I cannot paint. I can't just sit down with an easel and like paint something like that. That is so insane. Like,
you know what? It's like everybody always says I can't do something because you got to really kind of tune into it, right?
Yeah.
And it's like we all got our things. You can sit down and game for hours. You can sit down and watch a movie for hours, and it's really just about finding something you like enough and then just giving it enough of a go.
Yeah,
it's just that.
It's passion and commitment. It's like people who it's like the people who like look at my reading on Twitter and go, I thought I was happy that I read like 5 books, and then I see what you read, and I'm just like, I'm going to be quiet now.
Oh yeah, we all like anytime I see you reading a book, I'm like, yeah, I need to read more.
Exactly.
As opposed to just reading, reading tweets and reading, little blips from.
Don't worry, I tell my wife, if you get off TikTok, you get more books done. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
that's a good way to get slapped.
Oh no, I get worse things happen than getting slapped. Tony, come on. Are you married? Do you have a girlfriend? I mean,
yeah.
You understand. Like, I know the abuse. The difference is that after 14 years of marriage, I say it because I don't care, because I know it's going to happen. So I just accept the consequences before they happen.
Pushing the button, just getting it close enough to the edge. How far can I take this before it comes? Yeah,
exactly right. It's like, and if she swings, can I dodge?
Yes. How quick am I now? I got to test the reactions now.
Wow, this took a turn.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry. Hey, continue.
It's about my wife hitting me. That's a different story.
Oh, of course. Yes, I get it. We're not saying vice versa. I get it. But anyways,
sorry, Damian.
Ray
this
and
is what it's
Tony.
like on a Friday night. Welcome.
Yes.
You're getting the full
it's a party.
experience.
It's a chill. It's a party. But welcome, Ray. Welcome, Tony. Ray, it's been a little bit. Glad to see you back. Obviously, madness happening in the world. But when they were talking about Star Trek, I was like, oh, Ray, we got to bring him in right now. So for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but I'm a Whovian as well, right? Like I got into that too, but like I don't think, Scott, I think the bigger jump is somebody that came into Star Trek like during the Kelvin timeline. And then you have but the funny thing is, I know some people that like watch the Kelvin timeline, and so then they yes, the youngins in the crowd, they come into the Kelvin timeline, and some of them actually have been interested in going to watch the original series because it's the same characters.
Yes.
But you must accept the click push button future that was predicted in 1960. You just
lights.
You just have to accept that.
The little disc, the little like plastic colored disc that they would put in the computer. It's like that's a floppy disk.
The food slots, right? They're not even replicators. They're food slots, right?
Ray, what's your favorite Star Trek like series? Like, who was your favorite?
You know what? Pluto TV actually just dropped a second Star Trek channel called More Star Trek, which is showing all of DS9.
Okay, so
it is tough to say that DS9. I mean, I love it. This is literally. I'm not a father, but like, which child is your favorite? Like literally, like out of all of them.
Well, for me, it's like Deep Space Nine. I appreciate on a story level more than any other Star Trek. Like how they handled the characters in the Dominion War and like the stuff that was going on with that, and Worf especially. Worf was handled so much better to me in Deep Space Nine than TNG.
I had a weird situation because like when DS9 was first airing, I was younger. And I was all about, the exploration aspect of the show. So when the Dominion showed up, I actually didn't like it. I was like, why is it all?
Like, why are we just on the space station? Yeah,
right. Yeah. And then I get older, and wizened, and the world, impresses its weight upon me, and I revisit the show because it was on like a Spike TV. Anybody remember Spike TV?
I remember Spike TV.
Now it's Paramount TV.
It's gone through. It's been so many things. It was the Nashville network before it was Spike TV.
Wasn't it something else too before that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it was.
But when they started airing DS9 in syndication, I revisited it older, and I was like, oh no, this is amazing. This is like the greatest
Yeah.
war drama like
And
ever.
you can tell,
Mhm.
and what I love about it is that since Ronald D. Moore had a heavy hand on DS9, you can see the beginnings of when he did Battlestar Galactica. You're like,
I have seen like
lots of that influence.
I've only
Yes.
seen like most of the first season of Battlestar Galactica, but I've seen enough of it that I can absolutely pull out the Star Trek in it. Like it's painfully obvious. It's
Well,
like,
and the character of Dax, Jadzia Dax in DS9 is like one of my favorite characters in sci-fi. I love that character.
you know who my favorite character is, Aaron? Garrick.
Yes, Garrett's
Because I
incredible.
love the Kardashian, the
Yeah.
Kardashian. I know to be sure to say the Kardashians.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, what are we
That's what I was like. What's happening here?
We're talking about
Yeah,
the Kardashians
Cassian
now?
and
No.
Kardashian,
I've
yeah.
seen this video too. Yeah, I've seen this video too.
But the espionage and like the old spy, where you're just like, what is the truth? That's why when I found that meme that I posted this week of those chats between him and Dr. Bashir,
Yeah, I saw it.
that scene of them having their weekly like lunch, those were some of the relationship between Bashir and Garrick was one of my.
Bashir's a great character too.
Oh, Bashir.
Yeah.
Yes, Bashir was a great character. I loved their interaction, and that was another thing. You were talking, Ray, about how it did, or Ray or Aaron said how it did story well,
Mhm.
but it also did character relationships.
Yes.
So
Mhm.
well, like what Nina and what Odo would go through, and
Oh.
then Cisco is my favorite captain. I
Oh,
love.
he's incredible.
I love Cisco so much.
Benjamin Cisco, number one. I love this. I saw this a year or so ago. This is because all the captain debates, right? Kirk, Picard, and then somebody throws in Cisco, like when in the middle of that debate. And I love this quote. I found it. I forget who. I don't know who started this, but it's like you call on Picard when you want to prevent a war. You call on Cisco when you want to win one. And
Yeah,
that absolutely like embodies his character, because when you think, and there was another funny meme, because you know how much Q annoyed the hell out of Picard throughout the whole series, and
Oh,
just
when
recently,
he showed up on
He's
DS9,
Picard,
it was so funny.
oh, but that's the funny part, like, because there's this meme where it's like, Picard never laid a hand on Q. He annoyed him his whole life. First meeting between Q and Cisco, Cisco punches him. Never had trouble from Q ever again.
Nope, he even messed with Janeway, and he's like, nah, I'm not messing with Cisco, dude. That guy,
No.
like,
No,
no.
and that's the thing about Cisco is like he's a fighter like Kirk, but he can be a diplomat, but he's a diplomat with teeth.
Well-
That's why it was perfect when they're like, okay, they decided, they're like, okay, look, we're gonna have this war. We've got to give you a ship. We can't just have you tooling around and runabouts. So what do? They give him the fiercest Federation starship ever made that he helped design, because it was originally supposed to fight
With
the
the Borg.
I love the moment in First Contact where Worf shows up on the ship. He's captaining the Defiant against the Borg,
Yeah.
and then Riker is like, tough little ship, and Worf's
Little?
like, little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First Contact, yes.
Oh,
Okay,
that
now
is-
you're
that is
speaking
an
my language. because
amazing
I didn't really
movie.
watch. I mean, I can't really talk about like the series, but the
First
movie.
Contact is not only my favorite Star Trek movie, but one of my favorite movies ever. It's,
Oh,
I
really?
Yeah.
still remember seeing that movie in theaters with my dad.
Yeah.
Like I remember we dropped my mom and my sister off with my dad's parents, and we went to, I think it was the Eastwood Festival Center movie theater. Another thing you'll learn about me, Damian, not only do I love movies, I can tell you the theater that I saw the movie.
the seat number that he said.
I love it.
yeah, you
I
saw
love
the ticket. The
E3.
No, remember, Aaron, I'm old as hell.
Tell you what
okay?
happened.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that was
This is
before.
general admission, boys.
Don't tell them that, Scott. We are not old as hell.
Yes, we are old as
No,
hell.
we're not. No, we're
Look
not.
at, I have
Oh,
every
wow.
conversation I
Just
have
a
with
number.
KC just reminds me how fucking old I am. Okay.
Okay. Listen,
Oh yeah, we have a list for Casey.
Am I the
for-
Fine,
youngest one? Wait, it was me or Casey
It
the
was
youngest
first
one? Here?
contact 1996. Was it that
Yes.
long
Yeah.
ago?
Yes.
Yeah,
It was,
crazy, right?
I saw it at Laurel Park, AMC Laurel Park Theater in Livonia.
Hey, I've seen Star Trek, the Tom Hardy one in cinema. So
Nemesis. Okay.
Resurrection,
Yeah.
Insurrection, or whatever the hell it's called. Yeah.
Nemesis.
Yeah.
Nemesis
Nemesis.
was that. I saw that.
Oh,
At the, I
Nemesis.
saw that.
That's
I saw
right.
that at the Summit Theater. I remember
Let's-
seeing that one. Yep.
Well,
Let's
they
go
were
around
smart.
the
You were-
floor.
Okay.
Sorry, Aaron.
Go
you
ahead,
go.
Damien.
No,
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 go
no.
ahead.
No, Damien, what were you gonna say? You're the guest.
You're
Okay.
man. Let's do it.
Scott,
Let's
you
do
were
it.
saying you remember what cinema you're in when you watch particular films. Let's go around the table and see. Do we remember the first movie we saw at the cinema?
Yes.
And what cinema
Yes.
was it? Let's go.
Mhm.
Let's go around the table. Let's go around the table.
Okay.
I can't remember what it was called. The farthest back as I can remember is Look Who's Talking. That was like one of the first movies.
Okay.
But I don't
Yeah.
remember. I don't
Movie.
remember what the cinema was called. I just don't. Or the
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
yeah. But Look Who's Talking. That's pretty much yeah. Got
did they have Travolta? That was Travolta.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Travolta,
yeah,
Kirstie
Travolta,
Alley, oh,
Kirstie Alley. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great film.
yeah.
very good.
Mine
Next.
was the Transformers the movie, 1986. I was 4 years old. It was the Centerpoint 6 Cinema because once again, it would be drop off my. I was 4, so my sister would have only been like 1 year old. So it was like drop off my mom and my sister with my dad's parents, and we went to because it was the same cinema that I would go see Batman '89 in.
Okay.
So.
wow.
Nice.
Unfortunately, that cinema no longer it's literally
Wait a
a
minute.
pile of rubble. Like the building does not.
It's not there anymore.
It's not even there anymore. But I remember when I was 4 years old, seeing Optimus Prime die, and most of the Gen 1 Transformers in that movie. That was
Nice.
that was an.
There was a
experience.
Transformers movie before Shia LaBeouf gave them relevance.
Tony, I'm going to slap you. I am going to slap you so hard because I've got the tut. I've got the
Cheers to that,
power.
mate.
Let's
Cheers.
go.
Megan Fox changed everything.
No, Tony. Dare to be stupid is what you're doing right now.
Oh.
Just saying.
Don't upset Scott.
Between us
Don't
two.
upset him.
I had a Transformers movie with a Weird Al Yankovic song. That's
Okay,
all I'm saying.
okay. But before we
Daniel Radcliffe.
continue, we got to bring in, again, Damon, you're getting all the collectors here tonight because we got Mr. Enosh.
Oh, I was gonna say,
And now, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
Hot Rod.
Oh, look at that.
Prime.
Rodimus
Yeah.
Prime, baby. Rodimus
Prime.
Prime.
You two are the same. You always have everything at arm's length to show that's relevant to the conversation.
Yes, sir.
I have to let
Damien's feeling a little overwhelmed.
I know, right? I'm sitting here going like, I got Superman right here. What that?
Right, that I sent
Yeah.
you. I always love that.
You got
I love every
Superman, I
time
got
you grab the
Batman.
Superman. I'm just like, and he has that
I'm
because
like-
of me.
Yes, exactly. Scott got
Everybody's
me the
presenting.
Oh,
oh,
nice.
look at that. Look at that.
That's funny.
Oh,
All
I
right.
love that.
Exactly. Well, Enosh is like putting things. He's what? But he's concentrating.
Don't unbox
building
it.
his
Don't
It's
unbox it.
Rodimus Prime, baby.
God, I still remember being on Anthony's channel when we did a live watch of that movie, and it was
I remember that.
so much fun.
Did you get to
Which
see it in the
movie?
theater, Scott, when it came back this year, last
did.
year?
I didn't get to see it.
I did.
but
Finally. I didn't
but-
get to see it in 1986, man.
See, that's the reason. I did that when they brought back Mask of the Phantasm for the 25th anniversary because
Yep.
I missed that one back in
Yep.
'93. But at least with Transformers, I was like, I experienced this when I was 4 years old. I don't
See,
need to experience it again.
I was 10 and I got the Transformers the movie experience not through the movie because I was too young to go to the movies myself, and my grandmother, who raised me, wasn't going to go watch Transformers the movie with me. So I knew what was going on because of all my friends who went to go see the movie, but I also collected the comics,
Yes.
the comics version of the movie. So I read Transformers the movie instead of going to see it. So it was an awesome thing to be able to see that movie finally in the theater, and have that theater experience. And Tiffany and I went, man, and it was Yeah, it was.
Which is
awesome.
also funny when you watch season 3 of the show, and like when you watch the season premiere, they basically give you like previously on Transformers and give you a recap of the movie because season 3 picks up right where the movie, literally where the movie leaves off.
I don't think there's ever been a show that's been more like, whoops, we really screwed that up. We need to fix it right away. Other than that season of Transformers. I mean, because they knew right away, because that movie single-handedly ruined the G.I. Joe movie because they were going to kill Duke in the G.I. Joe movie, and they ended up not killing Duke in the G.I. Joe movie, the cartoon, and they ended up not releasing it at theaters even because of the backlash of Optimus Prime dying. And the entire thing, poor Rodimus, man, like he becomes leader, and the whole point of that season was just to try to get Optimus Prime back.
Which they didn't even bring him back until like the fourth to the fourth season anyway. Like they spent an entire season before the return of Optimus Prime.
But everything was leading up to that, though. They teased it like twice because they brought him back and he was all messed up and everything, and then he died again, and yeah, it was. It was weird.
I still remember the episode where they brought back Starscream for like an episode.
Yes,
the
ghost of Starscream.
The episode was called Ghost of the Machine, and it was. Because I'm sorry, one of the most satisfying deaths in that movie is Galvatron blowing Starscream to hell. Like that is
fantastic.
It is so good.
It's
fantastic.
Metal. But Enos, Damian or Damo, whatever you want to call him, he's right
Damian,
there.
nice to meet you.
But
Lovely
obviously, you've seen his background right there. Obviously,
nice.
You got right there.
Very nice.
Pretty cool. Look at all that.
Excellent.
Just look at all that Batman. Oh,
I see a Superman.
I
see a Supermobile.
Look at the Batmobiles. Oh, the Batmobile's right there. Oh,
nice.
That's all great.
Ooh, check out what I just picked up.
I see one Rocky poster in there, and that alone.
Oh, the 89. I had that.
I had that.
Look at Enosh's background though. He's got a
That's
whole
a pretty
shot.
good. That's an impressive background.
Hey, Enos, you've got one or two figures, I think.
I got a couple, and you know what? The thing is, I'm working on right now. I have another one of these cabinets out in the garage right now, and I'm actually going to redo the entire room because I've got stacks now of toys that got to come out of the box and have to be properly displayed. And I've run out of room with my current setup, so I actually have shelving and places to put them, but it's having the time to actually rework the entire room. And it's hard too when you have like things set up like your like G.I. Joe and stuff. Like I got to move all of this.
Oh my
that's
God.
awesome.
So I got figures galore, and I got to move.
What are
all
those
of
boxes? Those boxes that are stacked up, those white ones. What are they?
So these right here are all McFarlanes.
I'm a huge McFarlane fan. I'm McFarlane on the floor,
dude. There's some pops. Hold on. I'm like Vanna White. There's some pops right here. These are all McFarlanes. Back here is a couple of McFarlanes and some Masters of the Universe stuff. And then I got some G.I. Joe stuff. You can see like there's like Dark Side right there. And there's a Kirk and Spock pop from
awesome.
Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan. And then I got like all this stuff up here on the shelf behind me. So I got this cool radio and stuff like that. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to redo all of these cabinets because I got a cabinet there and I got a cabinet right there. And so I'm going to put this whole wall is going to be cabinet. This whole wall is going to be cabinet. And then then my desk will, instead of being like this, like I have like a corner desk here, it will be just right here facing this way. And yeah, it's got a lot to do.
Damo, would you say being an Aussie collecting stuff here in Australia, do you find it hard to find any of your stuff, seeing as though like a lot of it's online?
Yeah. Well, in Melbourne, we've got 3 or 4 good comic book stores in the city, which I'll go to. But a lot of the good stuff I've had to buy either from eBay or from overseas. So I've traveled to San Francisco and New York quite a bit. So when I get to New York, I go to Midtown Comics in downtown Manhattan.
Yes.
I love that comic book store, and I've bought a fair bit of stuff from there over the years. But I've got quite a few McFarlane collectibles, but I buy everything from most of the stuff I've brought from Big Bad Toy Store, I think it's called.
Big Bad Toy Store,
Yes.
They got a lot of stuff, but the Australian dollar now is really shit against the American dollar. So to buy a collectible for $25 US, it'll
Yeah.
cost me over $50 Australian.
Then
So
shipping,
it's,
yeah.
and then shipping on top. So it's really hard. It's
I know
still
about
hard to
shipping.
get stuff in Australia.
I know about
Shipping is
shipping.
just. It's just
Yes, you do.
shit.
Yes, you do, Scott.
Yeah, that's gotta be rough.
Really, Scott? We didn't know.
Yeah, I know about shipping. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh yeah.
Damien's like, what the hell is
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on?
So
Scott,
someone else in
Damien-
his house
Damien.
doesn't know.
Someone else in my
Damien-
house doesn't know about it. No,
Yeah.
no.
So
Still?
Damien, Scott purchased a Dark Side. What house? How big is it?
In the box, it
There you
was
go, Saggy.
53 pounds.
53
53
pounds.
Oh yeah, that's
The
cool.
wet,
Dark
the Weta
Side.
statue
The Weta statue for Dark Side of him on his throne.
throne. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
So that'll cost me like $1,000 Australian, I reckon.
Okay. Just so you know,
Explain it,
here we-
Scott. Explain it.
Okay. So the statue itself was 1,399 American dollars.
What?
Yes.
What?
Oh, I love that.
And
Presence
the
reaction.
shipping.
If that's our reaction.
Shipping about a year and a half later.
It took a year and a half.
A year and a half.
Mhm.
because
What?
I ordered it when the Snyder Cut came out in March of 2021.
Mm.
It arrived this year because I unboxed it live. You can go on Dave's channel. You can find the unboxing video.
It was a great
Yeah.
video too.
It
We
was
did
a
it.
great video.
We did it live on the Vodka stream. Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was good.
And
I
the
gotta watch
shipping
it.
was about $680 American dollars by itself.
No.
Is that the most
No.
expensive thing you've ever bought, Scott?
Actually, no. I think I confirmed with Meg on her stream that the most expensive thing I've ever bought was the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Kickstarter that I backed, where I got like the Megazord standee, and I have 6 volumes. Each cover has a cover of a different Ranger, and
Okay.
each book is autographed by the Ranger. So I actually have Jason David Frank autographed the
Okay.
first volume, David Yoist and Amy Jo Johnson, and all those Rangers. They're like 1 in 100
Okay.
hardcovers autographed by the Rangers.
Okay. So break it
I'm
down. How much
laughing.
was that?
Actually, let me look up on Kicks. That was about 15.
Okay, but as you're looking that up, so you should watch. We did an unboxing because he
Yes.
finally got it, and we did an unboxing live on the Vodka stream, and we had Zack Snyder actually came in to watch.
Yes.
Bullshit.
Yes.
Because I'm laughing at what Nighthawk is saying in the comments. She's like, and Zach showed up for it too.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Oh,
that's-
that's
and
so
Ray
true.
actually
That's-
did-
that's
It was
completely
random.
true.
I did not
Zach
tell.
and Debbie. Zach
Yeah, I
and
did
Debbie
not
showed
tell-
up.
I did not
And Ray
tell
Porter,
Scott.
Ray Porter
the
was
voice
there.
of
Ray Porter
Darkseid,
was
was there the
there.
entire
Darkseid,
time.
Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
I'm
So-
going to
I
find
was
this
watching
link.
that.
But-
I gotta
and-
find the link just to drop it so he doesn't
and-
think I'm bullshitting him
And if you want the full, because you got to
Yeah, I'll
understand,
find
we
it. I'll find
we
it.
chronicled this
on
journey of
Squadcast.
Scott's for a year. We did a Patreon show over at Squadcast Media that we literally titled "Scott is a Dead Man."
My
So
wife-
Scott,
My wife still does not know.
Yes.
Damien, you've got to understand.
seriously,
My wife still
Yes.
does not know.
she still
She
doesn't
still
know.
doesn't know.
She
Okay,
still
well
doesn't
then,
know.
okay, well then, see,
Gosh.
Scott, you gotta do it the right way, right? Because like I celebrated my 10-year anniversary with Tiffany this year, and I hands down bought the most expensive thing I have ever purchased of any kind of collectible, anything like that. I bought the 1992 Star Wars Data East pinball machine,
Ooh.
Oh my god.
and I got permission. Because
Oh,
all
permission,
for
that's
years
cute.
I have wanted that pinball machine for years. It's the pinball machine that me and my buddies played at the 7-Eleven, and just dropped quarters in left and right. And every once in a while I would look it up like on eBay, or I'd look it up, locally on, like Facebook Marketplace or whatever. But it's always like 4 states away, and I'm not going to pay for shipping on a pinball machine, and I'm not going to go drive to go get it. And of course, this one night I'm sitting on my couch and it just pops in my head, hey, why don't you look up that pinball machine? So I do. And I find this guy who's selling it for $6,000, and which is actually a really good price for that machine. And he's like 15 minutes away from me. And I was
Wow.
like, crap. And so then I thought I'm going to go over to this guy's house, and I wasn't sure that I was going to buy it because a pinball machine, there's just so much to it, that can go wrong, or if somebody doesn't take care of it. And so I'm thinking, I'm going to go to this guy's house, and he's just going to like open the garage, and it's going to be sitting there. So sure enough, the garage door comes up, and he walks out, and I'm like, so where's the machine? He's like, oh no, come out back. And so he walks me out back to this huge pole barn, and he's got like 40 pinball machines in there. And I'm like, okay, so this is the guy that I got to buy this from. If I'm going to buy, and he's like, if there's ever anything wrong with it, you could bring it back and I'll work on it for you and everything. I'm like, dang it.
I got excited, then I just saw it was a microphone Scott was handing.
I know, right? But see, this is what Damon. This is what was happening during that live stream.
Scott's getting a workout right now.
I mean, like it was just,
walking up to one
Yeah,
another.
baby.
it was us. It was us doing like a commentary of him trying to get this whole thing out.
I got to watch this at work.
And then this is what happened right here. I was telling Scott, you gotta please turn your attention to the screen. Zack Snyder is here, guys.
Oh my
Nice.
god!
Yeah. As you can see, the man of the hour is having a workout trying to get this statue out of the box.
Well, does this mean we all have to start making?
Yeah, so that's what.
But Dave, it was a total missed opportunity. You should have interviewed him right then and there.
Stop it. Dave, Enos, we're not starting that because you want to understand that for 48 hours, I hurt after that unboxing.
Oh yeah, that was a workout. I mean, David,
It was huge.
This thing was heavy, and he was sweating.
The day it showed up,
Yeah.
it's in his driveway. He takes a picture and tweets it like, "Here it is, it's arrived." And my response was, "Get in the fucking house! Get in the house! Seriously, what is wrong?"
You could be a murderer. Like you could literally, if you've gotten away with it this long, what else could you be hiding?
How does your wife not know? Does she just not pay attention to anything you do, Scott?
Guys, I don't know how
She doesn't care.
You're tweeting about it and online and like on
Scott, I hate to
shows
say-
unboxing it with Zack Snyder, and your wife's like,
She
I
actually
don't know.
knows. She does know, Scott.
No,
She just doesn't care.
She's
She's planning to get something.
Guys, okay, I don't know how much more I can explain this to you, but I'm going to try again. I'm going to break it down.
I
for you.
understand it, Scott. These
figured out
chuckleheads,
how
these
she
chuckleheads
doesn't
don't
know.
get it.
Okay,
I know.
Damian.
I know why she doesn't know. You know why? Because Scott's wife doesn't have a smartphone. She's got a Nokia 5110. She's had it since 1994, and there's no internet connection on that phone at all. That's how
Damian.
she doesn't know.
Damian.
he'll explain.
You don't know me. So let me break it down for you, so these knuckleheads will finally understand.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
Where I am right now is in the finished basement of our house. Like, this was actually a requirement when we moved because my wife literally said, "We need a place for you to put your shit." Those are the words my wife said to me when we went house buying in 2015. You need a place to put your shit. So we had to get a house with a finished basement that was going to be, as we call it, and our kids call it, Daddy's Bat Cave. That is what we call it down here.
Yes,
Hmm.
in the cave.
I have the space that I am in is the traditional man cave. It's the length of the house. If you watch that video, you understand.
I'm gonna watch it. I've got it up
Yeah,
on my
you
screen.
need to watch
so I'm
it.
watching
It's
that
great.
tonight.
It's
When
great.
you watch it, you understand I'm not in the man cave. There is a separate room, an office that way that has a closet and a bathroom, and it's my office. The statue is in the office. You got to understand, no one but me
Goes in the office.
goes in the office, with the exception, as Dave loves to point out, if there's a tornado warning. That's our storm shelter, is my office. So until we have a tornado where we have to go as a family into my
She's not gonna see
office,
it.
she's not going to see it.
No.
It's even behind the. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Yes.
No,
I
but
actually have the bat symbol with our last name, with my last name etched into it, and it's stuck on the wall when you walk into the house. It actually says my last name with the bat symbol around it.
That's
it was
awesome.
actually my
That's
birthday
nice.
present for my wife because we moved in the same week as my birthday, and that was my present from my wife, was to officially brand this area the Bat Cave. So you gotta
That's
understand,
awesome.
my wife's on Twitter, but she doesn't follow me on Twitter.
Okay, that's good.
That is very
because-
good. That is very
Right.
good. It's in the office, which she never goes into. Now, Declan, my 6-year-old, walked in there and wants to know why there's a Power Ranger box in there, and wants to know if he can have the Power Ranger comic books that I just bought. And I was like, "No, son, those are for
Those are for daddy.
Those are for daddy." On a side note, and several people who watched the show appreciate it, we got talking about Amy Jo Johnson. I was like, and I was joking about, daddy had a crush on the Pink Ranger when he was a kid, because everyone had who didn't have a crush on the Pink Ranger. And Declan looked at me and went, "What do you?" He kind of smiled. He went, "Kimberly?" I went, "Yes, son, Kimberly." And because he's watching Power Rangers on Netflix. And I would go, "What do you mean you had a crush?" Daddy thought she was cute. And he kind of laughed. And then, of course, I love my wife. She said, Daddy thought mommy was cute, and that's why you're all here.
So you basically already had the talk. It's out of the way. It's done.
Exactly. But before we continue, Aaron, I know you stayed longer than you said you were going to, so thanks for dropping
no
by.
problem, man.
You gotta take
Good to
off.
see you guys.
Aaron, it's great to see
Thanks
you,
for having
man.
me. Yeah, man. Yeah.
See you, man.
Good to meet you, Damian. Good to meet you.
Yeah, it's great to meet you, Aaron.
Yeah. Good to meet you guys.
Right.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right. Thanks a lot, Aaron. But
Oh,
yeah,
there,
so
I'm right
like,
next to
so
Damian
like,
now. Damian doesn't
yeah,
have to
there you
deal
go.
with it
You're right
now.
next to Damien now. But no, but like, yeah, Damien watched that. I mean, it was like, because Zach's been on here a couple of times. So I was like, oh, man, it'd be perfect. It'd be perfect if we can, if he were to show up in this unboxing. I let it be known, at least to Scott. I'm like, hey, we're gonna get Ray Porter, of course. We got to get Darkseid in here, the voice of Darkseid. So he was already there, but then I was like, all right, I'm going to try to get Zach. And I sent him your picture of the box outside. And I just remember his message was, wow, with like fucking 6 exclamation points. And I'm like, yeah, man. Yeah. If you want to show up.
That's
and it's
amazing.
Funny. Yeah. So
He didn't get one.
Yeah,
he didn't get one.
Yeah.
How that happens, no
I
idea.
know.
So
Neither has
Damian,
Ray.
just so you understand, that's why I was giving Dave shit when he was talking about, oh, you should see Damian's collection. I'm like, I'm sure it's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I
but
like the poke. I like the poke a little bit. Same with this guy down here.
Oh,
guy,
yeah.
This guy.
And Damian, if you don't know, Dave and I every Sunday night, American time, we do a stream called Batman the Fanimated Stream, where we break down every episode of Batman the Animated Series.
Yes.
Oh, great show.
Yes.
Trust me. And I'm kind of I was 10 when that show started, and I've kind of like, if you haven't realized, I'm a bit of a nerd. And so I love that show. I love that show so much. So please, everyone, make sure you tune in Sunday night at 9:00 Central, 7:00 Pacific, where we will be talking about Bane this Sunday night.
Yes.
The introduction of Bane into the animated series. And as I stated on last week's episode, technically the first time Batman the Animated Series became The Adventures of Batman and Robin and was a Saturday morning cartoon. Was on that
Tony,
episode.
you're in the nightmare now.
I know. What's up with the dream
Jared
lens?
Leto right now.
Yeah, you're blurry. Yeah, the focus. There we go. The focus
There we
was
go.
off.
Yeah.
Can't move the
No,
camera.
but yeah, that's what it was. One of those things because Steven, who we who said we all call it Daddy's Bat Cave. He's a frequent panelist on the Vodka stream, but he does BBS by the minute. So I was like, you know what, it'd be cool to do something like that because him and his partner Andrew Dice are breaking down Batman vs Superman by the minute. So they have a podcast, a short podcast. Sometimes it can go long because let's face it, it's Steven. And so they were breaking it down by the minute. So I was like, man, it'd be cool to do something like that. And then I immediately was like, as I had Batman the Animated Series on the background, I'm like, man, we should like do a discussion about talking about these episodes. And I immediately was like, Scott's got to be it. And then when I hit him up, I'm like, hey, would you want to do this? And you said, I think your immediate response was, Fuck yeah. Yeah.
You want to talk about a show that like radically changes as you get older, because as a kid you enjoy the fun of Batman, like animated. And then you get oh no, that's okay. That's okay. No.
Oh, he's been watching Avatar like it's it's crypto.
Oh
he's
my god.
single-handedly bringing it up to 2 billion.
but no, like you get older, because there was that period where it's like they stopped showing it to kids. Like they wouldn't air it like for like, and it was no longer a Saturday morning cartoon. It was no longer an after school cartoon.
That makes me sad.
Because then you get older and you watch, you're like, wow, this was not for kids. This was not a kid's
There's
cartoon.
sometimes that we've said that
It's the unofficial motto of our show is, this is a kid show.
Yeah, there's been many times where we've discussed certain episodes and it was just like, this is a kid show?
No, it's not.
Oh yeah,
it's not a kid show.
Damian, I'm curious, because we're on this topic and you're such a big Batman fan. In Australia, how did you get to experience, or when did you get to experience Batman the Animated Series?
We had it on Saturday mornings as well. So we had Saturday morning cartoons for my entire childhood, pretty much. So we would see it on a Saturday morning, episode by episode, week by week. I think we got it a couple of years after it aired in the US. We didn't get it straight away. So I think we were 1 or 2 seasons behind from memory, I think. But I would watch it on Saturday mornings and absolutely loved it. So, but I haven't gone back and rewatched it for a very long time. I've watched certain episodes sporadically, but I haven't gone back and watched it end to end.
There's a show called Batman the Fanimated Stream that you could watch where we break it down. Everybody cheers.
Hey, cheers. And if you look on Dave, and once again, continuing to plug, because we are shameless on this program. If you go to Dave's YouTube
Is that the
channel,
only reason you asked him that?
No, it's really not. I was legitimately curious because once again, I love hearing other people's experiences. Like I know how I experienced it because Damian in the US for the first 70 something episodes, we got it 5 days a week. We had it Monday through Friday.
But that it's regional because Scott's in Alabama, I'm in Michigan. It was Saturday morning for us too, and then later it was 5 days a week after school. Totally,
that's pretty cool.
And so for me, in most markets, it was 4 o'clock.
Unmute yourself, Enos. Unmute yourself.
It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
So
Batman the Animated Series?
Yes.
Was not on. I don't know what you were watching on Saturday, dude. It premiered on Fox 66.
No, I will tell.
Literally in the afternoon after school.
Remember, I'm from.
Dude, I'm older than you, dude. I was there, bro. I was there.
Enos, remember, I'm from Detroit. I lived in Detroit at the time.
Yeah.
I would 10:30. I have the fucking VHS where I recorded it. I had to wait a week to find out exactly what the end of the cat.
I know what a VHS
is going to be.
Did you have cable? Did you have cable?
Turn into a punch on, mate.
No. It's cute watching.
I'm going to drive over there, Ray. I swear.
Jeez.
I swear to God, I'm going to drive over there.
Remember, Detroit, we didn't have Fox 66. We had Fox 50. WKBD.
Yeah,
it started as a Saturday morning cartoon in Detroit. I swear to God. Yes.
I think it was Tony
How
old
were you then?
Scott's age.
Well,
maybe
you would have been 9 because I was
9 going on 10. Yeah. Because that was September, right? September 92.
September. It was Labor Day weekend of 92.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. 90.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
So I was like 15, 16 years old, dude. I remember when that show came on, dude, because we were, I wouldn't think that you would have that weird of channels because we had all the channels that you had.
I distinctly remember the pain of having to wait a week for that episode, for that next episode to air.
Maybe you just weren't aware at 9 years old.
Why would I not?
I remember when I had my first beer.
Oh, this is fun. This is wow.
You're choosing violence. I just love giving you a hard time, Ray, because like seriously, like it came on. Like I don't ever remember it being on Saturday mornings anywhere in like within the cable system of like Michigan. We had all the Detroit channels too, and I don't ever remember it being on Saturday morning.
Casey, it's not. Casey, it's not that the odds are. odds are both of us are telling the truth because
Yes.
the cable system in Detroit was different.
That's not possible.
What do you mean?
It is
One of
possible. It is possible.
It is
I just-
possible. It really
I'm
is
just
possible.
surprised that like 60 miles down the road, like you were getting on Saturday mornings because I never saw
Dude,
it on
there are
Saturday
people
mornings.
in Detroit that think Flint is up north. I'm not even
Yeah.
kidding. They think that Flint is like the UP.
That's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
Right, exactly,
Right, yeah.
exactly,
Oh,
Dave.
I have the
You
I
have
have
a Rocky
the
one
fuck-
of
I have
those.
the-
No,
because
dude, I
Tony
remember
loves
so
Rocky, do I. I was-
It started Saturday morning and then it went and then it did go eventually like within like a year or so.
Really?
Because not only was it Saturday morning, but then there were also a couple of episodes they aired at like Sunday night.
Yeah, they
There were
did
a
do
couple
that
of
because
primetime
Robin-
ones.
So
Robin's
can I ask you a
Reckoning
question
Part
though?
One
Because
was a Sunday night one, and the Laughing Fish.
did
was
you
a
only
Sunday
get
night
one episode a week?
Yes, we did for the beginning.
Really?
At first, it was only one a week. Yes, absolutely. We did
Can I
not
ask a
get.
question?
It did not
Interesting.
become 5 days a week until later. I swear to God, seriously.
You can't buy.
That's
correct me if
interesting.
I'm wrong, but you can't buy the digital version of the Batman the Animated Series like all in one hit, right? Like I've got it on. I think I've got
Yeah,
it on
you
DVD,
can.
but I'm because I've gone
Yeah,
to the
I
Apple,
did it as
I've
a
gone to the
giveaway
App
on
Store,
DVD not
Can
too
you-
long ago.
Can you buy
And
all
I
4
can't-
volumes at once?
I
Yes.
can't buy all
Yeah,
the volumes.
they got the
You can only
Blu-ray
buy
out now.
individual episodes.
It's like 50
Oh no!
bucks.
See, in America, you can get a bundle that has all 3 seasons and digitally. But what you have to do, because that was also when you buy when the Blu-rays came out, they also included the code to get, because when you bought the Blu-ray box set, the code was super sweet because you got the HD copy of all 3 seasons in a bundle. You got the HD copy of Mask of the Phantasm, and you got the HD copy of Sub-Zero.
Oh, I can't wait to.
But you can't buy digitally now, or like all in one, or like
All in
the
one.
entire-
All in one.
all
Not the
seasons.
movies, not the 2 movies, but the 3 seasons.
No, but the 3 seasons. So where do you buy it on? Where do you buy
I've seen
digitally
it,
now?
Yes, I have seen this.
Voodoo,
Right,
iTunes,
Yeah.
all,
It's $80 US, but yeah, it's here. I see it.
It's not in
here.
Australia. Sort your shit out because we can't get it here in Australia. For God's sake, sick of this.
Yes, Tony, you say the same thing.
God damn it.
I feel exactly the same way, Damo.
No, but Enos, another reason it probably was screwy in Detroit is because do you know how twisted the whole Fox situation was in Detroit back in the 90s?
Yeah.
Like the fact that there were at the time there were 2 different Fox channels. There was
Yes.
Fox 50 and Fox
Really?
2, and it. It was
Yeah.
confusing. It's still kind of confusing
Because
today.
Fox 2 went from wasn't Fox 2 like CBS first?
Well, CBS is its own thing too. That's 62. So CBS is its own thing, and then Fox 2 is WJBK.
Well, that's
I liked it better
now.
when you
That's
guys were
now.
arguing.
But
Yeah.
WDIV was NBC,
WDIV is still NBC. Yep.
and then Channel 2 was a CBS affiliate.
I think it was.
Damien, what do you
and
find?
it went to
I see
Fox.
your finger.
And then
Damien's giving us a finger.
Uh-oh,
Not that finger, but this finger.
Hey,
Yeah,
let's
it went to
find it.
Fox.
Hold on.
I'm on the iTunes store right now,
Uh-oh.
and all I could get is season 1, and it's 90 Australian dollars just for season 1.
Oh.
What?
That's
There's no
unfortunate.
season 2, there's no season 3, and then I can buy episodes individually. Why would I buy one episode for $3.50? Why would I do that? I want the whole goddamn thing.
off! Get out! Fucking out!
That sucks.
Oh,
that is
dude,
unfortunate.
Damien,
Totally
that's-
dropped to getting a workout today.
It's terrible. That's not even right.
That's no that's
That's
no
not
good
Fuck
at
you,
all.
Warner Brothers, and your goddamn distribution rights.
I was about to say
That's just
that's
Ray.
fucked
I
up.
would love to actually talk to you about that and like compare that because like with cable up here, we had all the Detroit channels,
Mhm.
we had all the the Flint channels and north of here and everything, and so like that's just
Did
so
you
we
ever-
had, we had all of that.
Like, did you ever watch it on? Did you get Fox 50 up there? Did you
Yeah,
get W?
yeah, we
so
got
did you-
Fox 50 up
So but you never watched it on. You always watched it on 66.
No, because 66 wasn't a Fox affiliate at first. 66 was just a UHF channel that just
Okay.
showed random stuff, and then 66 became a Fox affiliate.
Okay.
And so we had Fox affiliates everywhere there for a minute, and then, gosh, man, then didn't they became something else too.
Who did?
We never got a WB affiliate up here.
See, that was
but now we got a CW.
See, and down here, the WB affiliate we have this week, or not here.
Because I didn't get to watch the first 2 seasons of Smallville. I literally, because I was going to watch it on WGN, because WGN was WB. And so I remember sitting down, I popped my popcorn, I was ready to watch Smallville. They had run, all the stuff. And then the day Smallville started, they cut WGN from our Comcast.
And that's crazy because
and I was like, no.
And I'll tell you what's crazy about that, Enos, is like in the Detroit area, there's a weird channel 20, that was the WB affiliate for a long time. It's not anymore. So we did get to see all of Smallville from the beginning.
Well, my buddy who lives in Grand Blanc, that I worked with at the time, he had a different, I think he had Charter. And so because he had Charter, he was actually videotaping season 1 of Smallville for me and bringing it to work for me so that I could watch it.
That is insane.
So Damian,
but then he ended up moving on and working someplace else. So like I didn't see all of season 2, so I had to wait till they came out on DVD, and then we just binged them. And then finally for season 3, we got Fox 66. I think Fox 66 became a WB affiliate. But we got anyways. Either way, we got a WB affiliate.
So I'm kind of curious, like when we talk about you talked about Arrow, you talked about the the Arrowverse, with your website. How I'm kind of curious, like, what was it, those intervening years, like, for you personally? Like, was Smallville a thing for you, or as a DC fan? Or, like, I'm curious, like, what was your DC fandom journey through some of those desert years, I think I would say?
Yeah, so when we had Smallville here in Australia, obviously, but that wasn't my awakening. I really didn't get into Smallville at all. I couldn't connect with the TV show. So I think I said at the top of the show, originally it was the films. So Batman '89 was the thing that really got me into Batman and DC. When I was about 6 years old, I really don't want to talk about how, but anyway, I was in a TV commercial as a kid advertising coloring books.
Okay.
And in that commercial, there were 3 of us. There were 3 kids. It was me, another little boy, and a little girl. And the little girl was dressed up as She-Ra.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
I was dressed as Inspector Gadget. And
Nice.
the other boy was dressed in the black Batman outfit, like in a material outfit, but it was the black. And I was so jealous. I wanted to be Batman in the commercial, but they're like, no, you got to be Inspector Gadget. So, and I think that was 88, 89. So from that point, I was like everything in on Batman, and then I expanded on DC kind of.
So you, me, and Scott are around the same age. Because we were
I'm
around
42.
You're 42.
Okay,
you're
okay.
I'm 41 in March, so
I'm 41 in December. I just turned 40. So
same generation.
What's that, Enos?
I'm 46, man. By the time we get any more decent content running out here, I'm going to be 50 years old.
Hey, you don't look at day over. You don't look at day over.
Okay,
hold on. But let Damian finish. I want to hear Damian's story. Like Damian's the guest.
Sorry, I know.
I want to hear Damian's story.
Enos shit. That's all.
I know.
At least I'm not as old as William. That's the point,
true.
Right?
That is true.
William, we all love you, William.
Damian, please continue.
Yes.
Please forgive the vodka stream shenanigans. We've all had alcohol.
No, I'm having a great time here.
I take Dave's show over and I make sure the guest gets to talk. I'm a school teacher by profession.
This is what happens. It's like with the guests here, it's like Scott's like doing that. Meanwhile, I'm just like giving shit to like Enos. Like, how old are you?
Right. We got our side thing going on. I'm just side fights with you and Ray.
So continue. I love this story though, because I love when you mentioned She-Ra and Inspector Gadget. I'm like, yes, I understand.
Yeah. So I did that commercial and advertising kit, the coloring book packages where you got the big. We would get. I don't know if you got in America, but we got the big coloring book, the middle one, the small one, and then you get a pack of crayons in the pack. So that was what the commercial was about, and that was I think it was 1988, 89. So anyway, then the Michael Keaton Batman movie came out. My mum and dad saw the preview on TV, and I'm like, take me to go see Batman at the cinemas. And they were like, we are not taking you to go see that movie. That is too dark for you. And I'm like,
oh my goodness.
What?
Oh my
Why can't I go
goodness.
see it?
This is the
so I had
polar
to
opposite of my
wait for
story.
I had to wait for VHS, and my uncle borrowed it. Yeah, so my uncle took me to the video store, got the VHS, and my uncle's my dad's brother, so he's 10 years younger than. Sorry, he's 10 years older than me, so he's like an older brother to me. So
what was the
he
higher
got me the
place
VHS.
of the video store called?
It was Movie Land. The video store was called Movie Land. So we went to Movie Land. We hired Batman 89 and fell in love with Batman, fell in love with Tim Burton's Batman. And around about that time, we had The Flash air on TV.
Oh, the John Wesley Shipp show?
John Wesley Shipp. He was amazing. So I
still love I
Flash.
love that costume. I'm just saying that costume. Oh, so good.
It looks really uncomfortable, but it's awesome looking.
Yes, it is.
No, it's awesome. But back then, like that was that's
yeah.
a great iconic suit. So I've interviewed him a couple of times on DCComicsNews.com. So
how is he, by the way?
Check that out.
Yeah, he plugged.
It's a great
Take a
man.
shot.
He's
John
a
Wesley
great
Shipp
man.
is amazing. Yes.
Very, very beautiful, kind guy. But then it was the Flash. But if you fast forward, there was Lois and Clark, Superman, Lois and Clark.
Yes,
which
Lois
we
and
had
Clark.
on TV here.
Yes.
So I got into that. Didn't connect with Smallville, but then Stephen Amell rocks up as the Arrow and totally changed everything for me. So that might sound a bit strange.
The CW.
That completely, it just. And that show
Back
had
when it
such a
used to
big
be
impact
good.
on my life.
Shut up, Casey.
Such a big impact on my life. Huge.
Damo, was
Children,
Green
stop.
Arrow always your second favorite, or did Stephen Amell kind of change that hierarchy?
No, Stephen Amell changed it for me. So the
There you
Green
go.
Arrow wasn't my second favorite character. In fact, I distinctly remember a meme in 2012 where there's this cheesy picture of Stephen Amell in a hat, and he's got this cheesy smile, and it was something like Stephen Amell ... making straight men question their sexuality. And I'm like, that is me right there. That is me right there, because I love Stephen.
Did you write that?
Okay, Damian, let me ask you this, because of Arrow, I'm curious, and you say that was your. Did you discover the Mike Grell run of Green Arrow because of the show?
No, I did not.
Have you read the
No,
Mike
I-
Grell era?
I have not. No.
Oh, okay,
No, I have
okay.
not.
Let me take a moment to I'm going to preach for a minute.
Here we go.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's got the Batman
There we
Bible
go.
coming out.
I got the
Something-
Batman.
Yeah.
You need to understand.
Amen, brother.
Amen. I'm
Okay,
preaching.
hold on.
Okay.
Put your
Damian,
little white collar on.
yeah, I do need a white collar. I really do.
Yeah, you would be perfect for that. I'm just
Okay.
saying.
So let me get brothers and sisters.
Yes.
We need to understand
Tell
I
it.
think I'm having an awakening.
that when you watch
When you watch
the first season of Arrow,
the first season,
all right.
you are watching.
yes.
You are watching.
What am I watching?
You're watching the Mike Grell run of the Green Arrow comic.
Praise.
Yes.
He created
Yeah.
Shadow.
He created.
He created that CIA agent whose name I cannot remember at the time.
Tell it.
Dun, 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 dun.
He
Created.
actually, when you watch the first season and you see the wanted posters with the hood, Mike
hood.
Grell drew the image.
Who drew
of
the
wanted
image?
poster. Mike Grell did.
Who drew
Mike
the
Grell.
image?
Mike Grell did.
I said
Grell.
who?
Hallelujah.
Who drew the image?
Mike Grell did.
Donation bucket.
So,
Mike Grell be
Damian,
his name.
Damian, go find the Longbow Hunters.
Preach.
Read the Longbow Hunters.
Read it.
And then begin with Green Arrow #1, post-crisis.
Number
and you
one.
will see the influence that Mike Grell had. Mike Grell even drew the Arrow tie-in comic. I
Yes.
met Mike Grell. I
Yes.
had comics autographed by Mike Grell. I have a
Grell.
Black Canary sketch by Mike Grell. Go read Mike Grell's Green Arrow run. Can I get an amen?
Amen. Hallelujah. Dun, 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 dun,
I've written it
dun,
in
dun.
my diary, my Bible as well.
I said, read my Grell. Yeah, read that book. Yeah, read it now. Oh yeah, read that book. book. Said read that book. Oh yeah. Scott's gonna break it down. Gonna preach the word. Yeah, oh yeah. Gonna tell you what Arrow's all about. Yeah. Can I get an amen?
This is
Somebody. Somebody. My grail. All right. Hallelujah.
You know, Dave, what I love about
the whole
this
show is going downhill.
Yeah,
from
I
here.
have that. I have that. That's up there. I've got that. Yes.
Show it again.
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
Because
Look at that.
No,
Look
what
at
I love
that.
about that too is that if you watch the show, that's wintergreen. That's wintergreen Deathstroke. That's not even Slade.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah, no, that's right. I was just thinking that too. It's like that is not Slade. That's not
Slade.
No.
Oh man, but Damien, seriously, Mike Grell wrote the post-crisis era of Green Arrow, same way that I consider like Frank Miller writing Batman Year One or John Byrne writing post-crisis Superman. That's what Mike Grell was to Green Arrow, and he came to my comic store twice, and I did get to meet him. I got pictures with him and the commission he did of Black Canary for me. And that era of Green Arrow is, if Arrow made you a Green Arrow fan, you owe it to yourself to read Mike Grell's run. DC is just now publishing his run as hardcover omnibuses, but the story you want to start off with is the Longbow Hunters. That was the launch of Mike Grell's run on Green Arrow. And do it your favorite. My two favorite Green Arrow writers have been Mike Grell and Kevin Smith. But if you love Arrow, you need to read Mike Grell.
I've written this down. I've made
I noticed the pen in your hand. I was like, oh, he's making notes.
Get careful, because you start taking notes around Scott, and he will just expect it going forward. He's given me these notes years ago.
Oh dear, I shipped you how many pounds of comics in boxes?
I lost count. Absolutely lost count. The boxes we're talking. The weight of boxes of comics he has shipped me.
Wow.
Far outweighs the Dark Side statue. Far outweighs. He has sent me that much. And
Because
I
upgrade my collection. Like, I'll buy trade paperbacks, and then DC will come up with omnibus hardcovers that have even more in it. So there was a period of time where literally I would just take a box, and as I discarded trade paperbacks, I just threw them in a box, taped them up, and shipped them to Ray, because Ray revealed how underread he is on certain things, and I felt the need to correct that.
It's what we try to do. We try to give Ray. I mean, Ray has a list of not only that, but also movies, just like KC.
Movies, shows, yes, so many things. But no, but that's why.
When you said he hadn't seen an Eggers movie the other day on Twitter.
That was either
that was yesterday.
It was either yesterday or today.
Yeah, it was about the Nosferatu movie.
Because that's what it came up, because we got tagged in that like Defoe is going to be in the Nosferatu movie that he's doing, and it's like, you guys have talked about like Eggers for a minute, and it's like, yeah, I haven't seen any of his movies yet.
Yeah, you need
to get on.
You're missing out.
Well, I'm gonna go with Meg's recommendation, because I was like, okay, because it's one of those where it's like,
Northman's a good. Northman's a wider appeal movie. Than
Yeah, I would say
or
it's
the
a
Lighthouse.
very tame Eggers.
Yes, I would
It's
agree
not
with
full
that.
Eggers.
okay,
Yeah.
well, but all right,
Watch
stop
it
there, because I don't influence any further, because like
It's all
almost
subjective, Ray.
it is all subjective, yes, but it's similar, like the whole thing I went through with Villeneuve a year or so ago, because I hadn't seen, like, I binged a bunch of his movies I hadn't seen before watching Dune. Like I watched Enemy, Prisoners, and Sicario in like a week, and because I hadn't seen any, I'd only seen Arrival and Blade Runner up to that point.
Yeah,
and so it's like with Eggers, it's like, okay, where do I start? And I think The Northman is probably where I will start.
It's a good start. Then work your way back. The Lighthouse is.
Whoa, that movie just was.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
I would actually watch in order. Like, what's wrong in watching in order? Like his first movie, The Witch.
The Witch. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's also funny because
Anya
then you go back-
Taylor-Joy naked. What?
Yeah, but
Sorry.
you can also Ray. Then you can go back and listen to Tim and I on Patreon.com/Squawkcast Media.
Oh,
We
take a
talked
drink.
about
Take a
a drink. We talked about the Lighthouse. That was actually a Squawkcast movies discussion we had. So
okay, all right,
yeah,
good deal.
Go
No,
back and listen to your own podcast network.
I will have to. I will have to listen to that. But before or after the Judge Dredd?
Oh God, that was because we recorded that, Dave. We did that happen.
Oh yeah,
totally
I know,
did.
I know, I know it did. I know it did. Yeah.
But
On the
Damien,
topic of
just-
Judge Dredd,
Yes.
very quickly, that sparks a thought. Now, you can all shoot me down for this because it's not a very popular opinion every time I raise it with people. But when we talk about Judge Dredd, Carl Urban would have been a fucking good Batman.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I don't.
No, we're with you. We're with you. We're with you.
Wait,
Don't worry,
who's
don't worry.
disagreeing with that?
Who's disagreeing with that?
Nobody
How would
Just
he not be
people
a
in
good Batman?
Australia.
Oh,
People in
Oh,
Australia.
okay.
Tony, how dare you disagree with that? What are you doing?
No, he in an alternate universe, he'd be a damn good Batman.
Dude,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Okay,
he'd be-
It's
okay,
not even
no,
an
no,
alternate universe. He could be a damn good Batman now. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, and a
could.
good Bruce Wayne too. Like his
He could. Who knows?
Tony, you don't want a Batman saying the C word?
I mean,
Oh,
I just love him in The Boys so much and the action and
know.
everything.
see, and that
do you
might.
enjoy the boys? Do you
yeah.
enjoy the boys?
I love the
love it.
boys.
But,
The
but-
boys
oh,
are great.
good.
that
good
might be
You're
part
what
of
we
why
call
it-
good people.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
good people, Damien.
And,
You're
and
good
we're gonna
people.
we're gonna clip that out, Damien, where we just have you saying "I love the boys." So that's all, you know.
Follow account's gonna blow up.
Wow.
I was gonna.
Oh,
Just
boy.
kidding,
Yeah,
just kidding,
like,
just
Hey,
kidding.
Who
there
doesn't
was
want to watch
that was that
exploding
CBR article that showed that the boys had higher ratings than any single Marvel.
I almost
Yeah,
feel like
that
that's
was
I
like-
almost feel like that's unfair though, because like aside from the boys as being better, it was in season 3. Like it's been around for longer.
I know,
than-
but still, it's
There were
I
I'll
some-
bring logic into this
there were some
conversation.
shows.
Right?
They'll bring a lot.
But
to this
Wednesday was higher. It had just
Yeah.
8 episodes.
well, that's a valid point. That's a fair
Yeah.
point.
So-
No, but I mean, just the
It depends on how many people are watching the entire thing.
It
So
would be-
Wednesday
right,
just
it-
got
no,
that
but-
with just 8 episodes.
right.
But going back to what Damien was saying is like, yeah, like when I watched the first time I watched Dredd, I mean, I think any Batman fan went, "Holy fuck, he could have been Batman." I
He
mean, because
could've.
all you see,
Absolutely.
all you
Could've.
hear, all you see is lips and chin, and then all you hear
Kind
is
of a
just,
dress rehearsal, kind of. It's kind of an
It is
audition.
a dress
"What are you talking
rehearsal.
about?" You know what I mean, he just like it was like, "Oh fuck, like this guy." Yeah,
Why-
Of course, now I can't see him without going, "Oi,
yeah, I know. Now that we've seen him as Butcher,
Yeah.
Finish it.
butcher."
yeah,
Yeah, that's kind
Stop being
of
a
yeah.
cat. Stop being a cat, you know.
So he probably won't get cast as it now, but that
No,
totally
no.
But
could
that
have
would have
happened.
been.
That-
That's
that
an
totally
that's a
could have happened.
multiverse that I want to visit
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
that was
100%.
Damien. Thank you for
And-
bringing that into my life.
Wait a
I-
minute.
It's-
Wait a minute.
welcome.
Hang on.
You're welcome.
So does that mean that in that same multiverse, Anthony Starr is Superman?
Oh, nah.
He's definitely evil Superman.
Yeah.
He's Brightburn grown up.
Brightburn. Yes.
No, he's just Snyder.
Oh,
It
Brightburn.
is
Oh my
essentially
God.
that. It's essentially that. But
How did that film get made? How did
What
they...
film?
Ugh.
Brightburn.
I
How
liked
did that
it.
get off the ground?
Okay. You mean how did Sony do it without getting sued? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know how Sony. Especially have you seen the ending? You've seen that movie, Damien?
Yeah.
Have you seen? you remember the mid-credit scene in that movie? What they were teasing was they were gonna do.
Yes.
they were gonna do a bad Justice League.
They were gonna do a bad Justice League, and I'm literally in the theater like I don't know how. Warner
But you
Brothers
could
doesn't
do
sue
that as
you
long as you don't
immediately.
use the names. If you don't use the names, you're fine.
Oh,
That's
and
the
I'm
thing.
here for
These
all of
people's
that, by the
first
way.
episode
I actually
was
don't think I
very
saw that
good.
scene.
I would have loved to have
guys,
seen it.
okay,
I would have
let
loved
me
to have
ask,
seen it.
Let me
but
ask
yeah.
you this because some
Okay,
of you
hold
are,
on, Scott, because
Okay.
we got somebody else joining right now, and I don't know why I'm saying holding on because I mean you might not get a word edgewise.
Oh,
Throw a knife at Steven.
Look who's joining!
all right.
Hey. So I guess
all
the
right.
question is, Steven, why now? What has?
Well,
What
why
has,
did you join now?
He just
Steven?
finished his graph.
Because
is that it?
now
You know-
it's time to talk about James Cameron for the next 3 hours. That's what it is.
Class is now in session, boys.
Well,
Look at the camera, though.
he came in after the revival.
Steven, are you in an interview? Are you in a film interview?
No, I got a slightly
Talk about-
different setup now. But,
I get your mic volume
Oh,
up.
your
Sorry.
mic's a little low.
How is it?
yeah.
Is it here?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
low, or
Stephen,
it's,
that beard, mate.
A little
That
low,
beard,
a little
Stephen.
low.
That goes from here all the way down to Australia, where I am, mate. That's a
Yeah, the
great
beard. Yes.
Great beard.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Snyder called him
Snyder
called him a Yeti, so it's okay. We love Steven. We accept Steven.
You obviously haven't been listening to all those Manscaped ads that are on every second podcast now. So.
No, I listen and I chuckle because keeping everyone else down.
Right. But thank you for joining, Steven.
Yeah.
Damian, Steven.
Lovely to meet you, Stephen.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. He's eating.
He's
yeah,
eating.
That's the
It's
perfect
an
thing to
annoying
do
thing,
when
but
you're
it's
coming
okay. We
onto
love Steven
a
anyway.
stream. It's just eating.
No, Brad Pitt of the vodka stream.
Yeah, he pretty much is.
Thank you for the Ocean's 11 reference,
you
Steven.
do eat.
Yes.
You do eat a lot. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Okay, Steven, you get a pass from me for the rest of the night because you referenced Ocean's 11. We're good.
On the topic of James Cameron, though, today when I was having lunch, I decided to put on True Lies. And I said to my 9-year-old son, Eric, I said, you're going to sit down. You're going to watch the start of this film. This is a great start. Excuse me, sir. Where is your invitation? Here is my invitation. Great scene. Love it.
Okay,
my
Damian.
9-year-old
Damian,
son's like,
let me ask you this because I have a 9-year-old. My oldest is 9 as well. Let me ask you this. Your opinions on the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Tia Carrera tango scene. Go.
I love that scene. That scene, it's fresh in my mind because I saw it today. That scene when her leg is cocked up and he's dragging her across he's dragging her across the dance floor, and then she's twirling around him, and all he's doing is standing there. He's just standing.
We can testify about that if we want.
That's
preach.
So in terms
they
of
don't
my
make movies
awakening,
like that anymore. They just don't do it anymore. Like that's just
And
awesome.
you know what? And then they're making a True Lies series.
The show,
I saw the commercial. I'm like, all right, how is that going to work after the first episode? Because the whole thing is True Lies. The fact that he's been lying to his wife, so she finds out in the first episode.
I think it's clearly. I think it's clearly going to be like, because remember how the movie ended. She basically joined up.
Yeah, she did.
And it would be. That's what it's going to be, Dave. It's going to be husband and wife.
But at the same time, it's just totally. Like I saw the trailer and I like what's his name, who's actually starring as the main character. I forgot what his name is.
Tasker.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually wanted him for Shazam. He was actually my pick for Shazam. I will not lie, like before Zachary Levi got it. But anyways, but yeah, I was like, I watched it. I'm like, all right, but how does that work after the first episode? I'm like, because the whole thing was the fact that he was keeping it, and like half the movie is about that, and then all of a sudden it gets to that point, and then of course, like the funniest part, I think one of the funniest lines, like I laugh every time, is when Schwarzenegger gets the truth serum, and then all of a sudden, like he's like starts tripping out, and then she's all, have you ever killed someone? He goes, yeah, but they were all bad.
They were all bad.
I love that line. That line is so perfect. So perfect.
Why is that movie not on 4K? Why is that movie not on 4K?
Because James Cameron doesn't let them do remasters of his movies unless it's like
we got the James Cameron expert.
Yeah. No, but
well, Steven, I need the True Lies, and I need the Abyss, and I need
the Abyss
now.
is coming. The
like,
Abyss is coming.
Movies,
you know
they'll
that.
just like remaster them and like regrade them and stuff and put them out. But Cameron is like, no. We're gonna like do it like 48 FPS, which whatever. I don't know if they need to do that, but it's gonna get a 3D re-release along with the Blu-ray re-release and like
fine, bring it on.
See, that's the one. That's the one Cameron movie. I don't know. You can. I don't know if today you can re-release that. I don't know
because of.
I'm not sure if you can. Truthfully,
I mean, I get that, which is
I would see it, but like that movie is very much a sign of the times. Like at that time,
which one?
True Lies.
True Lies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
True Lies was amazing.
It's
when the transcript is missing the 2 pages when his wife's speaking with the other dude.
Give me the page.
Yeah. Give me the page.
Well,
it has all the cliches. I mean, James Cameron knew exactly what he wanted to do with that movie because it has cliches up the ass, and it's just like ridiculous, but it's also like it's also a legit spy movie. Like, what the fuck?
It is. What about where he's with a budget over $100 million?
Yeah, that was the first R-rated movie like that.
Well, not only it was the first movie with a budget over $100 million, period, and it was R-rated. So of course, you know what everyone said was like, "Oh, this is going to be a disaster. It's not going to work. It's a development nightmare."
What? They said that back then.
They said this about every James Cameron movie. Terminator 2's budget was like $95 million. They're like, "That's insane. The first one was only $6 million. Why would they blow
Now
it
the
up
screen
that
is
much?"
getting shared.
Yeah.
I know.
I got a graph. You guys want to see a graph?
But I'm sorry, but also, you know what? I feel like is an underappreciated performance in that movie is Bill Paxton.
Oh, fucking!
I was just about to bring that up.
salesman.
I was just about to bring that up because, like, the scene where he is like driving in the car and he is just talking mad shit about his wife, and just all of a sudden, whack. For a second, you're like, did he actually do?
Did he
that?
actually punch him out? And yeah, it was so great.
Right. Yeah,
sorry, this car's meant for you, man, and just talking about that. Oh,
no, but I mean the beauty of it is, I mean, when he literally pisses himself like on the edge, of that day. He's like, "Would a spy pee himself up?" Like, that was when he turns into a sniveling little ass. It's just hilarious.
And the funny thing to me years later was the fact that Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter ends up on Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Eliza Bush. What's it called?
Eliza Dushku. Yeah.
She ends up being Faith in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and she was hot.
I was like, after True Lies, I think the next thing I saw her in was Bring It On.
You know what? The next thing I saw her in was Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Oh, I remember.
Oh yeah,
he was in that movie. I was like, "Who's this?" And then I went, "Oh my god, it's the True Lies daughter. That's her. Holy shit!" Yeah, it was. Yeah, she did grow into a woman. Yes, we can all agree.
So many awakening stories on these streams tonight.
How good was the Jamie Lee Curtis?
Oh, the Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh, the Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis number. How good was that?
Yes.
Oh, that was. There were not words to describe how good.
I mean, that's one of those scenes where everybody says that made me a man, kind of thing. You know, that's one of those things where you're like, if you were that age, you kind of went, "Oh yeah." You watched that scene and you went, "Okay, I'm watching it with my parents,
13.
but holy crap, I should turn away."
Yeah, no, that was.
I got lockjaw. I think I got lockjaw at 13 after watching that. I was like,
Exactly.
Understandable. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm glad you brought that up because you were talking about Tia Carrere earlier. I was like, nah, come on, let's.
Oh no!
Some respect on
you
Jamie
start
Lee
off
too.
with the Tia Carrere scene, and then you get to Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, because obviously it's like, oh, Tia Carrere, so hot, but then all of a sudden you go, oh shit, wait a minute, what?
Yeah,
like what's happening?
And it's such a transformation too, because like the first hour of the movie, she's like frumpy housewife, and then as soon as she's like the screws are put to her, like she's got to be a spy. That's when all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is
when she literally uses the water
yes,
in the vase
to slick her hair back. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
And then she does that whole thing where she's looking in the mirror and being like, all like, you know, and then even before she starts dancing sexy, she starts doing this. you know, it's like it's so ridiculous.
Tearing the skirt.
And then all of a sudden he goes like, no, and then it's such a funny scene because even like when she's dancing sexy
he's pulling a Home Alone on her.
Yes, she falls down. Remember when she falls down?
She falls down and she goes right back.
You see Arnold go like this, and then he goes back. I mean, it's so perfectly executed because she falls down and he goes, oh, and then he and then it just sinks so perfectly and she gets back into the sexy thing. It's like, again, just such a fucking perfectly executed thing.
When you mentioned I'm just thinking of the cheesy shit in that movie. You know, like the Uzi that falls down the stairs and kills everybody.
And it's also got like every VFX artist, it's like one of their top 5 shots of all time is the shot with the Harrier.
Which one?
I think when it goes into the cockpit.
Which shot?
I don't remember
Dana,
exactly
hold
when
on!
it is, but it's a. I think doesn't the camera zoom up and go into the cockpit or something? Or
Yes,
into the,
you're right. Okay, yes,
I think
that shot. Yeah,
I think that's what it is, and
Yeah.
which is crazy because like that's what, 96,
94.
94.
94.
Yeah.
Yeah. My
And
dad.
that's-
I remember my dad freaked out because those are real Harriers.
Yeah.
Like, they used real jump jets in that movie. And it's like,
really?
how in the
Yes.
fuck did they do that?
But there's also like some legit VFX shots in that you don't even know are VFX because he knows how to stage his shot design on those.
As you can see, Steven is a fanboy of James Cameron. We all are, but,
Yes.
Yeah.
And Dave, when he finally sees the abyss.
Oh,
we have to
God damn it.
We have to talk. We have to
How have you not seen the abyss
because
yet?
because the
being such a
Blu-ray
James
comes
Cameron
out.
fanboy.
Because the Blu-ray comes out in what?
Oh yeah, you got to see
Yeah.
the Blu-ray.
We must have a special
here.
show just for you, just to talk to you
Oh,
about
dude,
that fucking
yes.
movie.
We're gonna
Seriously.
dedicate a whole Vodka stream calling Steven Watch the Abyss.
The Abyss.
I will fucking
Steven, don't
title
worry
it.
about it, buddy. I haven't seen The Abyss either.
What?
I've only watched it once, actually. I watched it
Okay,
once.
so Tony
years
hasn't
ago,
seen it
so I gotta
either?
watch it again.
Tony, you haven't seen it either?
And
Okay, got it.
Casey has seen it.
I have seen it.
You have seen it. We had this conversation. We were so proud of Casey because he had seen
We
the
were
Abyss.
proud of Casey, yes.
All right. So you okay? So you guys need
And
to.
I
watch
started it
yourself-
once, but the aspect ratio was all screwed up because
No, it was. No, Steven is legit correct about that.
Yeah,
so.
and I was like, I'm not gonna James Cameron would kill me if I watched it this way, so I won't. Like, I think that's
So
very
I
fair.
put on Tulsa King the other night, and I found like a bad stream. Stallone's like my adopted screen dad. Like he just everything about him has just formed so much of my childhood, and I was like,
I am the
I gotta
same
get
as
around
you,
to watching
Tony.
it. Yeah, I saw the
I am
Rocky
a
poster. I got
huge-
like a life-size Rambo cutout in my garage too.
I
Two
haven't.
things.
Go ahead,
I had
David.
an ability throughout my childhood. My uncle and my father will tell you the same thing. Damian will always relate everything in his life back to two things: Stallone and Batman. Like
Exactly.
they're the two things in
You
my
get it
life. They were the pillars of my childhood.
Okay,
So, yeah, you're my people,
okay.
you're my
The
people.
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man was so underrated. It was
Yes.
such a
Thank
great
you.
film.
Thank you.
Such a good film.
People do not realize that it is like the action farcical remake of Brave New World. They don't get it. And it's so good.
It literally references Brave New World.
Literally, it
in
literally
the movie.
references the movie.
Does anyone on this stream, including the people that are watching us, still fucking understand how to use the seashells? The three
No.
seashells? Does
No.
anyone understand?
No
I got a pretty good
Apparently,
idea.
Rob Schneider is going to mock us because he's like, he doesn't know how to use the stream shell. And I'm like, how do you use the fucking seashell?
No idea.
Jesus Christ.
Well,
Yes, I don't get
One
it.
seashell
No
to clean
idea.
yourself, another seashell to clean that seashell,
Is that what it is?
and
that
then
what it
Maybe
is,
you
Steven?
scoop it with the
Yeah, I
seashell.
mean-
Maybe you...
I don't want to draw a diagram or anything. I can make a graph if you want.
Oh,
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You want to draw a
no, it's just
graph somewhere
when
that's-
when
But, I
he-
mean, just think about it procedurally. Okay, well, you need to clean one area, then that's going to
Procedurally?
create. Then you'll have another problem on your hands. Well, good thing you got 2 more seashells left, right?
No, guess what I'm doing? I'm
Yeah.
doing what he did. I'm
Seashell,
swearing into
that's
the
what
machine,
seashell
grabbing a pile of paper and saying, "See you in a few minutes." So
I
much for
love
the
that.
seashells.
That's
Tony,
one of
I'm
the
glad
best.
you brought
being-
Tony. I'm glad you
point
brought
being-
Tulsa King, by the way, because my wife and I wanted to pick up a new show to start watching together, and we
hear it's
almost
good.
went with Tulsa King because we heard it's so good, but we decided to go with the Mayor of Kingstown because there were 2 seasons, and we're like, But once again, it's Taylor Sheridan, so it's literally Taylor
Are
Sheridan's
those
name.
both on Paramount Plus?
Yellowstone,
Yes.
right?
Those are both on Paramount Plus.
Those are
yeah.
both Paramount Plus.
Mhm,
They're both
yeah.
Taylor Sheridan shows.
He did
I'm sorry.
Yellowstone, right?
Yeah, he did Yellowstone.
Yeah.
He did Wind River. He did Sicario. He did Hell or High Water. I'm sorry. If you put Taylor Sheridan's name on something, I'm going to watch it.
Yeah.
You guys have
Yeah.
Paramount Plus down
I
there
do,
in
yeah.
Australia?
Yeah.
Yep.
You
So
do
I've
have
been
Paramount
using
Plus.
it
Yeah,
for
right,
Tulsa
right,
King.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Came
cool.
recently, but so I didn't even know 'cause it's my father's account, so I didn't know we had it, and I found a bad stream that was a little bit choppy, and the frame rate kind of skipped a little bit in the opening.
I got you.
And it's like this is a show I've been waiting to watch.
Like
so as soon as
Avatar?
that happened, I was like, no, stop, not watching it.
Good.
Waited a week. Found out we had
Normalize not watching shitty content. Good
Can't
content in
do
a
it.
shitty format.
Good.
Can't do it. It's
I'm
like I
good.
want to see this in its purest, best. Like I can't watch a Stallone thing choppy and just
No, you can't, mate. You
It's
can't.
already
And
choppy
actually,
enough.
TV show, like
on Stallone, I'm still trying to find a legit version of the director's
Rocky
cut of
IV?
Rocky 4.
Saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't find it anywhere. We released it in cinemas here in Melbourne in Christmas 2020. It was in select
middle
cinemas, and I thought, I might go to the cinema because I'll be able to stream it somewhere. Stupid. I shouldn't. Now I can't get it anywhere.
So on YouTube, he released a documentary just on like the leading up to the whole process.
I watched
of the
that.
editing.
The documentary's awesome. The documentary's
Really
awesome.
cool.
But I want the film. I want to watch the film. Can't see it anywhere.
I still haven't even watched it.
Yeah, I've only seen the first 2 Rockies. I've not seen. I haven't seen
the rite of
3.
passage,
I haven't
man.
seen 3
What?
through Balboa.
You got to watch all of them.
man.
You gotta
Oh
watch
my
all of them.
gosh.
They're
You know what
so
I just
good.
saw?
I don't feel so
Rocky
bad
5
anymore.
is a bit. Rocky 5 is a bit.
I just
Yeah,
saw-
Rocky 5 is not that great, but Rocky 4, great. I mean, 1 through 4 is pretty damn great. I mean,
Yes, it is.
You could skip 5, go to 6, and then
You know,
And then
there's
you go
nothing
through
wrong with 5.
That's
Five
like-
is five is fine because
is alright.
because when you get to
Enosh
5,
I can
it's
see why you would love Rocky 5. There's something that's so Enosh about that movie.
listen, I don't like I don't actually 5 kind of pisses me off because like, you know, well, I mean, spoiler alert for like
go
a
ahead.
40-year-old movie.
Right.
You know, but the fact of what happens to Rocky in that film. And that's where you see. I mean, throughout the series, you saw that Rocky was a guy with a good heart.
For what?
You know,
for what?
right? He always had a good heart. He was always trying to help people, but that really put him in a position where it was like you could see that it wasn't about the money for Rocky. It wasn't about all the things for Rocky.
I get that.
Like, you know, he loses it all, and he has to go home. And when he goes home, here's this kid. You know who? And listen, that guy, you know, whatever his name is, Tommy Gunn. You know, like he was a real boxer. He wasn't an actor. You know, and I get there's some cheesy '80s stuff in there. You know, it's like it's like a to me it reminds me kind of like of I don't know why, but like kind of like Mike Tyson's Punch Out, right? It's just, you know, it's just some silly stuff that's in there. But without Rocky 5, Rocky Balboa doesn't have the same impact. It wouldn't have the same impact. So sometimes you got to have the thing that's not as good as the rest to give you something stellar. Because I remember walking into Rocky Balboa thinking, oh, God, you know, like I'm going to watch it because it's Rocky, but it's probably going to suck.
Because that was the biggest gap between movies, right?
Yeah,
like that was the longest.
And then to watch Rocky Balboa and come out of that going, oh, my God, this movie was fantastic. You know? And so, yeah, for some reason, I don't hate Rocky 5. Okay, sorry.
I get it. Hey, Damian, what happened behind you? We heard like a crash, and you were like, "What?"
And then I saw your son.
Because behind the couch here, I've got weights, I've got a bench press and all that stuff, and I've got a barbell. And my 9-year-old son is attempted to pick up. He weighs like 20 kilos. He's attempted to pick up a 20-kilo barbell himself and clearly couldn't do it. So he's like just dropped it onto the concrete.
As a fellow father of a 9-year-old, I get it. Their brain, I just
That was funny.
I don't even want to
as
say
Enos
the
was talking, it was
as a
like,
kid.
and then all of a sudden I see, what the?
I'm just glad that's all it was, because in that room it could have been a disaster.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one of the situations where like Declan, my 6-year-old, will like look at some of the statues over here that were next to the Doctor Who shelf I showed Aaron earlier, and Declan likes to like reach for them just to get a reaction out of me, and I just look at him like, I will end you. It's one of those, I brought you into this world, and I can take you out of it.
Jesus, Scott.
No, you need to understand. You need to understand.
I understand.
Damian.
I get it. I understand.
Threats.
No. You need to understand. These statues are numbered. They are literally irreplaceable. My sons No,
I can make another review.
I can make another review.
Tron.
I can't make another Dark Side statue.
Zach won't come
However-
back a second time, damn it.
No, Damon, you also have to understand that my youngest son, who now is 2.5 years old, literally, and Stephen was there, he snapped the picture, killed my computer live on YouTube.
Oh yeah, there was a vodka stream. He had him on his lap, and then it was like he had his beer right there, and the sun went like boop, and then it was just like one of those things. And Steven perfectly like did it in like 3 different screenshots of like
And literally the next day, that computer would not boot up.
Yeah,
and I have a new computer now. Literally, it was like I got a new computer because my baby, who has grown up on the Vodka stream, basically, Callum was a frequent guest on the Vodka stream because I do this.
It's been a little bit. Though.
It's been well. Now he
Of course, after the incident.
It was kind of after the end.
It kind of was.
But he also got old enough that he actually like stays in his bed, and my wife isn't like texting me going, "Can you come grab me?" Because
Get off the stream, Scott.
No, she just goes, you get the baby. But no, Damien, it really is a funny story that the first time we were on a friend stream over at Real Anarchy, it was the first time we all got to kind of be on a stream with Zack Snyder. If you watch that stream, if you see me kind of doing this the whole time, I'm literally holding my baby the entire time, and I'm constantly muting myself because I literally have a pacifier in his mouth going, I'm on a fucking stream with Zack Snyder. Shut up, kid. And then some of our friends and mutuals that are like part of like Zach's like inner crew that's called TPZ, like there were literally comments later going, I thought I heard did I hear a noise? And I'm sitting going, yes, guys, I literally showed the baby at one point. I was holding a baby the entire time, hoping I wasn't interrupting the interview. I cannot tell you how many times I've been on the Vodka stream. And
I remember that.
Yeah, and the baby and Callum is my youngest, and I was holding him. Ray was there one time when we recorded the Batman the movie from 1966. My oldest snuck up behind me during the recording.
Yes.
And I screamed like a girl because he scared the shit out of me.
He goes, yeah.
And then you hear my oldest start crying because he scared me. And when I yelled, I scared him. And it's an entire outtake at the end of the review that my co-host Tim puts at the end of the interview, where you hear me going, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm sorry. The amount that my kids have shown up. It's just like you're seeing your son pop up just reminds me of all the times that, particularly Dave has really just gotten to know Callum a little bit because you're muted, Dave. And
Oh yeah. All right. There we go.
The amount my kids are showing up, but Callum has been the one that. Do you remember the first Snyder Con when we got like the black suit reveal?
Yeah.
My son was born. That was Saturday night. We went to the hospital that night because my wife was having blood pressure issues, and my son was born that Tuesday. So the organizers of Justice Con have literally nicknamed Callum Justice Con baby because he was born 2 days after that event happened. All my children, weirdly, it's freaky. My first son was born 2 months before Man of Steel. My second son was born 1 month before Batman v Superman. I was married the same year Watchmen came out, and Callum was born 2 days after Justice League.
Yeah.
I have a really weird timeline.
Yeah, when it comes
or subconsciously we know how Scott plans all of his life events.
Yeah,
that's pretty
centered
much
around DC.
Pretty much what it is. But we Damian, I know you got to go.
Oh man,
I do. I've got to run, unfortunately.
Dude,
but you know what?
This has been great. This has been great. You have an open door to the stream all the time. You want to come on?
Another Aussie.
Yeah.
I definitely want to come back. I've
Taking
had a
over.
blast. You have
Yeah.
all been amazing. I've had a great afternoon. I would love to come back.
Yes, exactly.
You
So yeah,
you are
have,
great.
yeah, you have an open door. You always have a place on the Vodka stream, 100%. And I appreciate you coming on right now. I knew it was going to be a good discussion, and we didn't even scratch the surface on some of the stuff that we wanted to talk about. So many tangents. This is what happens on the Vodka stream. We go off on tangents and just start talking about random shit. That's what I love about this thing. But yeah, you're welcome back anytime. But go ahead and promote yourself before you take off.
Awesome. Thank you. I want everyone to go out and check out dccomicsnews.com. News, reviews, everything to do with DC Universe, and our partner website, darkknightnews.com. And I've had my handle up on the video there of my Twitter handle. So please follow. I'll follow you back. All of you have been great. I'll leave with one thing. The Creed movies are good films. Check them out.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
100%.
I was going to ask you about that too. All right.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks,
Ciao.
Damian.
Easy. All right.
Appreciate
Bye.
it, man. Have a good rest of your evening.
Ciao.
Yeah.
By the way, Ray, because I appreciate you tagging me in it, the fact that Chad Stahelski is going to direct Michael B. Jordan in the Rainbow Six movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes! Crazy.
Okay. See. Like sometimes you just find tweets that if you were this tweet wasn't meant for me. This tweet was meant for Scott, because not only is it Rainbow, not only is it Rainbow Six, it's also Chad Stahelski. So I was like, I saw it and I was like, nah, I gotta send that. Gotta send that to him. Gotta see
That made, because you know what a Tom Clancy fan I am.
Yes.
How much I love Jack Ryan and John Clark. So when I saw that, because I was on Without Remorse, but when you tell me that that's going to be the director of Rainbow Six,
game over.
I'm like,
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and then part of me was also like, why hasn't that happened yet? The stunt guys, turned directors, have just been phenomenal with their work over the last 5 to 10 years, really. Now it's like, yeah, why not give them? I want to see. That's what I can't wait to see is 8711 doing the Rainbow Six work. Like that's just that's going to be amazing.
I mean, for me, it's like
I still have to watch that.
Steven, you're muted.
So Without Remorse, like
Tony,
not loving it, Scott.
Yeah. Did you have to
Still
like
feel
literally do that with your tongue, Steven? And was that what happened?
No, I'm not sitting right.
okay.
I'm
Hey,
away
Tony
from
was
my
asking a
desk.
question. Tony, say that again.
No,
Say that again.
like,
All right.
Without Remorse, you didn't love, but you thought it was good enough for those directors to give the other one a crack. Is that what you're saying?
Well, okay. What you've got to understand, Tony, is that I have to, a lot of times, these were books that I literally grew up reading. So I have sentimental, emotional attachments to the books. Tom Clancy, I started reading way too young. When I was in the 6th grade, so when I was 11, starting about 11 years old, I reached a point in my reading where when my dad read it, when he was done, he handed it to me. So that's why in the middle school, when other people, if they were reading like Outsiders and other things. I was reading Tom Clancy, John Grisham, and Michael Crichton.
Yeah,
because that's what my
6th grade is not when you read those things.
But in 6th grade, I read The Hunt for Red October, Patriot Games, Jurassic Park.
Okay.
You know, that's what I was reading. So
I read Sphere in 7th grade.
Oh
That's
yeah, good man.
So good.
I'm so proud of you.
That's why I was like, I enjoyed the movie, but yeah, they left some things.
They left some stuff out.
Yeah.
So Tony, to your point, they changed so much about Without Remorse, and then the action was a little underwhelming. So my enthusiasm comes to the fact when you tell me that Chad Stahelski is now going to be like, my expectations for what they can do with the action, when the whole point of Rainbow Six is that it's an international Black Ops, team.
Yeah.
And, it's like, because Michael B. Jordan was not the problem with Without Remorse. The action was a little underwhelming, and they changed so much of what the story was in Without Remorse, where it was just, I couldn't judge the film entirely on itself because it was a bridge too far as adaptation goes.
Right.
What
It's
you need to
underwhelming.
understand about Without Remorse is that in its original form, which it couldn't do because they were updating it for the movie, the character of John Clark is a Vietnam vet who gets kind of emotionally attached to a prostitute who then gets,
as we do,
murdered by a drug cartel. And then Frank Castle, Punisher style, spends the rest of the book murdering every member of the drug cartel in some of the most violent, weirdly gratifying ways he can. And that most definitely was not the story they went with the book. There is some gruesome violence in that novel, and there was one particular death involving I don't remember what you call it, but you know those chambers that when you go scuba diving and you have to be put into to help equalize your pressure?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm just gonna
okay
present that.
I got you.
Makes sense.
I got
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, cool.
And it is one of the most gruesome, yet also one of the most gratifying executions I have ever read in a book.
See, and this just sounds like, because who directed Without Remorse?
I have no idea who.
Because
directed
what
it.
you're because I'm just like John Wick just keeps flying in my head as you describe this. It's like, why didn't they give it to one of the stuntman turned directors? Why didn't they give it to Sam Hargrave? Why didn't they give it to David Leitch?
There's been a really weird stretch of like the 8711 guys going from like genre defining breakout stuff to like a slew of like really generic things, and it's like disappointing and kind of weird. Like I thought Bullet Train really fit into that. Bullet Train was like a impersonation of a bunch of other. It was trying to be a bunch of other stuff. It had good parts.
It had so much potential.
Who directed Bullet Train?
One of the stunt dudes, right?
It was Leitch.
Was it?
I don't know. I haven't watched Bullet Train.
I haven't
on
seen
my
it
list.
either.
I haven't seen it yet,
Yeah.
but I'm looking forward to it. So
It's good. It's good, but you watch that and
LED.
see that
It's
they
got
could have done
chroma
so much
clipping
better.
worse than
See, but I didn't get that. I wasn't when I saw the trailers for it. I was thinking more like Guy Ritchie craziness, like with
It is kind of
Viola
like
or-
that.
They
It does
leaned
have
into
that.
the Guy Ritchie style dialogue, but it just doesn't have that panache.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's and it doesn't quite have the
But-
John Wick action. Like it's just
No.
like the worst of both worlds.
It's like
But
60 to
unlike-
70% there, but not quite.
But however,
Okay.
I'll give you an opposite example that I think was I personally really enjoyed and thought was good. If you go on Netflix and you watch Kate,
Yeah,
with
Kate was great.
Kate was awesome. Yeah.
Kate was awesome with Elizabeth.
Bullet Train was better, but still, yeah, it's good.
Mary.
Who was in
Winstead?
Kate?
Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
And
Mary
Elizabeth
Elizabeth Winstead,
Winstead.
okay.
She was
Yeah.
Kate, and that was one of those Netflix movies that I was able to get in on the.
That's one of
when
those
Netflix.
movies where like the
Me
lead into
too.
the third act where you're like, all right, let's go.
Yeah.
Like whenever they pull that off, that's like how you know that.
Yeah, it was one of those movies that I got to see early with one of those Netflix fan screenings. And Casey, you were in on that too, and I was very happy I got to watch that because that was like
That's a good movie.
Awesome.
Yeah.
bravo. That was good. I feel like
How was Duel?
Duel was, it was weird. It made. Oh, here's the thing about Duel.
Robert Eggers weird or
No, not that weird.
Cronenberg weird.
No,
Anybody,
not Cronenberg. Okay.
anybody see Infinity Pool yet? No. Yeah.
No,
Whoa,
not
shit!
yet. No.
You're in for a treat. Anyways,
Okay.
go ahead.
Casey,
Okay.
to answer your question, Duel was one movie where there was a choice made in the way that Riley Stearns told the actors to play their parts. And I picked up on this is universal across all the performances. So obviously this is an intentional directional choice. I got it. I'm not going to say it made it the most enjoyable film, but it made it an interesting watch that I thought contributed to the commentary of the film. But I'm not going to say it made it more,
Better.
quote, entertaining. but I could sit back intellectually and appreciate. I see what you're saying here. I just don't think it made for the best film.
You could say you got it, you just didn't want it.
Yes. I think that's
a good way to say it. It's a good way to say it.
And because I said it's not a bad film. It was just he made a choice and he committed to it. And
Like the Batman.
Oh, okay. We're not going to go there.
I was just waiting for the example.
Before we switch away to something like Batman, I've been trying to loop back to Stallone.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I wanted to loop back.
You're not the law. I'm the law.
I'm the law.
Who has seen Rambo: Last Blood?
Oh,
I have not.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
I did not see it. I didn't see it until it was on Netflix recently.
So did I.
saw it in theaters.
I saw
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
It got
it's
very
ridiculous.
Home Alone at the end, right?
It is absolutely
not just Home
ridiculous.
Alone. It went like it was one of those things where like the whole time I was like, is this movie falling apart or coming together? I couldn't tell.
All right,
and then
Last Blood is
the
like,
last
okay,
act
so
is like
when
a
you
horror
had the
movie / Home Alone. It's but also with like straight up like stereotypical like I think he might even shoot someone with a nail gun and say nailed him. If he doesn't, it's that kind of like level of just like obvious.
It's ridiculous.
Like
Rambo 4 is better than
yeah, well, because that's the one where he makes the he makes a knife out of a truck spring and then he
what?
Yeah, Stallone. They take a truck spring and then he had a blacksmith forge and he just actually like
Rambo 4.
And the entire
like
third act is
Rambo.
him behind that meat shield with the 50 cal, and it's just
Yes.
I've never seen so many entrails.
Yeah, exactly. Rambo 4 was so over the top and ridiculous. It was like it felt like a Rambo film. Last Blood didn't quite feel like a Rambo film to
I can
me.
see why people didn't like it. Like it was really off-putting, but also like there was a genre savviness to it that made me question like if it was that way intentionally, it was brilliant. If it wasn't that way intentionally, it was really weird.
Because and I will say this, Last Blood is not a terrible film, but it just kind of goes, all right, the last one, he was like again, he was,
it's
like how do we top that?
It's like it was designed to be a beat. Like I feel like Rambo alternates between like great movie and then like let's design something that's basically which is weird because Cameron wrote the second one.
But look at the Cameron fanboy here.
Yeah, right. It's funny 'cause I don't even like him. Like, I mean, he's great, but like, I'm not like hardcore. I just like his box office numbers. But
don't lie, Steven.
I don't think you can even say that with a straight face.
He's not lying.
He's
He's not lying.
I mean, like,
he hasn't seen the Abyss yet, so he
I hadn't
cannot
seen
call
The
himself.
Abyss.
That's true.
I didn't see Avatar, the first one, in theaters. I don't think I even watched it all the way through until the re-release this year.
I still refuse to see Avatar 2.
Oh man!
Really?
Why do you refuse to see it? Why do you refuse to see it?
Because I absolutely hated the first one.
Oh,
absolutely
okay.
hated the first one.
Well, then there you go. That's totally fair. If you didn't like the first one, don't see the sequel.
And
I would
say you can. And I'm
it,
the type of guy, guys. You guys know, like I don't try to just crap on stuff. But I'll be honest with you. I saw the first one twice in the theater. I got absolutely nothing out of it. I was disappointed. I mean, it looked stunning. Okay, like in fact, it was funny because a Facebook memory popped up from then, a couple weeks ago or whatever, and where I was talking about like the visuals are stunning, but I said the exact same thing. I hated the story. I hated the characters. It was something that I never wanted to revisit again. I'd never watched it again. I have no desire to. It literally makes me cringe just thinking of Avatar. Wow. And so the idea of sequels absolutely just like turns me off. I have not seen it in theaters. I will not see it.
I'm
This
not
is
gonna
very
try to
refreshing.
change your mind.
Very refreshing.
Because like you're entitled to that. I will say all of the things that you hate about the first one are the things with the most improvement in the second one.
Yes.
I just don't like. I don't like the aesthetic. I don't like the creatures. I don't like the world
They
building.
look different now.
Oh my God, we got an anti-Navi over here.
Okay,
eradicate them all. No.
Okay,
He hates blue people.
I respect.
How do you feel about the Blue Man Group there? Enos?
Well, and why is that their tail works for everything? Communication, sex,
How do you feel
whatever.
about Smurfs?
I respect.
I like Smurfs
Enos's
because they're small
perspective.
and controllable.
I respect Enos's perspective on this. I said there was
Look at Dave. Like,
I like Smurfs.
I like
have a
Smurfs. They're
Smurf
small and
best friend.
controllable.
small and controllable.
I have a
Gosh,
friend
man,
who's
it's
blue.
just so. It's so. Listen, and I like James Cameron. I like James Cameron. It's not that I don't. I literally love every other James Cameron thing, man, that I've seen. But for some reason, Avatar, it's too preachy for me. Ironically, it's just.
Thank you for saying
preacher. Says the preacher.
It's just it insists on itself. It's like
everything
is like,
no.
we're gonna show the big bad Earthlings are coming and they're gonna destroy everything. It's Dances with Wolves in space, and I just my god,
Wolves, Fern Gully.
I mean, that's all.
James Cameron gets
yeah,
very
it's
like
just
Globo
there's
Jim.
nothing.
All his other movies.
To me, there's just
Globo
nothing
Jim,
unique
it's like,
about it.
let's hear it, Globo
I
Jim.
think the
We're
special
better than you.
effects are amazing. The special effects are amazing, but I have no desire.
Well,
like,
it's
and
not
I
even-
don't
you
feel
can
that
just
way
watch
about
it
a
as a
lot of
random
films.
movie.
But I'll be honest with you, I felt that way about Fast and the Furious for like the longest time. And then I got this. I did this as a giveaway. The people didn't even claim it. Somebody won like the first 7 Fast and the Furious movies on Blu-ray. I tried to give this thing away, and the person who won it hasn't even claimed it yet. And so the other day we were sitting around, and I was like, I had nothing to do. I work with this kid who's autistic. And he was like, Enos, you got to watch Fast and the Furious. So like I sat down and watched the first one with him, and I was like, yep, this was everything I thought it was going to be. But now I feel like obliged to watch that. I even feel obliged now to watch the Fast and the Furious films, but I have no desire to see
Enos,
Avatar.
you understand, before F9 came out, I think within a week, I literally watched every Fast and Furious movie, including the short films, Hobbs and Shaw, and Justin Lin's movie that introduced Han that wasn't even part of the Fast and Furious movie. I did it all before F9. So, like, there's a point, I know where it lost the thread for me.
Sure.
But yeah, I kept watching because I was like,
that franchise shot through the sweet spot like a
right into space, literally.
Like 5 times.
Literally.
There was a moment. There was a
in a
moment,
car.
a split second in that franchise where everything was perfect, and it didn't slow down for a second.
I don't know, man. Watching that first film, it's like getting to the end of the first one, and it's just like, we're gonna race these cars for no apparent reason. And there's a train, and we beat the train, but we didn't beat the truck. And here, just take my car and buy, and the movie's done.
I
The
famously
first film is essentially Point Break with fucking cars.
I get it. I get it. It's just not my thing. You know,
I get it. I get it too.
The fourth
and
movie
it
was
doesn't
my
help.
favorite.
It doesn't help that I really don't care for Vin Diesel at all.
Oh, I get that.
Well,
And
see,
so
right.
like my
So-
favorite Vin Diesel thing is Groot, because I don't have to hear him say very much, and I don't have to see him on screen.
My favorite
See, this is
Vin
all
Diesel
me
thing
with,
is how
this is
insecure
all
he
me
is
with
about tall people.
Peacemaker.
So you know,
How
yeah.
insecure
So
he is
it's
about tall people.
you know, when it comes to Avatar, I respect Avatar. I respect Avatar fans. I get it. I understand why they like it, but also it'll be interesting to see after this second one, because yes, Avatar, you know, the first one, it made, you know, all the money, and you know, and it did all the things and stuff. But I don't really feel when you look at pop culture, okay?
Oh no.
The movie came out.
Oh no.
The movie came out. No, what? You disagree with me? When you look at pop culture, what impact does the first Avatar really have?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Besides the fact that everybody went to go see it because it was
Steven's
one of the
gonna take
first
out his
three,
graphs.
Other than the
first
fact that
3D
so
movies.
more people saw the first one than any other movie in history.
Yes.
And then people are see the second one almost as much. But other than that, other than people seeing it more than
I'm not
anything
saying
else,
that's no, Steven, listen to me. Okay. Star Wars, right? Major franchise, people who are obsessed with it. it's a part of life. Right, it's all around people. Between movies, people still love it. They rewatch it. They talk about it. There's all these things about it. It's in the public vernacular. Star Trek, same thing. And I know that those are two sci-fi things, but think about. I mean, Scott's into Dune. All the people who are into Dune, like they talk about Dune. It's something that's in their blood. It's all these different things. Avatar was never that. It was like, did you see Avatar? Yeah, I saw Avatar. When's the last time you saw? Oh, when it came out. That's what I'm talking about, Steven. It doesn't have like a daily impact on people.
Sure, but think
yes,
about that
everybody
for a
went to
minute,
go see it, but it's like saying I watched the space shuttle launch, but I didn't go down there to watch it, and I didn't.
Avatar
like,
isn't a
interested in
merchandising
space.
franchise, though,
Are you
so
comparing
people don't
it to
just
the space launch as an example of it not having cultural impact?
No, I'm saying it's like watching space launch and going, that was super cool. I really like that, but I'm not gonna like get into NASA, and I'm not gonna get into space exploration and like go online and find out about it.
Would you agree that there are movies that have had a cultural impact that we don't talk about on a daily basis? Like, how often do you talk about Citizen Kane or Godfather? Or I'm not saying that it's the same thing, but I'm saying there's
that's now you're
Every
talking
day.
about space shuttle launches, man. You're talking about Citizen Kane and Avatar in the same breath.
No, but what I'm talking about is as a standard. If we're going to establish a standard for how do we measure cultural importance, and you're going to talk about Star Wars, well, I don't have any Godfather figures. I don't see Godfather memes
a lot of people make memes about Avatar all the time, like the blue people and stuff. That's the most unique thing in Hollywood.
That is a way to measure cultural impact, but I think there's dozens of movies that don't have nearly the circulation in like internet discourse as Star Wars or Star Trek or any of that, or Lord of the Rings or whatever, that you can't say that just because they don't measure culturally in the same way that they therefore like there's
I just
like
do you think that Avatar? Okay, but the movies that you're talking about create an emotional response from people, right? It creates a response that they're like, yes, that movie is great because X, Y, Z. You can study that movie. You can do these things. Most of the people who went to go see Avatar the first time were like, hey, those special effects were really cool.
That's part of
that's part of the emotional impact. Like,
I don't
seriously,
see.
like
Well, that's fine. And I guess I mean, look, I'm not saying that people can't get different things out of it. I'm just saying, like, I don't know anybody until they said we're doing Avatar 2 that cared about Avatar still.
So what? Why does it matter?
But they still went to see it
because we're talking about it. That's what I'm saying. But people go see it. But it's like Marvel movies now. But it's like we go see it because we're supposed to go see it.
But where we're at right now,
you're also measuring a specific bubble, though.
Yeah.
So you look at, like, for example, at Disney World, they've got Pandora, and it's one of the most successful parks that they've got at Disney World, which, that's a fairly high standard of relevance. That's kind of their job, is to know what people want to go see.
Are you going to hypnotize
or
me?
you look at, like, for example, the re-releases that they've had over time. It got re-released in China in 2019 or 2020 and made $50 million there, and then the re-release in
that's pretty. And that's very pretty.
I'd rather watch that clock than Avatar.
Made another $75 million. That's fine, but I'm just saying that over time, it's not just that they went the one time. It's that whenever there's a re-release or a remaster and it goes in theaters, people go and see it again. And I can't tell you exactly why or what that means, but it is demonstrably proven that people keep on. There's something that gets people to go back and see it.
It's very unique. Like, blue people is very unique to Avatar. Like, no one else does that. Smurf doesn't count. Nobody cares.
And I think we're going to talk about cultural impact too. You've got SNL.
The visual effects are absolutely stunning. When you go watch it IMAX 3D, it's an experience. I mean, like when I watched it, and I literally had an Avatar drink that had sparkly shit in it, and it was weird. Because it was like, okay, I'm gonna suck in and suck.
And I will agree with you that the story might not be the best, and it doesn't have that Star Wars level or Marvel level, merchandise, toys, dialogue, and stuff.
But it had a better Marvel.
We're talking about an on like. It's demonstrably huge because
but it wants to compete in the same ring as a Star Wars and a Star Trek. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Why does that matter? What do you mean?
No, because it wants to compete, but it's not. But it doesn't even show up. Like,
but it's
like
only
nobody's
done
nobody.
$2.3
No,
billion.
It's just a random movie you
But
can
the
watch.
people
It's not
showed up.
competing.
People
All right.
showed up, though. That's the thing.
People showed up to watch it, but they don't show up to participate.
Where? They don't show up to participate.
Beyond the
Where?
movie.
Okay, can the professional arguer chime in, please? This is what I do.
am professional,
Okay.
but
Like this.
I'm sorry, I brought up Avatar. I apologize.
No, it's fine. No.
Because it's
I
no,
like
no,
this. I like
it's funny
this. I like
because
this.
I feel like I am so in the middle on this. I see like because I'm
As
sorry, you
usual,
can't say that it would be one thing if you were arguing this a couple of months ago, Enosh, but after the movie's made over $2 billion, that's ironclad proof
But that's
that
like saying,
audiences wanted
but that's
to see
like
it.
saying that every Marvel movie is like substantial because it made money.
Okay, but what do you mean substantial? Like I don't even know what it is that you're
Like,
arguing
because
here.
because the thing is like people went to see Avatar for the same reason they went to go see the first one, because James Cameron is amazing.
Okay.
No, but how
and
many
visually
percentage
stunning.
of the people walking
and
in
so
there
and
could
so
name
yes,
James
and so yes,
Cameron?
you never count James Cameron out because James Cameron does what James Cameron does. And so but people aren't going because they like the thing. They're going because they want to see the spectacle of how the thing is presented.
So what? Why does that
because
matter?
it's not about the movie. You could literally make the movie about anything.
Listen.
But
Enoch,
again,
if it looked
to your-
that way, people would go see it.
Enoch,
To your
just
point, though,
because
I
the
would
movie-
argue that most people don't know who James Cameron is.
Absolutely, I would argue that.
I don't know
But
about
here's
that.
no, I
Going
yes,
to
I
see Avatar. I don't.
Okay,
know about
no, I guarantee if you ask 10 random
They know
people-
Avatar, they know Terminator, they know Aliens,
what
they know
do-
Titanic. They don't know James
I
Cameron.
feel like you're falling into the trap of like what we know in our circles compared to what the general audience knows in that regard. Because I guarantee you, if I asked 10 random people who saw Avatar, who the director was,
Especially
maybe
outside
one
of
or two
America.
would tell me James Cameron. But that's beside the point. What I'm getting at here is that just because it doesn't have impact for you does not mean that it doesn't have
I
impact
don't
for
know
others.
anybody.
Okay, it
Well, no,
doesn't. But that's
I
your
know
bubble.
people who say
Dude,
I
there
went
are 8
saw
billion-
it.
You know
There are
us.
8 billion people
No,
on this
but
planet,
you're-
Enosh. You do not
you're
know all of
using-
them. You don't.
you're
I'm not
using the
saying that.
same
I'm just
measuring
saying
stick for all of them.
I'm just saying I interact with a lot of people.
Okay, so do I.
with this stuff. I'm just saying. I'm just sharing my experience for God's sake.
But your experience is limited.
Well, no,
And
no,
that's-
I'm
and
not
it's-
saying. I'm
it's
not
in
saying.
one-
I'm not saying your experience is wrong. I'm not saying that there's.
I know. I'm just sharing my experience. That like
I'm
I
not
have
saying
yet
there's a
to meet
secret
somebody
cult of-
who's like, oh my God, Avatar. I've got this and I've got that and I dress up and I want to go to Comic Con as Avatar and I want to do all this
have
stuff.
to be
That's not the
that,
only
though.
way
It
to
doesn't
measure
have to be
cultural
that.
And when you go out in culture, when you go outside,
It doesn't
I don't
have to
see
be
any
that,
of that.
People
Well,
don't do
why
that
does it
for
have to be
Blade
that?
Runner or Dune.
Yeah, why does it
People
have to
don't
be
do that for Blade Runner either.
Who dresses up as the Harkonnens, like for like in public?
I would
or
dress
whatever?
up like Deckard because I want that jacket. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude,
No,
I'm with you, Scott. I'm with
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
No, I
There you
just,
go.
Enosh, I just think that your
Love that
definition of cultural
that
impact is like one-dimensional.
I'm not.
That's
disagreeing
fine.
that,
I'll be
like,
one-dimensional all day long. I don't.
think
It doesn't really. I
situation
mean, the
you're
movie's
describing
3D.
is accurate. Like what you're
The movie
describing
can
is-
have the other 2 Ds because I ain't taking them. I ain't taking those Ds. I got 1 D. I'm good with that one.
Look,
Whoa.
look. I
That's what
haven't.
she said. That's
Oh,
what she said.
here we go.
Anybody-
Exactly.
Clip that one out, Dave. No, but no. I haven't seen it yet, and I'm not 100% certain if I'm going to get a chance like to see it. I'm not in a hurry. Like it's the first movie I did. I enjoyed what I saw. Like, is it the greatest story in the world? No, it isn't. But did I enjoy the visual spectacle? Yes. Movies are designed to evoke emotional responses out of people through a variety of different ways. And just it doesn't always have to be story. It doesn't always have to be character. It can be visually. That's still emotionally impacting somebody.
And
That's
I
fine.
don't
You
wanna-
can't say
I
That's
don't
fine.
want to pull my graph
Avatar
out
is
of
more of
something-
an experience.
Okay,
something
I'll
Avatar
accept
does
that.
Star Wars doesn't. And the way I'm and the reason that I'm so and I'm not like it's funny because like I'm known as like the James Cameron guy now, and I don't especially Avatar
Why is
don't
that?
care that much, but putting it in measuring the box office and putting it in these graphs showed me something that I didn't realize about the way that these movies behave, because every single movie in like the top 10, every single Star Wars movie, every single Marvel movie, every single Jurassic Park, whatever it is that's in the top, not the original, like Jurassic World. Jurassic Park is different behavior because that's decades ago. But
Yeah.
they have these they get released and they do a couple $100 million first day, and then they drop 60%, and they drop another 60%.
He showed us the graph of this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and then like 3 weeks out, they've made 80% of their total box office revenue.
Right.
Both Avatar movies did something entirely different.
Right.
They opened to, the first one was 77 million, this one was 134 million, and then they stayed flat, or actually even went up a little bit. They did not make their box office because this huge group of people went to go see it. And like per your point, look around. Where's the marketing for these movies? That long tail box office doesn't say that they're making the movies money the same way that like Avengers Endgame did or Star Wars did. What that says is that people are going, and then they're leaving the theater, and they're either going back to see it again, or they're telling people, word of mouth, go see this movie. That's
or both. Both probably happening.
Or both.
Well, I think it sets itself up too as being a movie that you have to see in the theater.
Right,
because of the visuals.
Where does that impression come from?
I think it's peer pressure. To be honest,
peer pressure.
Yeah, because I think because
I can understand
but it's a kind of peer pressure.
Yes,
it's a peer pressure to feel like you're in on something because people are going to say, "Hey, I saw the movie and it looked cool."
Sure, but it's a kind of
you got to see it in the theater.
For some reason, isn't created
but again,
around.
That feels
Star
like
Wars
sour
and
grapes,
Marvel and
Enos.
stuff.
It's not sour grapes.
It does.
But again, as opposed to Star Wars or Marvel, people don't talk about this on a random day. Like, people don't talk about the second Avatar today. Like,
So
they probably talked about the first week, the second week, but not now.
Yeah.
People can talk about the MCU and Star Wars any day, and that is more of a FOMO than this.
And yet that cultural impact, them talking about that, doesn't give it the same long tail performance of box office. The box office doesn't mean it's better or worse, but it's a remarkably different behavior from the audience, and it's remarkably different to the point where you can't just say like, oh well, that's nothing, because every single movie you put it on a graph, up down, every single one. It's like, it's ridiculous how I put every single Marvel movie on a graph and then put Avatar next to it. Every single one followed the exact same curve, spike down, and then Avatar just cuts a line.
These are kind of separate arguments, though. Like, for example, Beatles have less streams than a Justin Bieber, right? Like, would you say Justin Bieber is more significant in the history of music over Michael Jackson?
Well, no, but
like,
the point is that you're measuring. It's two different measurements at two different times.
Yes.
But the point is that the reason I'm pointing out the graph is not to say that like that proves that what it proves is that the way that it resonates in culture is totally different. It's a different audience engaging with it.
It's not comparable.
But also
to Star
the
Wars
second
and
movie,
Marvel. Right.
But also the second movie is new, and the Beatles haven't,
I
comparing
also
the Beatles
think
old.
though that Avatar is a new thing. So like Avatar doesn't come with all the baggage of a lot of these other things either. Like, like you don't have the people who are like, well, I'm a Marvel fan, so I'm not, because it's ridiculous. You got these people who are like, I'm a Marvel fan, so I want to go see a DC movie. I'm a DC fan, so I won't go see a Marvel movie. I'm a DC fan, so I won't go see any DC movies. Like there's like all these splits and fandoms and everything else. Every once in a while, a film comes along, and James Cameron is usually the person to do it, to say, hey, here's just a film. Right?
It's not even that he's.
It's not really connected to anything. It's just it's a cool thing that you need to see in the theater because it's an event. Right? And I respect that. I respect the event of it. I'm saying beyond the event, nobody's really talking about it later, as if like it's an ongoing thing. It's that event,
and I still ask why that matters.
Well, but also
I'm saying it, Matt. I'm saying
it in the same way, but it'll still show up on The Simpsons. It'll still show up in SNL. Like, it's a part of. It's not absent.
I mean, that is
culture.
true. Yes.
Look at other movies.
SNL
Look at like Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets. That's another huge visual spectacle that looked pretty good that came out, and then it left.
No, it was terrible. It was awful.
Horribly executed.
I am not going to go that far with it, but it's all subjective.
But the point is that you don't have them. You don't have like reference. Like, someone shows up like. You have, all these. I shouldn't even say that one specifically. That's just another example. But we have lots of big sci-fi spectacles, and you could show people aliens from those, or creature designs, or whatever, or even the names of the planets. People don't know them, but you say the Na'vi. You show them a picture of the Na'vi, and they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that was that James Cameron movie," or like whatever. But so like they know it. No, it's not talked about in the same way as Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever. But it's not like it came and went. It came and it's there. it'll, like I said, I don't know how many times it's been done. But
There are no
it'll
theories.
show up on Simpsons. It'll show up on Family Guy.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of people parody it.
There will be parodies and jokes and stuff, and so it's there. It's just not in everybody's back pocket full of memes.
Well, and on top of that, like in terms of like we talk about the cultural reach and the cultural reach of Star Wars and Star Trek. Well, a lot of that cultural reach is the baggage. It's absolutely the baggage. You know what I mean? Like that. The reason that there are Star Wars and Marvel and DC and Star Trek discussions, and the reason that the fandoms are split, all of those fandoms are split. Every last one of those fandoms are split.
People have preconceived notions of what those things should be before they come out.
Because they've been around, because of longevity, how long they've been around, and that's half of the cultural impact that you're talking about. So when you're talking about half the cultural impact of these franchises being negative, that's not really a great thing to be measuring against. You know what I mean? It's like, but the most negative thing anybody can say about Avatar is that the script is weak and it doesn't have the same cultural impact. Well, if I was an Avatar fan, I wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't be upset about that, because at least now I know I don't have some purist telling me not my Navi.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think, are there really Avatar fans that are worried about somebody saying that they didn't like the movie?
There are some, but I mean, it's not.
I mean, is anybody, you know what I mean? Like, because if you're a Star Wars fan and you like the Star Wars movie that just came out and somebody doesn't like it, people will go, no, it sucks because of this reason. I mean, like, say you love The Last Jedi and you'll summon, like, the entire bowels of hell, okay? You know, but like, if you just say, well, I didn't like Avatar. Oh, you didn't like Avatar? Oh, yeah, it was all right.
You heard what I said.
I liked it. You know, I mean, I don't think that it summons the same feeling for films. Even like films like we were just talking about. Like if I said I didn't like Citizen Kane, why didn't you like Citizen Kane? It's one of the greatest movies of all time, right? Like I didn't like this, I didn't like it. It spurs a conversation. I feel like with Avatar, if you just say, well, I didn't really like it.
Very indifferent.
Besides nerd people, you know, getting into a discussion about the deeper meaning of it, it doesn't really. Thanks, James.
I want to take a moment here.
I would actually say that for Avatar, for people who missed it in theater back in 2009, like that was one experience watching it in 3D in a theater.
Mm-hmm.
But apart from that, if you're watching at home, you won't have the same experience, especially for the first one.
No,
Scott, what were you gonna say?
I just wanted to interject because I have not seen any Avatar movie. I have no opinions about Avatar because I have not seen them. Positive or negative, I am apathetic. I am agnostic on the topic of Avatar. I do ever want to point out that Everything Everywhere All at Once leads with 11 Oscar nominations, and yet I'm still finding some way that the Academy is going to fuck that movie over.
Okay.
Because I love that movie, Scott, and Ray, you still haven't podcasted about it.
It's not going to win.
Scott,
I know it's not going to win, and that pisses me off.
Scott, did you hear my last show though?
I didn't listen to the Hexagon episode. I listened to the one that was like Rebel Moon, Jason Momoa, and James Gunn.
Okay, crap. You know what? I didn't do this. I did another Patreon show, because I started a new one that's called Flight Speed, because it's me in the car. Like I was literally on my way to work and I recorded this because the day of the Oscar nominations, I signed into Twitter and it's just like, it's Troy walking into that room and everything's on fire. Because everyone was just, oh my God, just outraged and freaking out. We do this shit every
happens all the time.
year.
It happens all the time. I didn't pay attention to that. I just saw that Everything Everywhere All at Once got 11 nominations, and I was happy because it's my favorite movie of 2022. And yet I know going into the awards season, that I know going into the actual thing, that because it's a genre film, they're gonna fuck it over because they always do. So I know that.
Right, and it's just the people because that's gonna happen. But at least your film had nominations, and I'm happy for the nominations too after seeing it. But there are people upset that The Woman King got snubbed. There are people upset that other films, like every year somebody gets snubbed. And it's snubbed in the nomination. Listen, if I had any out, I said this.
They gave 10 places for that.
Hold on. We got Tony right here. Like, let's. There it is.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's
all right.
new.
That's
I was wondering what that was gonna.
Amazing.
Okay, I see. I get the armor. All right,
looking good.
Nice.
Trying to bring that
Good
out.
deal.
Yeah.
Looks perfect.
We'll get there.
Great.
Yeah, no,
dude.
Because I will say
It's
this,
amazing.
Casey, to your
Yeah.
point, Casey, I saw 38 movies in the theater last year, and I've still only seen half of the Best Picture nominees. Like, I looked at the Best Picture nominees, and I went,
That
What are
happens
some-
almost every year.
I'm sitting going, wait a minute, what are some of these movies?
and
Like,
that's what
I'm
kills
surprised
me.
Top Gun Maverick got nominated. I'm like,
It-
damn.
Okay, I'm not surprised because
Top
again,
Gun and Avatar, they
threw
had
that
to
up.
nominate.
it's
threw
just
that a bone.
well, it's just the again, like it. You go back to like, there's this weird, stupid fucking disconnect with the Oscars where they're like, okay, it's Hollywood, it's 6,000, is all the members of the Academy getting together to pat each other on the back for a job well done and give the best of the best the awards, right? But then ABC and Disney are like, well, we've got to get the common man to watch it. The common man is not seeing most of the fucking
But also,
Best Picture nominees.
The
They're not
thing that comes
interested.
with that is for the best picture, just for that category, every single person in the Academy can vote. So for the individual categories, the directors,
Vote
they
for
vote for the
the
directors,
actors vote for the
and
actors.
for the best picture, everyone votes. So that's, I think, where the randomness starts.
Well, but still, it's like this idea of like we give the Oscars so much credence, and because I think there are people out there, especially on social media, that like
I will defend it.
They look at the Oscar like it's an objective measurement of quality. No,
it's a
fuck,
gold
it's
star,
not.
and I know that. I just want the movie that I like to get the gold star.
Okay, you know what I would like, Scott? Listen, if there was anything I was going to be outraged by, if there was any of this that I would be outraged by at all, it's the fact that Michael Giacchino didn't even fucking get nominated. He didn't.
Oh,
even
no,
get
no, no, no.
The
He
next
didn't even make
round.
the
Worse
short
than
list.
that
He
was
didn't-
Greg Fraser.
Not getting
for
the
cinematography.
cinematography nomination.
I'm with you on that. But like that's one of I've listened to Michael Giacchino's work since The Incredibles, and that's literally the Batman is his best fucking score he's ever done, subjectively speaking. And it gets nothing at all. Not even
Over
nothing.
Star Trek.
Yeah,
Casey, don't do that. Don't do that. No. Of course, listen, I've said before, Michael Giacchino, in 1 year, it really like in a span, like the man literally crafted a brand new theme for Star Trek that was nothing like Alexander Courage, nothing like Jerry Goldsmith,
and it was fucking awesome.
and
It was
fit.
awesome.
It was Star Trek. It was like I hear it now, and I'm like, that's the fucking franchise, right? And then he turns around, and after Alexander Desplat doesn't work out for Rogue One, he's the emergency composer for fucking Rogue One, and he goes back and says, you know what? I know we're going to use Imperial March for this one scene, but let me go back to Episode 4 and grab the shit that Williams did that he's never used again since Episode 4 for the Empire. Let me throw that back in there because this movie's supposed to take place before. Michael Giacchino is a fucking genius, but still,
He made the up
And he's
score
gonna
as well.
direct them. Anybody? Who
Yeah,
saw
no,
them?
I'm there. I still
Yes,
okay.
right.
Don't kill me. I still need to watch Werewolf by Night.
so do I.
Yeah.
So do I.
Still need to watch that. But I was looking at Mondo because I love looking at my vinyls, and they're pre-ordering on the Werewolf by Night soundtrack, and I'm like, I put that in my cart. I haven't bought it yet, but I'm like, but it's Giacchino, and I'm probably gonna want it. I'm just saying.
It's just 30 minutes.
Yeah.
But
Right,
it's,
it is shorter.
It's 40.
yeah.
I thought it was 45.
Or
Is it?
it's not feature length. I know it's not.
It's
feature
less than
length.
an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's less than because one of the special presentations.
But no, it's like you realize that Samuel L. Jackson didn't get an Oscar until he was given an honorary one last year. So it's like I have no expectations for this fucking award show. No,
I know.
whatsoever.
See, okay, one of the things about the Oscars, it's always weird to me is like, okay, so I even on Film Chucky Live, whatever.
Hey.
Plug your own stuff. It's fine. It's your show. We'll let you do that.
No, but I'm just saying, like when it comes to like Top Gun Maverick, I was like, and even Avatar, it's like, yeah, as much as those were in my top 10 favorites of 2022, sure, but it was like that's all. I mean, it was like Best Picture and then technical. That's all they got. There was no acting, no cinematography, no screenplay, no nothing.
Maverick
like that.
got cinematography.
Did it get
cinematography? Or did they get snubbed on cinematography?
I don't think so.
What is cinematography still technically? Is that still technical?
That's still technical.
We would
yeah.
consider that a technical word.
It's still below the line.
Right. Yes, below the line.
See, that's the
yes,
thing is
right.
like when you have these movies that do that, and then all of a sudden you have like the movies that are like, I mean, like look at the Fablemans. It's like it's got that. I mean,
Right.
but then at the same time you got Ana de Armas who got nominated for her performance, but Blonde got nothing else.
Nothing else.
You know,
Yeah.
it's just
Nobody was gonna vote for that.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, like we can all. I mean, even if you hadn't seen it, maybe if you watch clips or the trailer, you went, "Oh yeah, she did put her heart and soul into that." You know, for sure, she did. Maybe the movie wasn't your taste because it was like, whoa, you know, but at
Everyone
the
was
same time, it's just-
privately telling her, I guess.
yeah, but it's always
movie was-
weird to me, like especially when a movie gets nominated for Best Picture and the director doesn't get nominated.
I know.
Yeah, it's always
yeah.
a weird thing to me.
Well,
Like I
it's-
always think
yeah.
that it's
Argo?
hand in hand.
Or
Argo,
also,
Catherine, was it Zero Dark 30 or was it Hurt Locker that Catherine Bigelow got snubbed?
I think it was Zero Dark 30 because I think didn't she win for Hurt Locker? Hurt Locker won Best Picture, but
Hurt
didn't she
Locker
also
won.
win?
Yeah,
She didn't also win for
that
Hurt
was the
Locker.
last time. That was when the
Okay.
first Avatar was nominated.
Because no,
she got-
I think it was Zero Dark 30 that she got snubbed out of.
because
They-
Argo was one of those situations where it wins Best Picture, but Affleck wasn't even
Right.
nominated for director, and I felt like that happened to Bigelow too.
Well, it's just well also,
I think that's what happens when you have these, Best Picture and directors things separate, because the entire Academy can vote on something, then that shifts your, voting.
And on top of
nomination.
that, Casey, there's not politics but politicking.
Yes.
Between all
Yes.
these studio.
It's
Case in point. Angela Bassett being nominated for Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. Now look, she was fucking amazing in the movie, and I don't have an issue with her being nominated. What I have an issue with, if I had any issue with it, is like that's what you're nominating her for. Her entire storied career. This is what it's almost. This is her nomination now, right?
Yeah.
And this might be her win. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
That's
And
the
I
thing
wouldn't-
too. I felt the same way too, because I was like, all right, but Black Panther only got nominated for the technicals, but then there was that. And to be honest, and I will say this, and I said this in my review, I even thought like sometimes it was a little over the top
Overacted.
when it came to the acting. And I was like, it wasn't like there was like all bad, but there were some times where it was like, whoa, maybe bring it down a notch, because
Trying to be
in
so
Black
intense
Panther,
and everything.
in Wakanda Forever, like it was like
I feel that was a
enjoyed it.
problem with the score, though.
Yeah.
The score didn't suit her intensity.
There was just some times where I was like,
she was upset,
I
man.
don't know if it's meeting that, and I'm like, all right, she's a great actress, and like most of the time I was like, oh, she did great, but I'm like, how much was she in the? See, another thing that I hate about the Best Supporting Actor or Actress is the fact that it's like sometimes these people can be in the movie for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, Judi Dench won for Shakespeare in Love,
And she was barely in it, right?
Barely in it. No,
I
I
don't
love
like
Shakespeare.
that.
I love
like
Shakespeare in Love, and I love Judi Dench. But even I have to stop and go.
But if
wait
they're
a
the
minute.
best, they're the best.
Anthony Hopkins when he was
for Silence, yeah,
Yeah.
he was Lecter.
But he won Best Actor. That's the thing.
But how long was he in the movie?
Exactly.
Right. So
Hannibal's not.
I don't like that.
inside-
I just don't like that. I want a supporting actor or actress
No,
to be like consistent throughout the movie.
and this is what I'm getting at. Everything that we're talking about is literally the definition of it's all subjective. But we place so much importance on, oh my
None of
God,
it matters.
this person got screwed or this happened. It's like
I hate that. I hate that.
People
I hate
just have
the-
to
and
understand
the
that the voting system is what picks the best picture, not that the picture that was winning is the best quality of all
Right,
of them.
because
and not
how
only
many
that,
times
but
has the
it's-
movie has a Best Picture
Yeah.
one that I went,
Shakespeare in Love,
I love
The
Shakespeare.
Shape
Don't-
of Water
don't stop me.
won.
Braveheart.
The Shape of Water
Saving Private Ryan.
I
All right,
they're two
Okay.
different movies. Here's the other
it-
issue. Here's the other
Yes.
issue.
Yes,
Those are like it's like
They are.
There's something that Golden Globes does really well, which is here's the drama category and here's the comedy musical category.
Right.
Because
why the
comedies-
Oscars hasn't done that yet? I don't fucking stand.
because those are two completely like I don't look at those types of genres
right
and try to compare them because they're trying to do two different things. It's why the Greeks literally created two different genres. There's tragedies and comedies. Because
and then even what Carrie said, like Judd Hirsch in one, he was like literally barely in the Fablemans, and he got nominated.
Well, yeah, but then you're getting into territory of like counting how many lines Superman has in BVS.
Oh,
I think that,
or how many lines Margot Robbie had in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Quentin Tarantino, you misogynist.
I think that the biggest thing with the Oscars,
Someone really did that, Dave.
in general,
Yes,
is
they did.
Oh god.
there's a disconnect between what the awards are recognizing and what the audience expects them to recognize or wants them to recognize.
Right.
Yes.
And I think part of that is, we talked about this last year, and Ray talked about this already a little bit, about how like the Oscars need to attract this crowd, and so the biggest audience to attract is the general audience, and so they hype, and so they try as hard as and
why that flash vote existed, right?
Yeah, it was like the fan favorite stuff last year, and
what happened to that? No, nothing this year.
Well, wow,
One-time
Zack Snyder, because they knew Zack Snyder was going to somehow win again.
And so
Zack didn't make anything, so they dropped the award.
And so people get mad about like what gets nominated and what doesn't. But like this is the Academy is not like it's not they don't care about blockbusters and stuff because they're like too snooty. I mean, yes, they are in a way, but also like that's like what they do. They're not recognizing, top box office performers. They're not they're recognizing like craft,
right?
Yeah, what they're looking at, and so
yes,
what they claim to be looking at is what I'll say.
But also they want to vote. They also want to vote politically. Like they cannot vote for a movie like Blonde because what do people say about that?
Not even. I mean, studio politics. Right, like they vote for the Warner Brothers movie, not for the Disney movie.
And there are campaigns.
They campaign for movies and send gifts and all sorts of stuff too. But
what is so controversial about Blonde that makes it not a topic that people want?
Simulate a blowjob.
Well, that depends on, because Tony, what I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to watch it despite. I waited till Twitter was done like arguing over it for me to go back and watch it. But what Blonde is it's based on a fictional novel of the life of Marilyn Monroe.
Thank you.
So it's not trying to be a biopic.
Yeah.
So this is the 300. This is the 300 argument. It's like, oh, but this isn't Sparta.
It's the sucker punch argument also. That the director is putting...
or like you remember who was the actor that played Bruce Lee in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
But it's the same situation. That's not also real. Example, that's not real Bruce Lee. Yeah. That's Quentin Tarantino versus Bruce Lee.
Yeah. Okay. That, you know what? That's a good point, Ray. That is actually a really good point, because it's like people, like I've seen people just shred that thing. Like, how dare you do that? Like, yeah, but it's like, okay, if you had a biopic, and I'm sure it's coming, where someone's going to have a biopic of Marilyn Monroe.
I think
the whole glitz and glamour and everything, and they'll have a little bit of that. This movie was like, all right, we're going to base it on this. Who knows if it's actually 100% true, but I'm going to go full on.
It's not, because there's even, if you get the book, which I did, there's a giant, like all these things, there's a giant disclaimer in the front of the book that goes...
But I think a lot of people are like,
fictional.
how dare you do this first?
Well, the movie itself says it's fictional because there's a lot of abstract scenes.
That's the problem with a lot
of Ana de Armas naked. Just saying. Go ahead.
Like biopics. And movies
see,
about,
Tony's gonna watch it.
Popular figures. Like you get movies like Bohemian Rhapsody, where it's not even really accurate to the band, or doesn't go into a lot of Freddie Mercury stuff. Because it's a commercial product, the band still owns the rights to to their own image, and so they're not gonna have it done accurately. Or you get something like Elvis, and it's like it's not the most flattering depiction of him all the time. But you know, so where do you strike the line there? That's why you get like the Michael Jackson one coming up, and it's like, I don't know. I guess I'll be open-minded.
No, that's
there's no right way to do that
problem.
movie.
But isn't that the problem, though?
Way to do that movie where people aren't gonna like freak out and like either you ignore a lot of stuff in the Michael Jackson movie, or you do like a very frank, honest movie.
The general public isn't going to care. The people who don't know aren't going to care. But like somebody who's a big Queen fan, for example, my wife is a huge Queen fan. I love Queen. When we went to go see Bohemian Rhapsody, I could accept it for what it is. It's a movie. I love Elvis, man. I grew up in Vegas, you know, during the time, you know, right when he died. And that was very prevalent in the culture where I grew up in. And so the thing is like, I actually really loved Elvis. I thought that movie was fine. Yeah, there's a lot of liberties. There's a lot of things that they take in there. But like seeing the Queen thing, for example, and seeing them like squish like a bunch of stuff into one day that actually was years that happened, or you know, or like, hey, this is how we came up with Another One Bites the Dust, when it, or not Another One Bites the We Will Rock You.
Yeah.
When it's like, that didn't even happen in that order. So like the fans, the people who really care about those people and those events and stuff, they go to see that movie. And I do understand how it's hard to go to see a movie like that and go, but that's not what happened. You know, that's not how it happened. And like when they take like especially extreme liberties with something and present something as fact, because then somebody goes home and says, well, this is what happened. Right. And that now the average person doesn't realize what they're seeing, that they're just seeing a portrayal of you know, events based upon those characters, based upon those people.
Can I play devil's advocate?
I'm not mad about it.
I know you're not mad. And I appreciate the way you're doing it. And then me would be someone who goes, but why? But the onus shouldn't be on the movie. The onus should be on the audience member, because it's like, I love A Beautiful Mind as a film. I went and read the A Beautiful Mind biography of Nash to realize that movie is a complete fiction.
Yeah.
But
we know that because of how we think. The problem is the average person goes to gets their information this way.
Right.
This is how they get. This is how they feel they did research or got educated about something.
I'm with Scott on this one. Like, if somebody watches Inglourious Bastards and believes that that's how World War II ended, that's their fucking fault. That is their fault.
But also, I think that's a little different, though. I think that's a little different, though. I think that's a little different, though, than something being portrayed as a biopic, as being like, hey, these are the events that happen with these people.
But yet every celebrity,
and I get it. Yes. Listen, if there's stuff in that movie that didn't happen that way, then yes, we can absolutely make that argument that if somebody really wants to know, they should go. But the problem is a lot of people are going to go to that movie. It's not really that big of a deal to them to think, well, they don't even know. They don't even know that there's something wrong with it, or this happened and didn't happen, or this was whitewashed to make it, you know, seem nicer, you know, because they didn't want to get into the really gritty stuff, you know.
And going back to people's,
I wish Sacha Baron Cohen had done the Bohemian Rhapsody movie that he wanted to do.
Right.
The willful ignorance is the fact that every single biopic, however accurate or inaccurate, has the exact same disclaimer at the end.
That's true.
Events depicted, even though based on true events, have been fictionalized for the purposes like you see the exact same thing.
And not everybody stays for that either.
And once again, but once again,
how does it matter?
This is on the audience.
That's on the people.
I'm just saying what it does is create a culture that tells me that I can't trust biopics.
I never, but that's the point.
I know, and I don't trust biopics. I'm just saying, me as a fan, as a Queen fan, okay, as somebody who loves Queen, who's into that music, man, who plays that music in the band that I'm in, right, who has Queen memorabilia and stuff in my house, and I've spent money for stuff for my wife, and my wife was super excited. Now my wife, she just liked it, right? She just liked it. But we talked about it afterwards. And so the problem is that to go see something like that, you want to see you want to see the thing that happened, you know, not I don't know. I can't really explain it any more than saying it's just disappointing because people are going to go see that, and yes, we can say that it's on them or whatever, but again, it's that general public thing. Most people are sheep. They're just going to go and they're just going to watch it, and it's not going to mean anything to them. But the people who really it means something to go say, hey, I loved Queen and I loved Freddie Mercury and I loved the band and I love everything about that, and it's like, wait a second, this is not even close.
Yeah.
To what
That's
happened. And I get it that the band did it.
every
I
comic
get it
book
that the
movie.
band did it. But like when you add in Michael Myers like character in that movie, like I get it. It's funny.
Yes.
Yeah. You know. Yeah. Kids are gonna be listening.
Yeah.
Driving
Well,
down the street.
everybody who loves Wayne's World's like, I get that. I get that.
I get that. I get
No,
that. I got it. But
I-
it's completely fictional. And you just go.
I was
okay.
asked by a listener last week if I had any interest in the Michael Jackson biopic, and I flat out said no. I don't have any interest in it because as much as I'm a fan of
that's gonna be hard.
It's gonna be impossible.
get
Nearly
different actors
impossible.
Joshua Hamilton in the chat is absolutely right. The Weird Al Yankovic story is the answer to all that nonsense.
That movie was amazing.
That movie was amazing.
I still haven't watched it. I don't know why I haven't watched it.
I will say this. I still would like to see a serious take on Weird Al's life because I believe that he's underrated in the public vernacular. But I love what he did because with that movie, he did exactly what Weird Al does, but he did it with a biopic. And he's done it a couple of other times. Because, I mean, there's a couple of other similar things.
How can
to
one
this, but
watch that movie without having the Roku channel? That's my.
That's the thing.
That's
I don't have
my
the Roku
hang up.
channel. That's my hang up too, because I don't have the Roku channel. I don't either.
Yeah.
Legally speaking,
There's-
you have to have a Roku channel to
legally
watch it.
speaking, yeah.
there are ways.
I know. I'm sure.
I would
no.
imagine that
I'm
there are
just gonna
other ways
wait.
to find it.
Yes,
but
I'm
it's
waiting.
not on
I'm
the
waiting
Roku
for it.
channel, it's not legal.
I
No,
want to. I'm not one of those people that wants to just be like, hey, let me.
I mean,
download
Roku's
this
free
one."
though.
No, but the problem is
But you
that
have to
I
have
Apple-
You got to have a
Yeah.
Roku device.
You got a
yeah.
Roku
Gotta
device.
have a
I have
Roku
Apple
device.
device.
I don't have a Roku device. That's the
We
thing.
have Roku in the
Gotcha.
bedroom, but we don't have. But we don't. It's
Now,
the
because
Apple in the living room.
my workaround, like when I wanted to watch Zoe's Extraordinary Christmas, was by the time I wanted to watch it, I could buy it. So
There you go. Yeah.
I purchased it.
Mhm.
So I'm waiting on Weird to be something that I can buy or rent.
Yeah.
Right? Me
Well,
too,
I'll
'cause I
just say
wanna do-
this:
I wanna
everything
support
about
it.
it
I
at
wanna
first, I was
support it.
concerned about. I was concerned about from Daniel Radcliffe to like how they were presenting it because I was really kind of hoping that we would get a biopic about Weird Al, like in his life. And I mean, there's just amazing things. Like he's had the same band since the 70s. He's
I love that.
established
I
all
love
these
that.
relationships with and seen all kinds of different cultural things change and still been relevant. And he only had one record deal that was 14 albums, and he finished that out. And he's like, I'm not making any more albums. And and it's like the guy is stuck to his guns, and he does his thing. But when I saw Weird, I was like, okay, this is satisfying as a Weird Al fan because I get it and it's funny and it turns all those other biopics on its ear.
I'm sorry. I love it when these fake
Yes.
accounts come and say they shit like
Something
this.
also, which ironically is a big and weird, the Al Yankovic movie, but also any other biopic, is that any cultural icon or celebrity or band, there's an element of myth to their existence.
Yes.
Also inherent in that. And that's kind of what the whole point of Blonde is strike. I haven't seen it, but my understanding is that's what it strikes on. And so, even something like Elvis or Bohemian Rhapsody or any of this stuff, you don't only have the burden of like the true depiction, but like even like when those bands were touring, their persona was not necessarily their actual.
Here, I tell you what, I'll bring up an old one.
Look at the Beatles and the way that they presented themselves versus what they were like behind. You watch like what the Beatles presented themselves as when they were touring.
I think it also
versus you watch
depends
Let It
upon
Be,
how
and
the
it's a totally
biopic
different
presents
thing.
itself. Because like
You have
when
to
you look at
appeal
like
to the
Rocket Man,
artist.
when you look at
You have to
Rocket
appeal
Man,
to the artist.
Rocket Man is not like you don't think like Rocket Man is like, well, this is exactly how it happened because it's got that element of creativity in it. Like what I think set apart maybe Bohemian Rhapsody for me is that it was literally portrayed almost like as this is what happened. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't
But
a
it was
lot. There wasn't a lot of elements that like take you out of it. You're into that story, and it gives you a progression, and it shows you these things that are happening this way, like a regular, telling of a story. Where it's, even the Marilyn Monroe thing. It's goes into these weird, places and
Is
things,
that
and even
kind of
Elvis, it
unlike
does these
Elvis?
weird.
Like how Elvis takes creative liberties and tells it through a perspective, and you know that it's kind of being
Yeah,
self-aware.
you know that.
Lon
Where
is like
Bohemian
that,
Rhapsody,
though.
I believe, was presented differently than those other ones.
Well, there, like for instance, there's a biopic that I enjoy that's completely artistically like a concept is DeLovely, which was that Cole Porter biopic with Kevin Kline and Ashley Judd. That's literally Cole Porter at the end of his life, watching his life as a show on stage. And so much so that at the end of the movie, there was a biopic of Cole Porter that was done in the 40s called Night and Day, which eliminated his homosexuality from the story. And at the end of DeLovely, there's a scene of him and his wife, because he did get married, watching the movie, commenting on the inaccuracies on the movie, but going, but it's a fun movie. Like, and I thought that was so interesting to watch one biopic literally comment on another biopic of its era. Like, I thought that was and that also had a thing where they had modern day artists show up in the movie to sing the Cole Porter songs.
Yeah.
So you had like Alanis Morissette and Diana Krall and Elvis Costello in the movie in the 40s singing more modern arrangements of Cole Porter songs. So it was a piece that was trying to tell segments of someone's life. So.
And I think one other big thing to remember about biopics in general is that at the end of the day, they're still movies that are still part of the Hollywood business machine that a studio still has to sell to the general audience. The biopic I was going to bring up, which is an older one now, is Ali.
Yes.
There were complaints back then that it didn't focus on the movie does not focus on his whole life. It focuses on a 10-year period where a ton of crazy shit happened in his life between two fights. I forget what the first fight was, but I know the last fight was Rumble in the Jungle against George Foreman. And in the middle of this is when the draft dodging happens, and it's when Malcolm X was assassinated, and like all these different, but it was only a 10-year period of Muhammad Ali's life. And there were Ali fans that were like, that's not enough.
What about the rest
you
of it?
have to tell, right? You have to tell more of the
it
story.
was more like a memoir than an autobiography.
It's like,
right.
Well, the biopic I want to bring up is that people seem to think is an original idea when it's never an original. It's Joker. You could argue Joker. And like Joker as like an inconsistent narrator that's telling his own origin story. That's fucking all of these.
It is terrifying that somebody
actually
probably
trust.
thinks that Arthur Fleck is real.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
when
When I did my trailer reaction, when we did our trailer reaction with my family to Joker, I literally I ended up shutting it down. I shut the whole video down because I got sick and tired of people literally leaving comment after comment after comment that I didn't know anything about comic books, because all I said after I saw it, I said, this looks really cool. This looks very interesting as an Elseworld story, but I'm really interested to see where they're going with this, because I don't understand what they're going for. If they're and then I saw the movie later and we knew what was going on, but at the time we didn't know. And I had all these people going, well, wow, you really don't know anything about comics because he was Arthur Fleck in The Killing Joke. And I'm like, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, there was no mention.
There's no Arthur Fleck.
There's
you
no
know, like
mention
they drew similarities from that.
Yes,
but literally,
because of the stand-up comedy, that was about it.
But the ignorance of it, where people just took it that like that was that, and like people were literally, it's the internet, right? So we all know how people can be. And then finally, YouTube demonetized us. We had like 40,000 views on it, and then all of a sudden we got demonetized on it. I was like. And then just the vitriol just kept coming in. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You don't know, the Joker and stuff. And I'm just like, okay, done. I'm not.
That's like the phenomenon on Twitter where like someone posts a screenshot of someone or whatever, and then all of a sudden there's like 500 comments under the original tweet all saying the same thing, and it's like, you guys are just literally regurgitating something that you saw in another comment to the same tweet. Like, I'm pretty sure
That's
they
all
saw
Twitter
that.
does. It's like casting announcements or like plots. Everybody claims their own idea to be a popular tweet that they saw online.
It reminds me. I remember after we saw Batman Begins in 2005, we were having a conversation at the frat house about it, and one of our brothers was like, but he's like, it was all right, but they got the Joker's origin wrong. He's the one that killed Batman's parents, and all the rest of us are like, stop.
Excuse me. He killed Batman's parents. Like, oh no, you watched Batman '89,
right? We had to learn him. We had to school him. It's like, no, Jimmy, that's not what happened.
You know, she's like, this is what I'm talking about.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. But you know, and I mean, and that's just the Joker and, you know, Batman, right? You know, but you know, that's things like I guess you know, for me, I don't really care about the other biopics so much because I get how they're presented, and they're presented in a fanciful way. Just for some reason the Bohemian Rhapsody one just hit me. Just as a fan, I was just like especially as a musician and watching the way that they showed like everybody standing around and when they did the We Will Rock You thing, and it was like, well, Freddie didn't even look like that. He didn't have that look when they wrote that song, and they actually wrote it.
You got a Hollywood eye.
Yeah, and it's like
exactly,
and it was like, and I get it, but it was like, wait a second, I know this stuff. And then I know, I mean, and I had conversations with people like, well, I never knew that that's how they wrote that. And it's like, well, they didn't, you know? And then you try to, and then they look at you like you don't know what you're talking about because the movie said that this is how it happened. And they wouldn't,
stupid.
And the Enos, you don't understand. The band signed off on that's I think
people are stupid.
I know, but the one thing I don't understand though about that movie even more is it, and I do understand it because the band wanted to whitewash their history and make everything look like it was okay, and there was a lot of chaos. And there was a lot of dark stuff that happened, and I get that part of it if you want to do that, but I don't understand the band itself going, hey, we know these things, but we're just going to change them for no good reason.
Okay. No, there was a good reason. Like you said, they wanted to whitewash it. That's a good reason. It's called protecting your image.
Yeah, but what is changing, like when you wrote a song, have to do with whitewash? I understand, like not getting into the Freddie stuff, right? I understand that.
What Casey just said, because here's the thing, Enos, because this is going to come up. This is. I was asked this about the Michael Jackson movie. I was asked.
Yeah.
Oh boy! What happens? If, like, what happened? Do you think they should cover? And I said, look, they're trying to make a movie that they're going to sell to the general audience. So if they leave that shit out, I get why.
They're gonna but if you're making that Michael Jackson movie, do you go up to a certain point, like before all those allegations, and you say, hey, this was Michael Jackson? Or do you just if you just skip over it like none of it happened?
It depends on what angle they decide to take with his life.
I know where that was where I did respect about the Bohemian Rhapsody thing, because they just left out the Freddie stuff. Although like they had literally Freddie like, you know, coming out to the band that he had AIDS and doing
they had to do that,
you know, I know, but they had him doing it like all in one day. Like doing the concert, you know, like doing it was like all in one day, and like he didn't tell the band until years later that he had AIDS, you know, and I get it. It would still be interesting though to see that Sacha Baron Cohen movie.
Yes, I do want to see that too. In another multiverse, I wish we would have saw that, because when I remember hearing that he was attached to it, I was like, well, that's perfect. He looks like Freddie Mercury.
Right.
Look at him. He looks like he could totally embody that. And nothing against Rami Malek. He did a fantastic job.
Oh, great job.
I mean, like, I remember when they were releasing like set images of him doing the performance, I was like, and it was like far away, and I was like, dude, look at him. He's doing all the mannerisms.
Well, when they would do like the side-by-side comparisons of the actual footage of Freddie Mercury at that concert.
Yeah, he put his heart and soul into it.
Oh, for sure.
Like, glad
Which is why people start to think that he's real, right? Yeah.
Like, but we can all say that, the story maybe, you know, it was Hollywoodized. Yeah. You know,
Right.
and when it came to Blonde, they didn't Hollywoodize it. They based it on a certain book, and
Blonde isn't even called Marilyn, so it's definitely not a
Exactly.
biopic. And even while watching the movie, the way it's filmed and certain scenes just go full artsy, like abstract,
Yeah.
like
I know
you're
a
in her
person.
mind seeing stuff.
I know a person who like has flooded my social media stuff, not at me, but like I see it constantly. Like when that movie came out, like this person was highly offended because
course,
they were
yeah.
such a Marilyn
People
Monroe
have
thing.
strong
And
reactions
like
to that.
it was a very strong vitriol reaction, and I was like,
There definitely
"Whoa,
was.
dang! I hadn't even seen the movie yet," and I was
Yeah.
like, really? And they're like,
that's why I
you know,
took that's why I stepped
I was
away
curious,
because
and I was like, I
I'm
don't
still
want to have an
want to
opinion on
watch
this
it.
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
I didn't.
comment on it. But I'm
I
gonna
thought
watch
about doing like a Patreon live watch or some kind of thing.
Sure.
I was like, but then I was like, man, this is a long movie, and I don't know if I want to like. And from the clips I've seen and other things, I was like, it's just like I don't know.
Before
I love the fact that we'll say something's long, but like we're all like huge Zack Snyder Justice League fans.
it. The man
That
doesn't
Before
movie's
the-
long, man.
That movie has never felt long.
I
and
know,
you know it.
I know,
It's never
I know,
felt
I
long.
know, I know.
Before the trailer even came out or the first look even came out, I remember reading news about the director having issues with Netflix and certain members of the Netflix board and all that, kind of trying to alter the movie in some ways, and they were discussing whether it should be NC-17 or PG-13 and all that stuff, and the director just didn't give a fuck about any of that. He stood by his vision, and he was like, this is the movie. If you want to do it, this is how we're going to do it. And I love that he never catered to any of these people who there were
No, that's good.
viral tweets every day like bashing on this movie before even a trailer or a look came out, and it was horrible. And
Yeah, James
we
Gunn's
did-
gonna
I
know
love that.
what that feels like pretty soon.
Yeah, I love that the director just didn't give a fuck
good
about
segue.
any of that.
Because before I wanted to wrap this stream up, I was going to be like, all right. So like, yeah, we talked about the Oscars, we're talking about all that, but then it's like, all right, how are we feeling about next week and some announcements when it comes to this?
Can we just turn Twitter off, please?
No,
Oh, it's going to be madness. It's going to be
absolutely not.
Elon
madness.
Musk just go ahead and break Twitter
gonna be
before this
fun.
happens?
No, Elon Musk is going to be like, oh yeah, I'm curious too.
Oh,
What do you got,
God.
James Gunn? And he's going to
God.
blow it up because he's a nerd too, and he's curious about what's happening with the DC. Yeah. All right. So, okay, let's say bets Monday, Tuesday. Which one we got? Who we think? What are we thinking here?
Monday.
Monday.
Start of the week.
Right?
I say Monday.
Monday. It just
I
seems
think
Monday.
Yeah.
Yes, it's got to be Monday, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it could.
Well, it had to be
it could
today, but
Oh,
because the whole weekend we could talk about it, but I guess
Yeah.
he doesn't want to do that.
No,
But news doesn't-
Well,
news
Monday
doesn't
is
stick
just
on
like-
the weekend.
no news is not
Okay,
sick of
okay.
it.
No,
Cross
you
it
do it.
Friday
You do it on Monday
you-
because you get the whole week.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Because
The bet I want to ask is, does he fucking pull it off?
pull what off?
Like the
pull his
will
dick
the-
off. What the fuck are you talking about? Tony?
Yeah, no.
The thing about that, Tony, is
the
that
negative pressure
nobody
against it-
knows.
like,
yeah, but the I'm
by
not-
you're right. By what metric? But fuck, I don't know how
there-
people.
There
buy
is
into it.
nothing
the
Steve-
before
Twitter
this.
Steven, go ahead.
There is
the
none.
Twitter bubble reaction is not going to be indicative of
No.
anything.
No, it isn't. No, it's
and
not.
then the reaction when the movies actually land. So I don't know. I'm not like the hugest Gun fan or like even looking forward to it, but the coordinated negative reaction that happens when whatever is announced is gonna have nothing to do with whether like those people are gonna hate it no matter what it.
No matter what.
Yeah.
No matter what.
I here's the thing. I am, as the last episode of DC Squadcast said, Tim and I are kind of like, we're kind of kicking our feet up and going, whatever happens, happens. Like, we're not waiting on pins and needles. We're just
Murphy's
like,
Law.
what'd you say?
Murphy's Law.
Well, Murphy's Law is anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And I'm not.
Well,
I'm
that
not,
applies.
No, that's going to be some reactions on Twitter. I could care. I couldn't care less.
Thank you.
I'm an English teacher, Ray. You know
All
I'm
right.
going to get that right.
All right.
About other people's reaction to whatever gets announced.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also not like, oh my God.
Right.
When it happens, I want to find some sort of official statement or an I want to drill past the bullshit. I want to go to whatever the official sanctioned statement is, read it, and probably my reaction will be, okay. I'll care in a year and a half when the movies actually come out.
Right. And the people, because the hyperbole, like somebody, who was it? I forget who it was that like tagged you guys in a tweet and said that basically you were speaking his truth, but he went a little bit more dour with it, and my whole thing,
which is fine because people can be dour.
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned,
it's all subjective. They can be hard, but my whole thing with it is like, I understand not being hyped because we have nothing to be hyped about. We're starting from a lot of us, we're starting from ground zero. Some of us are starting from negative, like even beyond that, because we knew that no matter what, whether it's a soft or a hard reboot, a reboot is happening, which means that you have to rebuild any type of hype and excitement whatsoever for whatever this interpretation is going forward. So I get people not being hyped. I get people not being excited. What I don't get, or at least, okay, no, it's not that I don't get it. I do get it. What I don't agree with is continued sorrow, continued disappointment. I am so fucking over that. I really am. Because I accepted that the moment they got hired, my brain already prepared, okay, creative freedom. They're going to tell the story that they want to tell. And, Pud333 made a perfect point last night, Scott. I don't know if you saw his tweet.
I did not, actually.
He basically, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, if you're James Gunn, this is your one shot. You got 4 years, bet on yourself. Tell the story that you want to tell. Why the fuck not? Yeah. And I totally understand that. That's exactly what he's doing. So I already readied myself. All right, okay. To answer your question, Tony, I have no idea if he's going to pull it off. I don't.
Yeah,
but I'm curious. I'm curious to find out.
See, the reason nobody knows is that he hasn't done a mainstream, big league character ever. So we cannot say that he will tackle that well, or that he will tackle that in the same way he tackles his other characters. There's just no way to tell.
Casey, to your point, it's an unknown quantity.
Yeah, because he tackled Guardians of the Galaxy, and I remember when that all came about, and everybody was kind of going like, "What the fuck?" I mean, anybody who's familiar with that were like, "Really? They're doing a Guardians of the Galaxy?" And then there was a ton of people that went, "Who the fuck are the Guardians of the Galaxy?" And when that first
MCU's first flop,
I thought it was. I said it was going to be their first.
A lot of people said that. There were a lot of articles.
I thought it was going to be too. To be honest with you, the first time I saw the first trailer, I looked at it and I laughed and I thought, people are really going to go see talking raccoons and a tree. I think Marvel's gone too far. And then I saw the movie and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
He pulled it off.
I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it. So,
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, okay, so what do we think that's going to be announced first? This first little wave. Superman. I don't know. I don't want to call it a
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Oh,
I'm not playing that game.
Come on, Ray. Come on, Ray.
Dude, well, because I had a listener ask me like what like they had a list of characters that they hope. All right, the problem is when we do that and those names don't show up. Now we're mad. Now we're like, fuck, why didn't he do this? Why didn't he do that? And it's like, I don't want to do that.
Well, look, there's going to be people
to be mad though. Like,
yeah, there's going to be people who are going to complain just because it's the first thing and they didn't get what they thought was going to be the first thing. But it's like anything like this, right? Is that people want it all be solved right away. Yes. They won't take the fact that, look, it took a long time to get us here and there's a whole rebuilding process. I live just outside the city of Flint, Michigan, okay? Flint, Michigan has been bombarded for decades by all kinds of economic issues, water issues, poverty, everything else, and it's slowly building up. And people don't see the beautiful things that are happening. We have the most beautiful cultural center with the biggest planetarium almost in the country.
It's long ways very nice.
Sloan Museum is amazing. Just went through a huge multi-million-dollar renovation. We have an Institute of Arts that it will rival anything. Our farmers market has had over 1 million people go through it a year, and is one of the best, and has been rated one of the top 5 farmers markets in the country. And we see this growth, and it's amazing. And people will still say that it's a slum and it's crap, and they don't like the fact that there used to be a day and time where you didn't want to be downtown because you were going to be scared that somebody was going to rob you, beat you, whatever. My son did all of his senior pictures downtown, brought our drum set down there. There's cool alleyways with bars and restaurants, and you can have a coffee outside on a patio now downtown. And people act like that doesn't exist because they only have tunnel vision for what they wanted to do. They want GM to come back. They want one thing to happen, and if GM doesn't come back and save the day like it did back in the day, then they don't see the way that it is. And
if people don't get his references, I totally get what he's saying.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing with the DC issue right now, is that people got to get their heads out of the clouds of it's got to be my way or else. And these personal attacks, look, I'm scared too. Okay, I think we all have a little bit of an anxiety as to what this next thing is going to be
because we're DC fans.
Yes,
and we have been programmed. We've been programmed to be. I mean, Tim and I have talked
scared
about this.
of every single announcement.
Right. We have no. It's the once bitten, twice shy. It's fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, shame on both of us.
Right.
We have been burned 6 ways from Sunday for the last 7 years.
Yes.
Tim has said on our podcast, it has broken him as a DC film fan. We have been trained to not get excited because
we've had announcements. We've had announcements.
We've had announcements after announcements after announcements that never turn into anything.
Nope.
And as soon as we start,
we had a character come into a movie and promise us he's gonna appear again.
Right. You know what's great?
Yes.
Right. You know what's great about all this? It's like we're sitting over here. We're like that disgruntled character in a movie that is like jacked and like has a knife and picking our nails. Like, yeah, you don't even know. While the Marvel fans are the fucking characters in WALL-E, all fat and just like,
right.
We get everything.
We're hardened.
Oh my
we're
God.
hardened. We've been beaten down.
We haven't eaten in years.
And look, I was talking to my son about this.
We're eating chili out of a can.
I don't like the tribalism, but I love that analogy.
I was talking to my son about
this.
You were joking earlier about me being 46, but I was talking to my son yesterday about this. My son just turned 18, right? And we were talking about, so they got this 10-year plan that they're talking about. Well, we know that whatever they announced this week, it's going to take, 3 years?
Production-wise,
give or take 3 years, right? 3 to 4 years.
You mean for all of it to happen, or for
no? I mean, look,
if a Superman movie is announced today, next week, and it immediately goes into production,
they're going to. They want something out in 2020 next year. They do.
Then
I don't know when next year, but they
I don't
want
know.
something next year.
Look, if that happens, I'm going to be really worried. But I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to do this right and not try to rush a Superman thing into production where they don't have
not
anybody.
Superman. I don't think it'll be Superman. I think it's a ways from that. But
I'm just saying. But okay, so let's just give them the benefit of the doubt that it takes 3 years for them to start for them to put a Superman movie out and starts at 10 years, right? I'm 46 years old. Okay, I'm going to be 49 years old by that time. You figure if they get this 10-year plan, I'm going to be almost 60 years old, which is crazy. But my son looks at me and goes, I'm going to be in my 30s, Dad, by the time this thing ends. And if it sucks, my thing is, like, at 60 years old, you don't look and go, well, they could just reboot. Because, like, if it sucks as a DC fan, it's like, well, okay, whatever that was. I guess I'm going to die now just looking at my Zack Snyder's Justice League movie. I got Man of Steel right from my cold, dead hands.
Okay.
No, but Enosh, here's the point. Here's the point that Tim and I made.
But I have been there.
Once again,
just saying.
Someone will create Man of Steel 2 using AI.
Go back.
What the
Go back
hell?
and listen.
I
to
just want it
Dark.
to be good, for God's sake, please.
Enosh,
I don't want to
Enosh.
die without good DC.
Enosh, you go back and listen to Dark. And we literally called it. It was actually me who coined it. We called the episode "The Dark Night of Our Soul" because
Oh my god!
I realized as I was talking, the DCEU was my 30s.
Oh, gee, okay.
No, Ray, shush,
Too grim.
shush. Okay,
I'm sorry, black don't crack, so I can't deal with this aging shit.
That's very true. Like
Damn
Ray's
it.
gonna look better than
I
all
see
of
some
us.
gray in that beard.
Hey,
So?
hey, but I will say I have
no,
Mexican.
this is
genes, so-
Emmerich, this is Hamada, this is Sarnoff. I'm just saying, you know. Jeff Johns,
This
John
is all
Burke.
Dwayne Johnson right here, man. This is all Dwayne Johnson.
That's all
But-
$7.
Yeah, but here's the
Blowing
thing.
their wad too early.
I
Oh,
spent
jeez.
the podcast at to this point was basically a chronicle of my 30s because it's been 7 years. Like you look at that podcast and I go, wow, I've spent my 30s podcasting about this universe, and it's about to kind of start over one way or the other. Like we said, we don't know if it's a soft reboot or hard reboot. We don't know shit. So that honestly is the thing that I'm kind of like if you ask me what my biggest question is answer that for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it a soft reboot or a hard reboot?
And I think that's what's going to be answered next week. To be honest.
Great. I would love an answer, but that's going to be but if I get a slate and that question's still not answered,
that's going to suck.
I'm still going to be answering.
That's going to give me more gray hair, Scott.
Right. Right.
yeah.
That's going to be my question. But here's the thing is that Tim and I said, because Tim said it on our Patreon, because we did a Patreon called The DCEU is Dead, Bury It. And it was kind of our raw feelings, like right after we found out that Henry Cavill was out.
Yeah.
We had a very raw conversation. And then
Sure, yeah, you did.
Yeah, we did. And the
Spoiler
question,
alert, Scott, you're not gonna hear it on Monday because they still have 4 movies coming out this year.
Exactly. And once again, and that's why I'm going to be like, okay, like that's probably what you're going to get out of me is, okay.
Well,
like,
right. Because again, we don't have like it when you're starting from scratch, whatever kind of reboot it is, you have to rebuild hype. Everybody's starting from at least 0, if not below 0. That's why I get it. If when whatever happens on Monday, if your reaction is, okay, I get it. Logistically, I get it. What is there for you to be hyped about? We don't know. Like, there's nothing there yet. So,
and as damaged goods, as Tim likes to put it, you know, it's kind of like we've even said, because we're trying to be a little bit, you know, centered about it, is go, it's possible that this new universe, this new continuity, is not for us.
Yeah,
it's the next generation.
Oh,
I love what Amari said. Amari said he imagined DC Squadcast Young Justice Edition. Like we just pass it off. We pass it off to the next generation to go. This is your universe. We had ours. We got treated like shit.
Yeah.
We're like, I love the veteran like picking his nails.
That's how some of the anti-Snyder people, you know, felt about the DCEU.
See that's okay. And we've all campaigned for the Snyder Cut, and we all wanted the Snyderverse to continue if it could. I'm finding myself at a real just impasse with a lot of this stuff, because a lot of these groups that I joined, that we all kind of had this same feeling for the longest time, and
Not
people
really
that
represent your views
we've
anymore.
streamed with or you know, like, you know, supported or whatever. We were all, you know, us united and all that stuff and everything, and it was great, and we all had a purpose and a goal. And now I'm seeing people like just take shots at people in horrible ways.
Yes.
I'm seeing this thing that I loved so much just crumble, and it's making us all look just like horrible people. And I said a couple of weeks ago, like, you know, when I started seeing images coming out that were just grotesque to me, depicting horrible things upon James Gunn and others and things, and I said, look, that's not what I signed up for. I signed up because I thought that this was purposeful. It was for Zach and Autumn and her, in remembrance of her, and to see a wrong righted, and to enjoy something more that I enjoyed in the past. and I didn't sign up for all these attacks and people just saying the most ridiculous things and attacking actors and acting like people are evil. Like I've this stuff about like we're fighting an evil regime and stuff, and it's
How
like,
dare you, Jason Momoa?
yeah, it's like I'm just at a loss where it's like and people trying to pick and choose which movies are okay and acceptable to watch now and which movies are not okay and acceptable.
Guess what? That's
to
what
watch.
they did to us. Like that's
And I'm
the,
just
that's
like-
the thing that's like it's the Dark Knight line all over again. You either
It
die
is.
the hero or
It
you
is.
see yourself become the villain.
Right.
It
Because
is.
I've said this before. The reason Squadcast started was because Tim and I were tired of people telling us that Man of Steel was shit and we
Yep.
weren't allowed to like it.
Right.
And we were like, no, it's a good movie and we're excited about it. And we wanted to be a positive voice. We didn't want to be a voice telling people what to not like. I mean,
Well, but it's this like politically correct, almost like social justice kind of fight all of a sudden, where it's like if you go see this movie, well, that movie is not acceptable as a Snyder fan for you to go see. So you're not really a supporter. Like no matter what you did in the past, no matter how much you worked and tried to make a good thing happen, you're a horrible person because you go see Shazam.
And that's where the irony comes into play.
You know,
because after spending however many years of being the Superman, the 78 gatekeepers, not you, Enosh, but the Superman 78 gatekeepers that continue to beat us Man of Steel fans over the head with the S curl, and he smiles a lot and he saves cats out of trees, all that, right? Now these people are acting just like they are, just like they did.
Well, both sides suck, man. And I don't understand why. Like somebody like me who grew up with Christopher Reeve, right? I love Christopher Reeve. That's fine. But like this nonsense on both sides, you see these people who are just like, Christopher Reeve is God. Christopher Reeve, like I literally saw somebody, they had taken a Brandon Routh head and put it on something that looked like Christopher Reeve's suit, and it actually looked really good. And somebody says, this spits in the face of everything that Christopher Reeve was. This is like taking a crap on who he was and what he meant and everything. And I'm like,
hold on. Before you leave, Steven's got to go, actually.
What?
He's been so quiet, too.
He's in trouble.
I know. I think that's why he's leaving. He's like, you guys won't let me talk. Is that what it is, Steven? Is that why you're leaving?
No, I gotta sleep sometimes.
Sometimes.
And
the pizza put him straight to sleep.
is Steven really going to go to sleep when he leaves the stream, Magic 8 Ball?
I know, right?
It says,
more graphs.
Don't count on it.
No, he's going to make
yeah, I might make
Don't
some
count
more graphs. Yeah, no, and
But Steven,
I have
this is your best look yet.
Yeah.
This is your best look yet.
Well, thank
For real, like even the color, the perfect background, everything.
How your beard just like totally blends into the side of the
Get a little fan.
As someone who has seen that beard in person,
Yes.
as Enosh and I have,
Mhm.
it is an impressive beard.
Well, thank you.
Yes, it is. And that wasn't awkward at all. Yeah,
No, not at
it's an
all.
impressive
Not
beard.
even-
Keep going.
No, but, yeah.
If we keep going, we'll
I
stay.
get it. Steven, you have to sleep. It's the first time you've slept this week, right?
No, actually,
Oh.
I'm sleeping more in general
Oh, wow.
these days. I'm taking an effort to care for my meat suit, and it's when you take care of your meat suit takes care of you. It's
Okay, Lady
James,
Gaga.
James
Wow.
Cameron fan.
So what you're saying is you're going to
Well, now we know
it.
now we know why he's not going to sleep. He's going to take care of his meat suit after he leaves.
I don't know what that means outside of what it
he's
sounds
gonna
like.
tenderize it, Enoch. It's okay.
Yes, okay.
You're going to do the rock.
Make sure you give it a good marinade first.
Yeah.
All right,
So-
Steven, thank you for joining. Thank you for jumping in. And thank
Yeah,
you for not bringing your graph. Maybe next
Yeah.
time.
Was that a
Yeah,
euphemism, Dave? Did you whip out his
I don't
graphs?
know. Maybe. Anyways, all right, Steven. See you later.
See
Yeah.
you, David.
Take it easy.
Yeah,
Take care.
we'll wrap this up in a little bit, but I wanted to get everybody's opinion about this whole thing because we didn't.
I
Really
just want it to
talk
be
too much
good, man. I
Yeah.
just want it to
No.
be good. I just hope it's good. I hope that.
I mean,
I
that's
hope
the thing.
that
That's
they
the thing.
don't.
Like with
I just-
everything that's coming out, it's like and everybody, and it's funny because it's now gotten to the point where it's like okay, you got people that loathe James Gunn. You
Yeah.
got people that love James Gunn. And I get it. I get both sides because I'm right in the middle. I don't hate him. I don't
Yep.
love him.
Mhm.
You know,
Right.
it's
Yep,
like,
exactly.
I like him. I like him. I enjoy his movies, and I don't think he's like, you know. And then of course, obviously they always bring up the past stuff. Yes, the tweets were weird.
And all that is petty, Dave, because I've said it many times now. If James Gunn had come out day one and said, "Listen, guys, I am friends with Zack Snyder. I loved his vision, and my first order of business is to restore the Snyderverse, and I want Zack to get Justice League 2 and 3, and then we'll see where we go from there. Maybe we reboot after that, but we're going to finish this out, and we're going to do this." None of that stuff that you're talking about right there, Dave, would even be a discussion. We wouldn't have these people attacking James. They're literally just going for it because it's low hanging fruit, and they just need something to
go after his cat.
lash out at, And
yeah, I mean that's the thing.
funny thing
and
about
that's
that
not
is
to
that
defend
already-
what he's done. That's
But
not
at
to
the same
defend
time,
any of that stuff.
But at the same time, it's like as much as I love, and I have said it, I'm from Junkee Live. Cheers, pouring out a drink. But
I'm out of
the
booze,
fact
I'm
it's
sorry.
it's like you know what, like I just like when he, clapped back, which was like spread all around. I was like,
I think people are overblowing that.
they were
I
totally
really do.
overblowing that.
No,
But then at
no.
the same time, I was like, all right. At the same time, I'm like, all right, James. I mean, to me, I was like, James, pick your battles because I totally enjoy like debunking things and answering things. But just like with something like that, I mean, I know it's like there's a discourse out there. I received that when I'm in my chat, but in my opinion, I was like, maybe just relax on that.
But again,
stuff.
that guy who James replied to, he said, "I hope your dog dies." And
Or
we
no,
know-
he said, "Fuck your cat, dude." He was like, "Fuck
Yeah,
your cat."
something
but
like
at the
that.
same time, it's
we
like-
know how
people react to animals.
No,
I
how
guess.
he particularly reacts to that kind of thing
Yes.
because
Yeah.
he's very attached to his
And that's
pets, and
that
his
was the
dog
thing.
died
Like,
before.
and that was the thing. The comment didn't. This happens a lot because now every week on
That
my
comment
show,
was never highlighted in the headlines.
But it's no, of course not, because that's not the
Yeah.
story, right? But I have a weekly check of James Gunn's Twitter now because there's a whole bunch of. It's actually entertaining. There's actually a lot of shit that he says that people like gloss over and never gets in to articles. That it's an
Which
interesting
should.
perspective that he has, right? But no, it's like there's this thing that happens where no matter what he tweets, someone just throws bile at him. That was a picture of his cat. He wasn't tweeting anything about DC. He wasn't tweeting anything about Marvel. He was tweeting personal shit, and somebody came at him like that. That's why I hear what you're saying, Dave, about pick your battles, but fuck those people. Fuck
I know,
those
no, I'm
people.
totally about
Just-
fuck those people too. But at the same time, I'm like, you got
yeah.
to realize that when you do respond, guess what's going to happen? Headlines and everything. I mean, even we're talking about it right now, and I'm just kind of like.
I also think that
James Gunn is one of those chronically online people. He can't help himself.
And I appreciate that for certain circumstances, but not.
I
don't know.
I have said from the
I
beginning.
think you can have those moments of clapback, and choose when and when to do it.
But it's
when
such
you
a
are
weird...
that guy, you just don't.
He gets triggered
don't
easily,
it.
though.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but when you are that guy, you've got to bite the lip. You let the others do it for you. But when you are that guy, it's like
That's what I said.
A movie director shouldn't come out and publicly shit on other people's work because you're in the industry, right? So him as the head of, let other people do that for you.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I even said that, Tony. I even said I was like, hey, your response. That's something I would say.
I
did,
but guys, he's clearly doing this differently, and I still feel like there's not from you guys necessarily, but I feel like because I had a couple of mutuals that I disagreed with on this, and I know they're Marvel fans. I know they're all King Kevin, right? And the problem
Kevin Feige never does this.
I think the ones that hate him most are
Well, no, it's but no. I'm saying I'm not talking about people that hate him. I'm talking about people that say that he needs to pick his pull back. Like he's being too loud on social media. Like you said, Casey, King Kevin wouldn't do this, and it's like fuck off. This is not the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This is not Marvel Studios. I really do feel like in the wake of the last 7 years, you can't ignore the social media presence that has stained a lot of DC's reputation as far as like the fandom is concerned. And so I really do feel, I've said this from the beginning, when he and Safran got hired, this was part of the job.
Oh, yeah.
This was absolutely part of
Yeah.
the job. Like, okay, dude, you're active on social media, do your thing, you know, in that
I see
regard.
that. That's
you
like
know.
how what Elon's been doing since he took over Twitter, and he's like started the dialogue and everything. But there's a difference between being fucking troll that he teases, like it's like he's stooping down sometimes and being a little bit of a dick.
Yeah.
And it's like, look, you can have a
He is
dialogue
that
with
way,
your
yeah.
fans and debunk, but when you're becoming a dick, when you're in a position of power over everybody, that you know these people care so deeply, and you want them to care about these things, so they come and pay for your stuff. Just don't be a dick, because that's what we're all trying to do.
But Tony,
not be a dick.
but Tony, quite honestly, the people that are gonna pay to see his stuff don't even know he said anything on Instagram. Largely, like when we talk about the general audience, they have no idea. They don't even know about any of these headlines.
That's why
like,
I say pick your battles. Like, why?
But it's like the 5 to 10% of us that are connected to this, like we know, right, and we see it, right. And so, to me, like as a fan, again, like because of the last 7 years, as Scott said, how we've been trained. When I saw that, I went, "Well, Hamada never said shit. Emmerich never said shit." So there's always that part of my, whenever he says something like that on Twitter, there's always a part of me that remembers what the previous
you.
dumb fucks didn't do.
Yeah.
Which is good. No, that's
So-
what I said that too. I was like, I love the fact that he is very like open when it comes to that. I just think like when you know, and I love the headlines. He clapped back. And I'm like, did he really?
Not
Did
really.
he? I mean, all he did was respond, but at the same time, I'm like, don't respond to that shit. Just respond to, you know, I just think like when it comes to that kind of stuff, the personal stuff, it's like, all right, people are gonna go for that. Just go, whatever, move on, because it's some fucking dickhead who has like, you know, 12 followers and whatever the fuck. Don't even.
And they're
worry
like
about that.
those people talking about how that hashtag was never used by any Snyder fan before, and that account is new, so it must be one of James Gunn's, you know, burner account.
But at the same time, you know what? I would not, and I said this on Film Junkie Live. Drink.
Yeah, I watched that.
I would not be surprised, because sometimes he does respond with information to accounts that are very small. And if that are
You think
burner
it's one of those peacemaker
Check the
tweets?
IP. It's actually the same
if
IP.
they are burner accounts, fine. If that's a way they're going to get information out, fine. I don't care. I'm okay with that. You know, it's perfectly fine if they are using little small burner accounts like, "Hey, James Gunn, what's going to happen with blah, blah," you know, and I'm like,
some
whatever.
of the people he's responded to with information though are people that like are in our circles that we know or not, at least
Yeah,
we know or
they've
not,
done
but
that
like,
too. He's done that
yeah.
too. I get
like
that.
like RJ, like he's
RJ,
responded to
definitely.
RJ before.
Oh yeah,
right?
and
So-
other people too. I totally understand that, but at the same time, there's been times where he's responded like in detail in some of these other responses, and it was always like, interesting. And and of course, there's people that are going to have the conspiracy theory, like, look at this guy, he's being untruthful, and I'm just going, no, he's utilizing the social media space to give out information. I'm okay with this, and I've said that. I'm like, I'm okay with him doing this. If they are using burner accounts to get information out there, I'm okay with that. I get it, and I totally get it. And then I'm glad that he also responds to actual legit accounts within the community that we've all built. I like that too. But I'm just kind of going like, someone says, fuck your cat.
Well, it also is important to note that he doesn't respond to all the trolls. It's not like he's sitting there responding to all of them. And then the other thing is, like, I feel like
Scott is like, what are you guys talking about?
I know both Scott and Enos are like, when is this ending?
This is, I think,
I didn't fall asleep. I said what I needed to
I know
say.
Shaggy is the one that's in the chat. That's
I know. I know, Saggy. I didn't fall asleep. I said what I needed to say, and now I'm allowing other people to talk. That's how
also,
discourse
to your
works and how
point,
conversation works.
This stuff is the stuff that, thankfully, I have just
tuned out.
I don't give a shit.
Good.
So it's just so nice to be able to go.
No.
I am emotionally released.
When we recorded Judge Dredd the other day, like I was literally the one updating him and Tim on what had happened because they didn't know. They had no, like the Jason Momoa thing, like they had no clue, and like that he was now being called a snake and a traitor, and because of his Instagram. I don't think you guys hadn't even seen the Instagram video. You hadn't even seen the video that he posted. So
because
there are people who are still going on about that the joke in Peacemaker between Flash and Aquaman is a statement that Aquaman actually
fucks fish.
Fornicated fish, okay?
And
it's
James Gunn had to come out and clear that up.
Right. It's a freaking joke. I don't understand why people I'm sorry, but I see some of these people in the fandom sometimes and I'm like, do you guys just not have just basic cognitive skills to be able to decipher what is and what isn't?
No, they don't.
No, they don't. It baffles me sometimes the stuff that I see because honestly, I'm just going to be straight up with you. I work, and I've noticed this a whole lot more since I started doing this because in the last year, I've started working in the school system, and I work with kids. Thank you. But I've started. I work with special needs kids and everything, and I see some of like their arguments and their lack of cognitive skills of like how to like decipher what is and what isn't, and what is important and what's not important, and things like that. And then it's amazing because I come home and I get on, I see something on Twitter, and I'm like, that sounds like something one of my students would say.
Dude, Tony just levitated right now.
Right. and so
how much have you drank?
And so it baffles me. It hurts my heart too. I mean, and I don't want to sound like over emotional about this thing, but it hurts my heart because I just feel like everybody's getting so emotionally bent out of shape about something that they don't even know anything about. And I saw the comment like, look, if you don't want to go see Shazam, don't go see Shazam. But here's the thing. I don't care about the actor playing Shazam or the actor playing whoever, as long as it's a good movie. I have concerns about Shazam because of the villains and the way it's presented. And honestly, when I saw this last trailer, I was like, I'm a little concerned there. But I like Shazam. Right. And I really like the first movie. And so I'm a DC fan. So I'm going to give it a chance. I don't understand this thing of, hey, when I see boycott any DC movie that's not in the Snyderverse. Well, define that. And then not just define that, but what does that mean? So like if Zach isn't directly involved with every DC thing going forward, we're just going to like throw it all out. Well, then we're not really DC fans. Like there can be good DC movies and you can make the argument, well, they should have finished the first story. I get it. I understand that. I agree wholeheartedly. But if they don't finish it, like, why would you try to utterly destroy things going forward? And I'll just be honest with you. I've seen this. We've seen this happen with Star Wars. Okay. Where it decimated something and it has taken a while for it to build back up. And there's still this just seed of vitriol against Star Wars where people still won't admit, even though Star Wars is doing pretty good these days and you got all these shows and the Mandalorian and everything, and people will still say that it sucks, that it's in a horrible place and just be negative about it. And I get it that it's the internet, and I get it that it's ranting and whatever. But as a DC fan, man, like I would just like for once, like some of the things that I like to like not be so controversial all the time.
It's always going to be controversial. That's the thing.
And I just feel like everything that I like is like in this is just compartmentalized, that it's like it gets all the stuff. I wish that I was like a huge Marvel fan, that I could just sit back and eat well and just be super happy about everything.
Enos, do you remember what you were talking earlier when you were arguing with Steven about Avatar's cultural significance?
Yes. I don't remember that. We were doing that? What? Avatar sucks. What?
And we were talking about
can of worms?
The baggage. Yes. No, actually it pops out, right? But the baggage.
Yes.
That these fandoms have. And that's, I've said this a handful of times on social media, and sometimes I'll do it just to see if people actually get what I'm saying, or if they're just going to react like viciously instantly when I talk about how people care more about DC than they do Marvel. What I've always meant by that when I say that is that the level of expectation for Batman and
ridiculous.
Superman is off the charts. Marvel fans, by and large, have never had to deal with that. The closest would be
They
Spider-Man.
will when the MCU will reboot.
Right,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah.
I'm saying. So, but
Not my Wolverine, not my Tony
what
Stark.
right, exactly.
Yeah,
What level
oh,
of
yeah.
expectations have they had for Iron Man or for Captain America or Thor that have lasted decades? No, they have not. And so, that, unfortunately, Enos, we're never going to get rid of that.
I know.
That's
I
always
know.
going to be there.
I
Unfortunately,
know, but that's what's heavy on my heart, to be honest with you. That's what's heavy on my mind as I'm looking to the future, you know, of all this stuff. I wish people would just think rationally or just give it a shot. Like, you know, like I have concerns too, man. I really don't want to see young Superman again. Okay. And I don't understand if you're not going to reboot the whole thing. I understand the arguments because I don't understand if you don't reboot the whole thing. So you're going to have like a Harley Quinn that's in her 40s and a Superman in his 20s. I don't get that, right? I don't understand some of these things and how they would actually work if you're not going to just reboot the whole freaking thing. And then you know what? Somewhere in the back of my head, I go, what if all these people are making this big deal? But like the plan is to go back and start this universe, but it is actually going to build into something in 10 years where it's a multiverse crossover thing where they're gonna bring back Cavill and everybody else, and they've had these conversations, right? And we're shitting on it right now and like ruining the possibility of it.
It is hilarious to me on that score. It is hilarious to me that people can focus on Gunn's tweet about Superman versus Cavill's Instagram post and completely forget that before that he cryptically tweeted that Kingdom Come image. No one talks about that anymore.
I know,
Twice.
man.
Twice.
Yeah.
He's done it.
Right.
He's done it multiple times. That's the thing.
And also, Gunn hasn't said that he's recasting Cavill. He's just saying that they're going with a younger Superman
for the next.
It's not the
movie.
same character.
It's right for the next movie, for the next
Right.
Superman movie. That's all he has said. He's not once
So Black
said
Adam's not in this chapter, kind of thing. Like,
Right.
but you can read
Exactly.
between the
I
lines.
mean, again, it does still baffle me. He did not put any promotion into Black Adam, even though his wife was in it.
But
then he tweeted out the Shazam trailer. He did.
Well,
And I'm
because
like,
that was
gonna
gonna
stay.
that. I mean,
yeah.
that's
Well, yeah,
that,
I know, but I'm like wondering what happened behind the scenes where they're like, "Hey, you can't even talk."
I'll tell you
about
what
it."
happened, Dave.
What?
They
Okay.
just wanted to get rid of Snyderverse stuff and keep the Gun Saffron stuff.
Or they wanted to get rid of Rock.
Basically, Zack's JL.
No,
The
I-
Rock
the-
chose Snyderverse in his movie, and he chose Cavill.
We weren't
so he had to go.
gonna get Snyderverse. We were gonna get $7 version of
Right.
the Snyderverse. That's what we were gonna
Right.
get, and
Right.
that's what James Gunn and Peter Safran were like, no,
Yeah.
because they have their own story and they have their own idea. And yeah, Shazam: Fury of the Gods is a Peter Safran film, so
Yep.
of course that he's gonna push that. Like that's just gonna be
So
part
is
of the plan,
Aquaman
but-
2.
right?
And
Exactly. So
Saffron's
So
got to get
was
that bag.
TSS and also Peacemaker. So all of these are staying.
And you know what's funny too is like it's hilarious too because you know when we're talking about like a full-on reboot, I've seen a lot of people today because they're and then even people that even saw the movie, they just were like, because the movie came out this weekend and they saw clips, is like they're now going, Maya Goth should be Harley Quinn because of Infinity Pool that just came out.
I've seen that.
Yeah, I watched it last night, which I was like, whoa. I mean, that's a movie. That's a movie, Scott. Don't watch it.
You haven't seen X or Pearl?
No.
It's a very graphic movie. I mean, let's just say that it doesn't restrain from the bodily fluids. And I'm not just talking about blood. There's multiple bodily fluids. Yes,
okay.
yes,
All
yes,
right.
yes.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying. But you know what's
Is that
you know
what the pool
you know what's
is made
crazy
of?
about that movie? What's crazy about that movie? The concept, fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. I was like, because I went in super fresh. I saw the first trailer and I went, I don't even know what the hell this movie's about. And when the sci-fi concept came in, I was like, oh, this is actually interesting. But besides that, I'm just saying, I'm just plugging Infinity Pool, and I know Casey and I had a little back and forth last night because
You haven't seen X and Pearl either, right?
No, I haven't. But I need to do
Those are
that.
good.
She's an amazing actress. She really
Yes.
is. And in this movie, you just want to like, good God. Yeah, at first you're like, oh my God, she's hot. She's kind of hot. Like, look at her.
Yeah.
But then there's eventually you get to the point where you're like, ugh, I just want to, do that. And I can understand why people are like, oh, look she could be Harley. She could pull it off. I don't think that's going to be the case. I still think Margot Robbie is still going to be, but anyways, I'm just plugging Infinity Pool and I'm like, just saying because my God,
You had me at bodily fluids.
the body. Oh, there's
you enjoy
multiple.
that. Tar is now on Peacock, so I'll be watching that.
Yeah, I need to watch that. I need to watch that because Kate Blanchett. I don't know about you, but I've always had a little crush on her. Just saying. Anybody else?
Back to Lord of the Rings for me.
Anybody else have a little crush on her? I think she's. It's that. It's a MILF thing, I guess.
No. I take it back. She's also I'll take it back even further. Talented Mr. Ripley.
Yeah, I mean, she's been in so many things. It seems like she just gets hotter. I don't know. There's the older she gets, I
really dug her. Dark Horse. One of my favorite things that she's done recently was essentially being Rusty. She was the Brad Pitt character in Ocean's 8.
Yes, she was. Yes,
and I liked how she played that, and I like how she was essentially like him.
I didn't like Ocean's 8 all that much, but I liked her and Sandra Bullock. They were they played very well together. I mean, I won't say I hated it, because if it wasn't for them two, I would have totally hated it.
I had those two and Anne Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway too. But there was but everything else was just kind of like, I'm not feeling it. But those two, Sandra Bullock, and Anne Hathaway also was helped too. But it was mainly Kate Blanchett and Sandra Bullock. I was like, oh wow, like they really
nailed that relationship.
Yeah,
they had great chemistry. Chemistry.
Yes, it worked really well. But that's one of my favorite of Kate Blanchett. Like recently, I like the movie. I mean, do I like it as much as the other three? No, I don't. But I did. But I still enjoyed it for what it was, and I wouldn't have minded if they had continued, especially. I just wanted them to get to the point where they prove that Danny is not dead.
Yeah, I'm kind of there too. Yeah.
Damn it. That is a con. He is playing a long con. That he is not dead.
Of course. Why would he be dead? No. But yeah, when it comes to next week, I mean, it's going to be pure madness and everything. We're all going to have our things. I mean, we're all, podcasts, streams, shows, whatever the hell. Tony's going to continue to paint, which is great. We just need you to paint. That's all. Enos is going to have his things. Casey's going to have his things. We're all going to have our things, and then we all might. We're going to be here probably Friday, just talking about it. Which is fine. And it's going to be crazy next week. It definitely is. And we'll see what happens. Like I said, when it comes to the announcements, who knows what's going to be announced? I mean, I suspect, of course, the Superman movie. I think they'll probably talk about the Batman 2. Hopefully, I really hope that's part of the announcements. Is what is the Batman 2? If there's going to be like a little subtitle thing,
please don't connect it.
Please don't connect it.
Please don't connect it. I don't want that. I actually don't want that to happen.
I know nobody does, but who knows what's going to happen with that? I'm just saying.
If he does that, then the hashtags are coming out.
Oh yeah,
oh god.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be madness if that does happen. But at the same time, if we do get, I mean, maybe they'll just announce that. Oh yeah, the Batman is the Batman, and then they're gonna have, because I don't think they're just gonna call it the Batman 2. They're probably gonna call it the Batman, and then have some kind of subtitle thing that's gonna be happening. I have a feeling that's gonna be announced, hopefully, because that's actively in development. Superman is actively in development, and then God knows what else is actively in development that we don't know.
Right.
But maybe we'll get a sense. We'll get a sense of what exactly is it going to be, a full reboot or not, or soft. I don't know. It's going to be.
See, that's what I'm curious about, though. I mean, aside from that, is just what are the things that we're not even thinking? What's the thing that we're not even thinking about that's going to come out of this?
Yeah.
You really? Did Casey? Are you being serious with that?
Yes.
You think
like
so?
why not? Like, look, the last Justice League movie they had technically was 2017, theatrically. So they need a Justice League movie as soon as possible, and that would build the hype back up for DC.
You think they're really going to announce that now?
Yeah, like why not?
Why?
The first chapter.
Why?
If the first chapter
I mean,
has
that is
movies.
chaos. I'm not.
I can't see that.
Yeah,
I can't see
If
that.
the first chapter has like 5 movies, the last movie could be Justice League.
Do we know it has? Did he say that? Did he say 5 movies?
I'm just assuming if it has 5 announcements in the first chapter, the last movie could be Justice League, and it does not mean that it's coming out in 3 years.
That sounds a lot like Phases. Damn it!
It is like Phases.
This is why it's like it's just going to be so interesting, and I'm interested to see how they're going to present it and what's going to be happening. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, this is a good stopping point. We're going in 5 hours right now when it comes to the stream, which this has been a really fun stream. I mean, Damian, obviously our featured guest. Look at this guy. Look at Scott.
This is what I'm gonna do.
I wish.
As soon as I see the news, I'm gonna pop one of these puppies. I'm gonna light a match. And I'm just gonna watch the world burn. That's
Yes.
just
all you can do.
Did you take the wrapper off of that?
No, he didn't.
I was about to say.
Because I'm not actually going to smoke it right now. Because the last time I smoked a cigar down here, it took me 3 fucking days to get the smell out of this basement. I learned my lesson. Okay.
Get real Cubans. No, those are too expensive.
Way too expensive.
What the hell, man?
Those are too expensive.
No, but let's see what happens this week. I mean, yeah, like I said, it's definitely gonna be happening.
I hope it's more than a tweet.
I bet it's
one thing I'll say.
What?
Say that again.
Like, I just hope it's more than a tweet. Like, just.
Oh, it's not.
It's going to be a trade. It'll be a trade story.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
It's not going to be just.
But Boris Kitt or Adam B. Very or Aaron Couch. It's going to come from.
I would
not
say,
Adam B. Very.
I really hope not.
Okay, so
he did praise Adam B. Very like a month ago, but I really hope not.
It'll be Deadline, Variety, THR. Everybody's gonna be like, it's gonna blow up the internet.
Oh,
it's gonna blow up the internet. I'm sure.
How many movies is he announcing?
I know that's
not the whole slate. That's for sure.
25.
Oh, I know. I saw some people saying like,
not 5.
Announced the whole 10-year slate. I'm like, not even.
No,
and he's writing and directing every one of them.
That.
He's writing and directing every last.
Enter the gun wars,
dude. You want to set all of social media ablaze? have that be the case.
No,
he's gonna turn Superman into Rocket Raccoon.
Oh boy.
That's
another thing too is like everybody always talks about like, oh yeah, Gunn's just gonna do like one style throughout. I'm like, I think he's not that dumb. I'm like, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt to not do that. I'm like, I mean, he's still like, I mean, he's gone very, highball, like, comedy and stuff like that when it comes to certain things with Guardians, sure. But then he's also gone dark with like, like helping with story and everything like that, like the Belko experiment, Brightburn and stuff like that. I'm like, he can do multiple and as just an artist and a filmmaker, why would you want to have the same tone for everything?
Right.
That's why, like, when people like come at me like that, I'm like, I don't think it's like it's not gonna all be like that, guys.
I also
and he
wonder...
does stuff like that with bottom tier characters. Honestly, it's never the Superman, Batman. We never saw what he does with those types of characters. The closest we came to that was in Peacemaker.
Right, and that's what people say. Look what he did to the Justice League Peacemaker. Right.
I will be.
I mean, Zack Snyder is regarded as this dark director, and he never made any of them curse. And then James Gunn made him curse.
Yeah, and then people were like going like, "Oh, he's gonna bring what MCU to over here." I'm like, did you watch the Suicide Squad or Peacemaker? Because that's R-rated shit.
Yeah, no, it's
that
not.
The MCU has not done. And I'm always like, I'm like, all right. I'm like, and I always tell these people, I'm like, I get it. You hate James Gunn.
Yeah.
Fine. I get it. But stop coming at me that he's going to just do one thing
Right.
for the whole thing, because I'm going, you're saying that he's going to bring the MCU over here. And I'm like, I'm going, look what he's already done at DC. It's all been R fucking rated. It's all been R rated. Like, and shit that he wouldn't be allowed to do over in the
He
MCU.
said that. He said that. He flat out he's talked about that before.
Yeah. So I'm like, and then it's not me going, he's going to bring the biggest, the greatest DC universe ever. But I'm just going like, stop it with the fucking hyperbole and all the shit that you're saying that he's going to bring the MCU over here. I'm like, no.
But see, Dave, we nitpick. See, here's the problem. We nitpick, right?
Yeah.
So we literally have people who enjoy Zack Snyder's Justice League and laugh at or try to legitimize, which I don't think you have to try, but you get the Joker scene, right? And the nightmare scene at the end, right? And the Joker's talking about giving Batman a reach around, right? And everybody's like, that's brilliant writing, and look how intriguing that was. And the Joker's doing this. But like the second that James Gunn thing, says, makes a joke about, Aquaman or Batman or, Superman. Oh, he legitimately is saying that this happens and that Superman has a poop fetish and all this. And it's like, guys, and I've seen people argue that all different sides, right? Well, the Joker thing is deep and it's in depth and and Guns is I don't want ball sack jokes and crap jokes and stuff like. It's like, listen, can we just see what happens first? If it sucks, listen, if it sucks, man, I'm going to be the first person out here going, this sucks. And I am not enjoying this at all. Look, if I can argue like against 7 other people that I just don't like Avatar, like, listen, I can handle that. I've been a Last Jedi fan, for God's sake. I can handle all that.
Me too.
But we
For
like
God's
the
sake,
Last
I can
Jedi.
handle all that.
I didn't.
But I don't want to
to
have to do that.
Okay.
I don't want to have to do that, and I don't think that we should be seeking to get ahead of the game to make sure that we're crapping on it now just in case, because I think we could we could have bad ramifications on what's coming without even knowing what's coming.
Yes, history could repeat itself.
That's
Right.
what they did with Black Adam.
Right.
Right.
That's what
We could literally push something good.
BVS. It's what they did with Suicide Squad.
Right. We could be pushing something good right out of the way.
Right.
Because we can't see it because they're not telling us exactly what's going to happen. Listen, everybody's like, we deserve to know where the fans. They should do what the fans want. Which fans?
Right.
Which fans? Because I know the fans that we like the darker stuff and we like the stuff that's in BVS and in Man of Steel and Zack Snyder's Justice League. But there are tons of fans who literally want Superman to be this bright, hopeful thing that's just a good old boy
That's
from
kinda
Kansas.
why-
And
And
doesn't and just everything
rescuing
comes easy and everything. And so the thing is, there has to be some kind of merging here, folks. There's got to be some kind of level ground where it's like maybe it's not one way or the other. But for God's sake, stop fighting about it before it even comes out.
I had a listener ask me, like, okay, they said, what do you want Gunn and Safran to do if one of their ideas doesn't pan out the way they hoped and they have to pivot? And I said, what I don't want them to do is what their previous regimes did. I don't want them to knee jerk. I really don't want them to pivot. I want them to make adjustments. Because that's what anybody that tells me Kevin Feige hasn't made adjustments, the fuck he has, absolutely, over the last 15 years. He's adjusted in multiple scenarios. That's what I want to see them do. I don't want
Thor. If you look at Thor, they adjusted Thor big time.
An adjustment that I don't like.
Yeah,
But
me
they
neither.
made it.
Oh, me either. Yeah.
Nonetheless, right. But no, that's my whole point. Is like I don't want no more of this knee jerk. Oh my God, this didn't work. Kill it with fire bullshit like the previous regime did. None of that.
Could I just quickly say one of the things that I'm kind of weary of, and it's just,
just show us your painting.
No, Tony.
Go ahead.
I'll do that first.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
All right.
God damn, that's fucking good, dude.
I like the
Okay,
red.
Tony,
I like the red glow on his.
Yeah, the
hand.
red glow on the
Yes, I
cheek,
like
right?
that.
So good.
Detail.
Yeah, it's kind of popping. Oh, yeah, it kind of feels like brighter, even though it's not white. So that's kind of cool.
Well, it just reminds me of the one of my favorite lines in the movie was like alive but turned into this.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
love
when he
that.
turns around.
Yeah.
It actually, I can't remember what screenshot, because you know what I did? I got a 4K digital, I screenshot it, then I ran it through AI to kind of clean up the detail in it for like a very crisp reference. Then I digitally painted over it, so now I've got like tints, I've got clear details, and that's my reference. And then I kind of try and just repaint the reference. So all the little things are like poses in the movie. So what I was thinking of doing was like going to the movie, pausing it on that part, and then like just going to the painting or something, just cutting to the painting, which I'll get there.
No, it's
Yeah,
great.
it's all done.
No, it's great, dude. You do fucking great work. But go ahead.
But yeah,
You were
what
gonna
was your
No, you know, like how every movie kind of walks so the other one can run, kind of thing, and it's like Man of Steel kind of put us in a place where it's like, okay, we can start finally looking at Superman in a different way that's not so caught up in the
Boring.
way that we did previously. Like, just do it's my fear is that they need a win so bad that they just need to go back to what works.
I got
And
you.
it's like, but in order for us to get invested, you kind of got to maybe not show us something new, but just show us it in a new way. Just give me something that's kind of
You're fearful they're not going to push the envelope. That they're not going to. They're not going to be. They're good. They're just going to go back to, and basically not exactly, but give us essentially Superman 78 Redux.
Yeah, like, and there's things that work in it, but just don't just like Zach would say, shoot all your bullets, go try everything you can do. Give me the most gun verse that you can, that you want to make, not just don't make a Superman Returns kind of thing.
Right.
You know, like that movie's got things.
Speaking of Zach, I'm just wondering when like he gets interviewed and then he goes, "Oh yeah, I get," he talks about like, "Oh yeah, James doing great. I hope he does great." Like what? Yeah. What's gonna happen when that is? I mean, obviously, like the diehards are gonna be like, "Oh, he was forced to say that."
He's gonna become Hack Snyder.
Hack Snyder. No, but I mean,
one day Zach's just gonna come out with an interview and just be like, "Look, they all betrayed me. They all turned their backs on me.
How dare they?
Suck it, Warner Brothers."
Tony, I think in general, I would say that the way Gunn is as an artist, he always wants his stamp on everything that he does. So I would say that if he recast Henry Cavill, that was one of the biggest reasons why, because he wanted to have his Superman leading the new DCU. So in that regard, I would say that he would treat it that way. But again, there's no precedence for what he's doing now. Like, he never tackled such a huge character like Superman. So we cannot say how he will, do that. But I guess I'm definitely there with you, though, because I absolutely did not want to see, the old Christopher Reeve Superman. I don't think that even Tyler was doing that, because he was kind of a more modern Superman. Although I don't completely,
No, Scott and I, when we do,
I want a modern.
He's not even playing Superman. It's great.
Right. I want a modern Superman, like you said, in this current world, not living by those, 1980s ideals and wearing those types of clothes. I want a modern, action-based Superman like Henry Cavill was, but maybe not that much like him.
If Gunn Superman is like Tyler Hoechlin's in Superman and Lois, I'll be fine.
Yeah,
I honestly will. I'll be fine. Like,
subservient and obedient and quiet all the time.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy! Wow.
All right.
Being bossed around by Lois.
This could
turn into next week's stream. Next week's stream.
No, I'm not even engaging him. I'm not even doing it.
No, but I would say
engage me.
But no, right, to your point, I would say give me Tyler Hoechlin like in Superman.
This is the real reason why Ray won't come over to my house.
Supergirl.
Absolutely.
Wait, say that last part again.
I say give me Tyler Hoechlin like in Superman and Lois. Do not give me Tyler Hoechlin like in Supergirl.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Fuck those cape clips, man.
He's not
I
the
still
butt
hate
of
that
the
costume.
Oh yeah,
Just throw all the costumes out. All the
first
costumes
costume?
that Tyler's wore out, and
yeah, the first costume, I was like, all right, it's different, but I didn't like it.
So we can't talk about Superman and Lois, can we, Enosh?
We can talk about it.
No,
I just listen.
no, we
Listen.
can't.
No,
No, we
you know
can't.
what?
That's a
Honestly,
no.
no.
That's a
Honestly,
no.
okay. No. I'm being funny. Whatever. Here's the thing.
Are you
There's a
really?
lot of
Are
things.
you really?
I
It's all
am.
subjective. I understand.
There's a lot of things about Superman and Lois that I like. There are. I like the family dynamic. I like the fact that they're back in Smallville. I like the fact that they're having to deal with real life things. What I don't like the relationship between Clark and Lois, because Lois should always like razz Clark and give him a hard time or whatever. But what I've watched is it's been a continuing thing from the Supergirl thing that has not changed. Is that Lois always seems to think the worst of Clark. Yeah, they come back together and they hug when something happened to Lois. But the thing is there is absolutely no response to Clark from Lois as a loving wife that we've seen in other iterations of the character. It's always that she gives him a hard time. If Superman's out saving the world and his son is sitting in his bedroom with his shirt off with a girl, it's Clark's fault because Clark wasn't there to stop it. Well, where was Lois? Well, I was working on a story. Well, Superman's out saving the world. What are you doing? They even tried to like they almost acted like they were going to do a love triangle.
It's going to get me in lots of trouble, but that's real life.
I
That's
know.
a real life response.
No, I know, but here's the
Just
thing.
say it.
That's fine. But the thing is that like from the very beginning, she was telling Clark, well, the world doesn't need Superman as long as it has Supergirl. And she's always very demeaning to Clark. It's not the usual like, hey, we need to talk about this, we need to figure this out, we need to like both take responsibility for our kids. It's that somehow it's always on Clark. Like everything is on Clark.
Well, because Lois has got stuff she's got to deal with. I'm not saying Lois like I'm okay. I think
everybody's Lois cares more. Lois cares more in that show, literally, about John Henry Irons and his daughter.
This is my fault. I'm
sorry. All right. So apparently, all right. Put on the coffee, folks. We're gonna be
but I love the kid dynamic. I love seeing them having to deal with those issues. I love seeing them having to deal with those issues. I just disagree with some of the direction that the show's gone in because I don't feel like Clark acts like a real Superman. He seems to always just like kind of second guess himself in everything, and you got like John Henry Irons is way more confident in the show. Everybody's confident around Clark except for Clark.
Well, don't
Clark
worry,
because
because
does not come across as confident. As
I'm
Superman.
I'm fairly confident, unless one of the
Which is fine with a Henry Cavill Superman that starts off in Man of Steel, but is not fine with a seasoned Superman that's supposed to have been doing this for years and years and years.
I'm fairly certain that unless one of the announcements on Monday is television related, which I guess it could be, but I'm fairly certain that we're only going to have one more season of Superman and Lois.
And I've watched it all. I've watched it all.
And now that
it's just not my favorite iteration of Superman.
I mean, we all knew that was going to be the case.
Yeah, we did.
Well, and we knew that was going to be the case, but also even just the whole thing with the CW changing hands. They're in a really weird place because the rest of the Arrowverse is ending, but like this stupid Gotham Knight show. Yeah, I did say stupid.
Right.
The trailer
honestly, I just don't understand also how the same company that makes such a great Superman costume for Brandon Routh literally still can't get that costume right for
That's funny because I know a lot of people. Scott and remember me and Tim, we did the Superman Returns. You guys didn't like Routh's costume.
No, he's talking about the Kingdom Come costume.
Oh, the Kingdom Come one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
I like the Kingdom Come costume.
Yeah, I didn't like the Returns costume.
Okay,
I'm saying I don't know how the same network that makes that Kingdom Come costume look so amazing, and makes Brandon Routh look so amazing in that costume, keeps putting out these costumes for Superman and Lois that look like something that you would honestly, and it looks like something honestly you'd get as if you're cosplaying Superman or you're going out on Halloween. It's like even when they take some of the padding down, he still looks over padded. It's still fake airbrushed on abs and weird looking. Just it looks weird. It doesn't look natural. I feel like every time I look at Tyler, he looks uncomfortable in the suit for some reason. It just, I don't know, man. There's just something about it.
So I mean, it's whatever.
I know it just looks weird to me, and it doesn't look like something that like you would that makes sense. You know, like last season, it looked dirty all season long, man. It's like clean your freaking suit, man. You know,
You're
like
getting beat up by Bizarro. Come on,
yeah, but
man.
I get that. But at some point, you should have a clean suit.
No,
He didn't have Aunt
he's
May.
busy saving the
Aunt
world.
May wasn't there to clean it.
That's fine.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah,
That's great.
I don't know. Well, because we've gotten these new because we've got these new promos now for they're calling it Super Tuesday because they're moving the Flash in its final season to Wednesday.
Okay.
And they're basically going to have Gotham Knight and Superman and Lois on Tuesdays at 8 and 9, starting in March.
Why?
I've watched the Gotham Knight clips at work, and it's like, I don't think this one's for me.
Yeah.
I don't
And
think
here's
this
a
one's
question:
for me.
Are you guys going to watch the last season of The Flash?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
See, now,
actually-
I've dropped off.
I haven't
my whole
I haven't
family-
watched this
haven't
in
watched-
season 6, but I'm going to try to.
I got to get caught up on
I gotta
season
get
8.
caught
I
up.
gotta get caught up.
then I'm gonna watch,
I've missed
yeah.
now 2 seasons, to be honest with you, because we just dropped it. We went from literally being a family that we live streamed our watch parties of The Flash. I mean, that's what we built our channel on. Was a lot of it was watching The Flash with people and really being into The Flash. And then like, I'm sorry, man, season 6 happened, and then season 7.
Season 6 wasn't good.
I
Season
didn't
6 was
finish
not good.
season 6. That's
Yeah,
where I dropped
neither
off.
did I.
Yeah.
Neither did I, Scott. I got about halfway through it, and I was just like, it just became less and less of a priority.
It kind of season 6. I mean, I know there was pandemic stuff, but also
But after Crisis, it was
the Crisis really kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say it messed the Flash up, but it was kind of like they didn't go into it as strong as the other shows did with Crisis.
Well, Crisis made a lot of promises that didn't end up, following
right.
up on.
Right.
I'm gonna bounce and get some pizza in me.
Well, yeah,
I will
I'm trying to end this too, but these guys are like running off of fucking I don't know what, Tony, but yeah,
something in Michigan. There's
I
obviously
mean, I don't know what it is.
Oh
You
my
guys are
goodness.
like-
me and
I'm
Ray,
sorry.
This
I'm
is
getting
why
the belly
why
rumbles.
Ray won't come over. So we'll just do a show point counterpoint on everything. I
All
love
right,
you, Ray.
Tony, go ahead. And,
I love you all. I'll see you.
Dude,
on
thank
the
you,
other
thank
side.
you, thank you for joining, man. I appreciate
Take
it.
it easy, Tony.
Always good to talk to you.
Good to see you guys. Take care.
All right, see ya. Oh, I know. I'm like,
And he brought you together. Oh, it's so
Aw. Come together
right now.
over. Oh, dude, we just saw him kiss him on the cheek. No, I'm just saying. I mean, like, it's 5.5 hours. So I'm like, all right.
Right.
We've done. Next week, if we have
done longer, but no, it is.
It
is 4:30 where we're at.
Yeah,
I know that's
like
the thing.
4:30
That's where I'm like, it's only 1:30 where I'm at. I'm like, how are you guys still upright? My God, you guys are ahead of us. And then of course KC is like, well, I'm gonna go out after.
I have
this.
to eat.
Yeah, he's all.
He's
I'm
gonna go hit the clubs now.
No. He's all. I'm gonna take Tony's, idea and get some food. Yeah. So
Actually, sounds pretty good.
no, but no, I appreciate everybody, talking, and I love it. I love the discussion, and
I hope
tonight-
Damian comes back. He was
Dude.
super cool.
Dude, you know what? That guy, I really hope so too. He was great.
More
I'm glad
Aussies
he
should be
got
on.
I appreciated that his like Batman 89 was his like starting point.
Yes,
because it was my starting point.
Oh,
His story was polar opposite of mine. His parents wouldn't take him to see it. My parents forced me to see it.
Yeah. No,
That's
it was
funny.
great. I mean, like when my buddy Eric connected us, and then I started because I was familiar with the site, but I wasn't familiar with him, and then I saw I was like, oh, and I watched their last podcast that they had the video on. I was like, oh, look at his background. He's got a lot of collectibles. That's why I gave Scott the business about that, and I was like, oh, look.
You don't have to give me the business. I know that I am the shit, and you know what? You can't say Jack, man.
Yeah, I know, but then at the same time, I was like, oh yeah, I'm glad Enos showed up too, because it's like collectibles and collectibles. You guys are like, I was like, oh, we're gonna have a 3-way of collectible.
Don't say three.
I know. I said that. It's late, Scott. Okay, It's late. I have
Enoch, you have all those collectibles, but not a single Navi character.
Oh heck no, heck no, man. I do not, man.
Yeah,
no,
not there.
No, Enosh, where's your Weta statue?
Oh, called you out. Look at that. Oh.
I mean, if he's gonna get one,
I'm sorry. I'm upfront and open with my wife.
I was about to.
Oh,
I was about to
I
say
haven't lied
he
to
wouldn't
my
have to
wife
lie
at
to
all.
Tiffany about. He wouldn't have to hide it from Tiffany.
No, I wouldn't have to hide mine from Tiffany.
I'm not hiding
that was a
it
good
either.
one.
Oh,
And honestly,
Right
and
there,
honestly,
out in the open, and you wouldn't
honestly,
see
if I had wanted one and knew, like, honestly, I don't think I actually like really knew about it, because if I had wanted one, Tiffany would have been okay with it as long as I paid for it. She would have unboxed it with me. We would have
Now
unboxed it
you're
as a
even.
family.
Yes, but it wouldn't have been nearly as entertaining as y'all watching me do it and kicking my son out as he tried to open the door.
That's
when I was
true.
doing it.
That's true. That's true.
Very true. Very true.
That's
Very
true. I will give
Oh,
you that.
man.
I will give you that for sure, sir.
All right, that was like, yeah, that was a good laugh. But at the end right there, I love this. But anyways, guys, all right. Well, thank you to Damian.
Magic
like I
8 Ball.
said,
Will Dave end the stream?
anytime soon.
Don't count on it.
Oh, my
It
God.
literally says "ask again later."
Oh man. This was one for the books. This was one for the books. Damian was great. Such a great guy, and hopefully we'll get him on again. And I think for sure that's going to be the case. He seemed like he had a good time. And thank you to Steven for showing up. Thank you for Tony to showing up. But let's go around the horn. And of course, Scott, you're going to be last since you're still here. Yeah, KC.
I am still.
You can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media, and that's it.
Do you do your stream anymore?
I'm gonna do it later when I'm ready with something.
What's going
that I
on
have
with
to
Mar,
announce.
man? What's going on with Mr. Sean?
Oh, I have to talk to him too.
I
But I'm
know,
right now. I'm
man.
busy.
I know he was
doing
like
some
busy,
stuff.
like circulating this country
Yes.
for a bit. But I'm like, come on, man.
And he
get
didn't
back
come say
into it.
hi. I'm kind of offended. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know, right? He needs to come back on. But we'll see what happens. Mr. Enosh.
So you can find me at Poindexter Lounge, where we got a lot of new things coming.
You can all suck my bag.
What?
No, you missed the best part. That's just the beginning part. That's
Okay.
just the beginning part.
I'm super cool, and it makes y'all mad and jealous. So suck on my bag and deal with your shit. Peace.
Is that Scott?
What is this? Like, what
That is
that?
Scott.
It's from a show called The Harpers.
Oh, the heart. Okay, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Now
Is
Scott is
that
taking
It's
Fox
like
the
my
show?
comeback.
favorite clip now to play when somebody gives me a hard time. It's like,
Is that a
like,
Fox show?
y'all are just mad and jealous.
All of a sudden I see that like down in the thing, and I'm like, all right. Oh my God.
It's not
Now
the
we're
worst
even
clip
again.
that you've ever played, for God's sake. No, you can find me at Poindexter Lounge at most things, and come by and have some fun with us. There you go.
There it is. All right.
There
Thank
it
you,
is.
Enosh, for joining. Appreciate it. And then Ray.
You can find me on Twitter at The Flightcast. You can find my show at theflightcast.com. Tomorrow, I will be, because of Monday, at least we're thinking Monday, there's not a ton to talk about other than why I'm calling everybody out for why they were actually bashing the Shazam trailer. We didn't get into that today.
Nah, we didn't get
But yeah, I think that there's an underlying reason that so many
You have
people
time.
hate that trailer that like they're just not being honest about. And so I'm going to totally call them out on that on tomorrow's show. And then there'll be plenty of feedback as well on the Hexagon. And then whatever happens on Monday, I got to decide what we're going to do. Like because somebody's already asked me, are you going to do an emergency show when the announcement happens? And I'm like, I hadn't planned on it, but I guess it depends on how much chaos it creates. Might have to do something for that. And my buddy Brian also told me that he literally sent me a message a week ago. It was like, your YouTube channel is collecting dust. So I was like,
Yeah.
point taken.
You gotta
Maybe I should do something about that.
You gotta keep it up, man.
So yeah, we'll we'll see what goes on with that for sure. And then at some point, when I finally get caught up on some shit, he and I can do DCTV Squadcast again.
There you go.
and talk
What?
about
That's a
some
show?
things.
Is this a show we do, Ray?
Yeah.
There it is. All right. And now, Scott.
Well,
Does he have a
you can find me on
comeback?
Twitter. Shut it. Because you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squawkcast, where podcasts can be found. We just released our Dark Knight of the Soul, sort of inaugural 2023 episode. We will be recording our next 4 episodes of Man of Steel, but scene by scene, and our trailer reaction to Shazam! Fury of the Gods. So please make sure you're subscribing at Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squawkcastmedia.com. And of course, Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Pacific. I was going to say specific, but it's Pacific. Come over here to Film Junkee, where we'll be doing Batman the Fan stream, where this Sunday night, once again, we'll be talking about Bane.
Yes. Gonna be a great
No
episode.
comeback?
All right, guys. Yeah. What?
Casey's
No comeback
being a
to
pussy.
Enosh?
Just saying.
No, stop it. Stop it. All right.
Come on.
We're trying to end this thing, Casey. I know it's good time for you, but we're all trying to get some sleep here. Man. All right. Anyways. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you to Damian. Great guest. And, of course, Steven and Tony. And thank you guys. Obviously, Scott, Casey, Enosh, and Ray. Always a good time. Always a good discussion. We'll see you guys. And, yeah. We'll see you guys, next week when it's gonna get a little crazy. But hit that like, thumbs up, do all that, subscribe, everything. We will talk to you.